This program is rated MA. It contains adult themes, coarse language, sexual references, and violence.
All right, what's up, everybody? It's Open Comms. It's Friday. We did it. We made it.
Fucking A, man.
Sharp
down.
picture
Fuck
you
this
got going on
week.
there, Manic. What a sharp picture.
What?
Is there something new with the?
Well, let me tell you, tonight's show is sponsored by Elgato. Yeah, I got a new webcam, and I fucking love it, man.
Doesn't
Worth
that mean the
every
cat?
damn penny. Gato means cat.
And L is the like
El
Gato is like
the cat. Yeah.
No, it's not.
No?
It's not.
El.
Not the
Nope.
company's name is not spelled in two different words. It's one.
That's true. Yeah, no.
If I'm not
And
mistaken,
they've actually tweeted about this. That like it's
Have they
not-
really?
It's not Elgato. It's not the cat. It's Elgato.
It's
and it's one word.
Vecit.
if I'm not
Put 'em
misunderstood,
together.
if I'm not wrong too, I believe they're actually owned by Corsair now as well.
That is true.
Yep.
So I got my Corsair keyboard, I got my Logitech mouse, and now an Elgato webcam.
Hot damn. Dom for the
And,
resub. Wait, Dom's resubbing?
What's up, Dom? Dom, you don't have to sub. You're a host. You get a free pass.
It's true.
No, he has to sub.
That's true.
Okay, if LB says you have to sub, then you have to sub.
I'll decide.
He made me sub too.
You're not allowed to come back on the show until you subscribe to the channel.
What about the Manscaped? If you buy a Manscaped, I guess you get a free pass. Although we didn't ever get sponsored by them.
we never got a sponsorship. I tweeted them like twice, and they never responded.
Yeah,
Like, don't they know who I am?
assholes.
Right?
Manscaped. More like, who? Am I right?
Who scaped?
Right.
Who scaped?
Yeah,
We're off to a great start tonight,
it's
folks.
solid. It's
More
Boy,
like
oh
fucking
boy.
bullshit.
Holy shit.
well, I'm gonna do
But-
it.
So, anyways,
Do we have an opening shot?
nobody died this week. I don't think.
Nobody.
did they?
Yeah, we don't. Nobody died, so we can't do any shots.
Well, shit.
It's a dry show.
Nothing to be sad about this week, guys. Sorry.
Maybe we could do a shot for Dunk's funny article.
Yes, that was great.
So, was it supposed to be funny? Because I was kind of like, yeah, this is a great read.
All good comedy has an element of truth to it.
And yeah, like I read it a second time in prep for tonight. I read it the first time when he actually published it, but I read it again this afternoon to prep for the show. I was like, wait, is this supposed to be funny?
I think it is.
It is made a little bit tongue in cheek.
Because he makes fun of himself in there too. right?
Yeah. So like, and yeah, Dunk's got a good sense of humor. He's a good writer. I couldn't tell upon reading it again. I couldn't tell if it was supposed to be serious or not.
Rain felt like dying.
Rain,
shot for that?
opening shots for Rain's health.
Yeah.
F's in the chat for
Everybody
Rain.
go fold 1,000 paper cranes or whatever you do.
Her small vagina caught up to her.
It was bound to happen. Can we go?
Oh, this could be rough.
We'll have to do it next week. But can we go one show without talking about Rain's vagina?
We need to raise awareness.
Just once, please. I'm getting tired of it.
We might be able to.
Can we at least try? Can we make a
try.
personal promise to ourselves
We'll try.
to stop?
Drayden, you have to fix the video.
What the hell, Dom? Where are you? You sound like you're in a tunnel.
It's in 1998.
I'm in a tunnel.
Dom's calling us from a tin can with a string tied to it.
He's traveled back in time. He's on Ventrilo right now.
Ventrilo. Wow. Is that still
Oh.
around?
I don't think so.
Unfortunately.
Is it?
At least
Ventrilo.
like 2 years ago it was. There was some alliance that was like used it as their backup comms that we had to go help out a couple years back, and all of a sudden we're like being pulled onto their Ventrilo, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
I'm trying to think the last time I used Ventrilo. It was either back like old World of Warcraft. I mean, like Cataclysm.
I'm
No,
gonna say for me
no,
it
no,
was
no, not
Matrix
Cataclysm. I
Online.
mean Vanilla WoW, or it was PlanetSide 1 when that was still a
Yeah.
current.
I
For
gotta
me, it
say,
was-
Blazing, you look different there.
Yeah, I'm fixing them. Don't worry.
For me, it was 2004, and the guy across the street had set up a neighborhood Wi-Fi network when Wi-Fi was like the cool new thing.
Yeah.
And we would all play Quake Arena through the different houses, and we would use Ventrilo.
That's awesome.
Oh shit!
When this was like years ago. I was maybe 16 or 17 years old. I went to my first DEF CON, the hacker conference in Vegas. So yeah, I was 16 years old. Went to my first DEF CON, and we did a bunch of guys in the local hacker scene here in Utah. We did like a caravan down to Vegas in the middle of the night. But we created our own little like intranet between our vehicles. So we were chatting on IRC between our cars
Wow.
as we were driving down to Vegas. It was so much fun. For anybody that remembers IRC, I probably just dated myself. Half the chat now is like, huh?
I know what it is. I've just never used it.
Was that like AOL?
I mean, I guess technically, Pigeon.
I know what
the Jabber
ICQ is.
Pigeon that,
ICQ.
Is that ICQ? I don't know. Like the
No,
the
so
Pigeon Jabber.
IRC was like old school. I don't want to say Usenet, but it's an old school chat service.
Yeah. I think
If you've ever used Jabber,
that's what I'm saying.
then-
Like Pigeon's Jabber. I think it
yeah,
uses
so
IRC.
Pigeon or Jabber, yeah, then you've used
Yeah,
IRC.
Goons still use Pigeon and Jabber. I think.
It's reliable.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. For fleet
Intrepid
pings.
Crossing, IRC. Oh, Intrepid Crossing. That's right. That was their tag or whatever ticker.
Oh, was it IRC?
Yeah.
So what
I
happened
think
in Eve this week?
We did get a new Pulse video today.
I
A
was just
lot of
watching that.
stuff actually happened. Like we
At the
we
Guardians
well,
Gala?
the well ran dry for a couple of weeks there.
So the Guardians
So-
got the skins coming out. I mean, I don't not to jump ahead past like the actual content in the event, but the skins look.
They
look
the
good.
Guardians Gala event skins and
Heart Surge ones. They're sick. sexy.
there's another annual event, the
They're
Halloween.
sex. I was like, there was especially wait, no, I need to put. A
Well,
Y
I
on
mean, they're also bringing back the Eros Blossom skin, which
Yeah.
the name Eros is where
But I
we
remember-
derive erotic from.
that.
so
Yeah. Well, I remember when those came up. You're like, oh, pink skins, and then you see them like they showed a screen like, oh, you can get this at this kind of price. I'm like, looks kind of flat and kind of meh nowadays. with all the
I
newer,
really like the Eros Blossom
edgy
skins.
and then you see like the Heart Surge ones is like, oh, okay, now that's like that's some synthwave colors going on there.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
way
the
better.
deep purples but yeah, so we got the Guardians Gala. So this is the annual Valentine's Day themed event, and it's combat and hacking. Sounds like.
Combat and hacking, and they've tied it into the release of the compression skills that are coming
Right.
soon.
Oh, okay.
So they've the story now is that the Serpentis and the Angels have raided an ore research facility. They've stolen the new compression skills. So as you go through the combat sites and the hacking sites, you can find data fragments that you can then sell back to ore, and they'll give you ISK, and then that will help you get the skill books. I think you can get the skill books through points during the event. You can get like a jump start on getting those skills because they're seeded right now, but they're not available. Make sense?
So they're in. They can like be
They're
looted
they're
from the sites.
in the game. Yeah, they're in the game. You can see the skills, but you
But
can't.
they're not on the market.
Not on the market.
Okay. So you can see them in like the market browser. The skills are in the game, is what you're saying.
You can see them in your skill sheet. Like if you go to
Yeah. Okay.
whatever the fuck it is, you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. I've played Eve before.
Yeah, we played Eve once, right?
We
And,
played
like, fleet
Eve.
support. There's like
Couple
fleet
times.
compression, logistics.
We have played Eve sometimes on this show.
Once or twice.
Offended the new
What's up,
Eden
Malkuth?
Once or twice.
And
Malkuth, what's
Garlics.
up? Yeah, and Androndo's asking about Vegas. There should be an Vegas.
We're
I'm
like,
guessing October.
yeah, we're
Hyper said
we're
if
like,
not by the end of this month, early March, we should have details.
that's right, a date, like
Yeah,
an
he's
actual
working on it.
date.
He's still
Oh my
like getting
God.
stuff planned with the hotels and
I can't
various
wait.
other stuff. So
Oh, speaking of which, this thing I'm playing with. Hold on, let me see if I'll hold it up to the camera. I got pins. I got Soup Gang pins
Soup Gang.
for
Nice.
Vegas this year. So just these little itty bitty things. So yeah, Vegas this year. Come find me. You'll be inducted into the Soup Gang. Soup Gang was invented Eve Vegas 2021
Yeah.
when we discovered the best French onion soup on the planet at Barry's
Barry's.
Steakhouse.
Everything else there was very expensive, but the soup was I mean, I guess for soup it was still expensive,
Well,
but it was
it's
not
a steakhouse in Vegas.
it's
a
it's
good,
like the premier
a
it's,
good
well,
steakhouse.
it's
in
a-
At
Vegas.
a,
Ritzy
at
Steakhouse
a brand new
at the
hotel.
brand
Yeah.
new ritzy hotel that was just built like the year prior. So yeah, it's
Those bowls of soup that we had, those French onion bowls of soup, they were
were
almost
very
$20.
yeah,
were
it was like
very good.
$16 or something like that.
It was
so, yeah,
it was
it's-
close to $20
you get a
for
bowl of
bowl
soup and a drink and then
It
plus
was
tip
good.
for the waiter, it's probably gonna be like $25 or something you're looking at. But
No.
Oh, no,
more,
probably
more
30.
than that. No,
Yeah.
I was gonna say close to
probably
30 or 40.
But still, it's good soup though. It's really good soup.
It was damn good soup. Best French onion soup on the planet. Barry's Steakhouse in
Better
Las
than the
Vegas.
steaks. The steaks were like $100 just for the steak and nothing else.
Yeah.
So-
Well, I mean, I had a Wagyu that was like $90, and it was worth it.
Yeah.
So
it
worth
was. It was. I had the rib cap. It was like 95, and it was the best fucking steak I've ever eaten.
Oh God, I can't wait. I want to go back. I look
really
forward to Eve Vegas.
It's
every
definitely
year.
one of those like once you eat there once. Also, plan before they don't split checks there, so you should.
Oh, do they not? Oh,
they
that's
do
right.
not.
They don't. Yeah,
Learned that the hard way the first
everybody
time.
was PayPaling you.
Yeah, I went there. Yeah, we went there. There was like 18 of us at the dinner. I was like, all right, I'll cover it, but y'all better fucking PayPal me some money because
Or Venmo me this shit.
yeah, it was like a
Like right
$2,600
now,
bill.
we're not leaving
for
this
dinner.
table
I was like,
until I
okay,
get
I
Venmo.
need some of that back. But it was really good. Okay, so tangent off.
Yeah,
the,
sorry, Eve Vegas. Okay, so Guardians Gala. We got skills. There's a scope video coming out for this that was mentioned in
Yeah.
the Pulse video that we got. So, and they showed a screenshot. Actually, I'm gonna pull it up. They showed
I'm
a
all ab-
screenshot. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm all about them doing more scope videos. Like I love every time they do
Is
that.
that intro new for this one?
There,
Oh no,
the
I'm
Pulse got
thinking
a
the
new.
Pulse video. The
Pulse.
Pulse video.
Pulse
The
intro?
video
Pulse has a
is
new
new.
look to it.
Okay, yeah, I was like the intro star. I was like, this is different. I liked it though. Whatever song they had on there was good.
Okay, I'm gonna post a link in chat. Oh boy, that's a long URL. Sorry, everybody. So this is a screenshot from the scope video that's coming out. I just wanted to do a little speculation. I think we are gonna see full motion, like action-packed Eve avatars in this. Just look at that screenshot.
It does look pretty intense right
That looks hot.
There's
Yeah,
a
that's
lot
like,
going
you get,
on
like, the
there.
blood. This is not just like bodies on the
Oh,
floor. It's
Lord.
bodies on the floor with, like
Yeah.
blood splatter.
This is gonna be a good scope video. I can tell.
Also, I mean, if they're doing that kind of stuff, is that fighting in stations? Are we gonna get fists?
I mean, I don't want to speculate
Are we
about
gonna get
walking in
fist?
stations, but we're seeing a lot of they're doing a lot with the character models lately in their marketing. The character models, I feel like they've been showing up more prominently
I
in
wonder if that's
their
also-
announcements and
we're starting to see them use some of the tech that they did develop a long time ago, and I think they've
Yeah.
modernized it a little bit more, and now
Motion
they're trying
capture
to
stuff.
redeploy it.
Yeah. I
Well,
was just,
they did that with the Aura, where they do have
Yeah.
stuff where they can, they have the technology where they could take screen capture of your face and transplant that onto your avatar.
well, and I was thinking because they're doing they haven't released a name, and it's what Akaroth was just saying in the chat. The fighter shooter game that they're designing, and they're just
Yeah,
they don't want to be labeled
Ah.
Dust. They don't want it to be like Legion. They don't want it to be.
Yeah.
They're okay. We're done putting names on something that isn't finished or ready to go or close. So it's just whatever project that they're working on. But I wonder if maybe some of those, I don't want to, assets, is that the right term?
That's
Like, some of
probably-
that stuff is coming over and they're able to port it into video,
I'm betting
maybe.
that's the more likely explanation. Akaroth, I think you're absolutely right.
'Cause, I mean, that's cool because I mean, if
Yeah.
if the scope and there's any kind of indication of gameplay on that might be a fun game to play, especially if it's like in the stations and stuff.
I mean, I would just love to hear some new news about it. We've been hearing about this for like 4 years now. And
Yeah.
like Eve 2018, they had a playtest of Project Nova.
Yeah, is that the
Um,
most recent render? Because there was Legion, then Project Nova, and then
Yeah, so there was Dust, and it was Legion, then it was Project Nova, and now it's like in limbo. It's been in limbo for about 4 years now. And I would
You see like
Well, rather than
advertisements
saying-
on Twitter for jobs in London, but that's like all
Yeah,
I've ever
yeah.
seen.
Rather than
if-
in limbo, I would say it's just been kept under wraps. Like,
I-
they're
yeah.
not talking about it.
They're not talking about it, and that's probably for the best. But I would think after 4 years, you would have something to say.
I'll be
I don't
about it.
know. Look at Star
I-
Citizen. But I mean,
Well,
Scam
That's a
Fan
whole other can of worms.
I would be shocked if they didn't announce something around FanFest. Like, at the
Yeah,
very
they
least,
might.
by the end of this year, we're
Mm,
gonna hear something.
You
I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe.
they last year they started dropping hints about stuff and opened up more that yes, there's something going on at the London studio, and got kind of an idea of what it is. But I think this year is hopefully going to be when we get details, not a launch, but at least like more details and an actual announcement.
It'd be
If I was
nice if we get
CCP,
Go
I
ahead,
would never announce anything. Ever.
Right?
right? Yeah. I
Haven't
I
you
would
learned
just-
your lesson yet?
Yeah, I was just say like because when they announce stuff, if it doesn't get upheld to the T, or if it's delayed or anything, they get shit on so hard.
And that's a fault of the community, and I really dislike that aspect of Eve players, or
It's just
and I'm sure it
consumerism in
applies.
general anyway.
Yeah,
It's
it
not
applies
just
to
Eve
any
player. All games
fandom.
have
It's
that.
not just like you have to understand that development is fluid. Not just in video games, God, really any project. Development is fluid. So
Mhm.
I'm only saying this because I'm always the guy who's pounding his fist for a fucking roadmap and more dev blogs and shit. More communication. Give us all the communication. Even if you don't meet your targets 100%, please just give us the communication. At the same time, I understand why they keep their mouths shut.
At
Because
least for
yeah,
a while. I mean,
if they like you said, if they announce something and they don't follow through 100% on it, then oh my god, it's torches and pitchforks.
yeah.
And like Dunk said in his article, even if they do follow through with everything, though, someone will complain about the messaging.
Yeah, nobody is ever happy.
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing that any company can do that's going to eliminate criticism, negative criticism, but you just don't want that criticism to be the majority of your community.
But I mean, other games,
There's always going to be those people that are just never happy. And always gonna
other
bitch.
games post their roadmaps.
True.
I mean, Star Citizen had a roadmap for its roadmap.
How many other games have a
If we wanna
community
go
of
How
back
far
there.
have
people?
they actually gone
I-
on the roadmap?
I'm not. I wish I was kidding. That
Do they
sounds
have
like
a
a
demo
joke, but
coming
it's
soon?
true.
I mean, I know they have a demo, but
How many other games have a core player base that have stuck around with the game as long as they have with
Yeah.
EVE Online?
Yeah.
Like it's we're
there's
just
some.
I think in a lot of ways though, like the EVE community is a special beast.
It's its own unique beast for sure.
Yeah, I don't think we're unique in in our interactions with CCP. Like the joke about Star Wars fans, nobody hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. The same could be said about Eve. The same could be said
Fair.
about World of Warcraft. The same could be said about any fandom, really. Like, we're passionate about it, and so when things don't go the way we want, we get upset and we get very vocal. So I don't think the Eve community in that regard, I don't think we're necessarily unique there. Anyway, this is
I
is this
I
are we getting down? I feel like it's
Getting
too
down, are we getting down
I
on
feel
what?
like it's too early to be getting down. Like, we actually have shit to talk about, and we're like, "Meh, fucking CCP could be doing better."
Yeah, the downers.
Downers, yeah.
Okay.
I don't mean to
I
bring
thought
the
I was
show
like
down. I'm
getting
sorry.
down on what? Getting.
No, that comes later. That's in the after show.
For the record, this is not terrible but interesting flavored.
Is that the
Your
tequila?
Mountain Dew and tequila.
Oh, Mountain Dew.
Yeah,
How,
it's
got a couple
not
fine,
great, not
and then the
terrible.
after flavor is like, oh, tequila. But what can you do?
I mean, that sounds like a
do
good
it. Do what you
aftertaste.
can with what you have, Drayden.
I totally forgot that I was out of vodka and other like actually good alcohols, so did not go to the liquor store.
What's everyone drinking tonight?
I have Dr. Pepper and bourbon.
Apple
I've got-
teenies.
Pendleton whiskey.
Got
Ooh.
1800 tequila and Mountain Dew Voltage. So,
Dom, if you're talking, we can't hear you. You were very extremely
he's
muffled.
gone.
Okay, bye.
Agroth said he'll come on here in a little bit. Yeah, that's it's not great. It's not my favorite night for my branded drinks, but it'll work.
Okay, so what else happened? Is this the show?
This is the show.
show.
This is the show.
Holy fuck, why does anyone watch this? I
don't
swear
know.
to God. What's wrong with all of you? Chat.
Okay, what the fuck has happened this week? What really has happened? Really?
Okay.
What happened? Somebody out in Venal? Was there bubbles and some Chinese players and some low sec
If we want to
dudes?
talk about in-game stuff, I'm going to drop out of the conversation.
Okay. What else happened? I'm talking about Dunk's article.
So
Where's that? Where's that article?
I would love to talk about Dunk's article. Oh, the new episode of New Eden Travelers from
That was
Katya and his / her team. I never know. Do we use Eve character genders or personal genders?
I go with
don't
him
know.
because it's a him,
Genders.
and he
Him.
puts
It's a
puts
he.
on the thing like with the production thing. He says made by Ethan Kadia say quotes. and
Yeah,
then
okay,
Richards.
So,
not to dox him, but he puts that in his own video, so I don't think I'm doxing him by saying what he has up on the screen. So
I just threw up the link in chat. This is a really good episode, you guys, and I'm not ashamed to say the last few seconds of it got me a little weepy.
it was good.
I teared up a little bit, and I'm saying that with full sincerity. That's how good this episode is.
Yeah. So when I was watching it, I just really like the fact that he takes these they seem like very obscure kind of minuscule things to go see in the game, and then I don't know who does the narration. I forget her name, but I don't know. Like, it's narrated really well. I think Kadia writes the script, and he comes up with all the stuff. And then whoever I don't know if he does the filming and the cinematic stuff, because that's really well done. Like, the production value is high, the narration is great. I mean, it's just
I know he has a
It's
team
an
of
excellent
multiple
watch.
people. I think he and Mark726 write it. I think, and maybe oh shit, name somebody from Signal Cartel. Oh god, I should know this. I feel so bad. I can't remember. Anyway, he has a team of people that he works with,
okay.
and they're all extremely competent. But yeah, I think this is such a cool project. It's doing like documentary style filmmaking in Eve. I don't think it's ever been done before.
Yeah,
I mean,
they bring a story to, because it's just like here's a ship, but it gets the background lore of it, and then they kind of weave it into like this almost story that you go through as, and it's just, I don't know, the flow of it is.
But it's all
It's impressive.
told like in character and in universe. Like it's different from like somebody like Ashtarothi, who is very knowledgeable of the lore, but it's Ashtarothi,
It's almost
explaining
like
the
a
lore to
professor
you.
in a
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
university.
Ashtarothi is like a professor, but this is
This
like
is like
this
a
is
documentary on the Discovery Channel.
but that you would
But
see within the Eve universe.
Right,
It's
yeah.
in universe. So they're not talking about this stuff in the context of a video game. They're talking about this stuff in the context of it being real. And it's such a cool idea.
Yeah.
I love these things. So yeah, everybody go check it out. This is a damn good episode. Now, I would like to talk about Dunk's article. And I'm going to link it in chat. Cuz like I was saying, but during the pre-show, I read this when he published it. I think it was yesterday. I thought it was like Tuesday or something. Anyway, this is an article by Dunk Dinkle called "What Will Make Eve Players Happy." And now, like looking at the title of this, this should be a joke. When I first read it, I was like, "This is a damn good article, and I want to talk about this on Open Comms." And then I started reading it again this afternoon to prep for the show, and I started wondering if this was supposed to be kind of satirical and tongue-in-cheek. And I need somebody to give me an answer because I don't know what to think now.
I think it's satirical.
Okay. Because that makes it better. But I still think it's a really good article. It's something fun to think about, like the player types of Eve. Like, what kind of Eve player are you?
Right.
I think
Like, which
Vlad
category
had
you fall into.
Vlad has posed a good question to us that we should all consider.
Speaking of Dunk's article, all y'all should say which category of y'all are. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to do with this. I wanted to go around the horn and everybody like explain what kind of Eve player they are. I think it's a fun little mental exercise.
Ghost, thanks for the sub with Brian.
Ghostal Leet.
Ghost Elite. Ghost Elite.
Ghostal Elite.
We're gonna call it. It's a French name, right?
Ghost Lilith.
Ghost Lilith.
Hey, Akaroth.
What's up, Akaroth?
Hey, guys.
Oh, hi.
Oh, that almost. Wow! Look at how perfect that was. Almost
close. So close.
Damn.
It's almost like we know what we're doing.
Oh, but his name was in the right spot. Holy shit! That's the fastest fix I've ever had in my life. All right.
Wow. Well done. So I think, let's see. No, I'm not a troll.
So let's go through the article. Okay, so
go through them all.
Yeah. So here's what he said. The landscape of players is complex and the concerns are not uniform. There are definite groupings of players that have different and sometimes opposing points of view in the game. This is a brief look at those groups. So obviously there's like nothing scientific about this. I think you're right. It is supposed to be a little bit of a joke. So the mechanists,
yeah.
Machinists.
Not machinists.
Mechanists?
Mechanist.
Okay. So these players are focused on the subtleties of modules, ship fittings, and much of the complex interaction that leads to PvP combat metas appearing and disappearing. So this is like the guys who are in the nitty-gritty of the mechanics
theory
of
crafters,
Eve.
They look at all the stats and break it down. What's
Can you hear me
They're
now?
running several instances of PIFA.
Yeah, they're
they're
min-maxers.
Min-maxers.
Yeah.
So
usually own an AT ship or two because they've been that high in the
right. Yeah, those kind of guys play in the AT. So what will make them happy? Relentless ship balancing and tweaking. Even then, they will still have personal pet peeves, and that they will rant about for hours. So these guys, like, no matter what CCP does, they will be angry, and they'll tell you all about how angry they are.
That's right. Anybody here fall in that category? I don't
think anybody here falls in that category. No.
Not me.
If Blazing,
Nobody here is try hard enough.
I can see Blazing being in that category. Maybe
Blazing would be close, I think.
No, he might be in the Admirals. I
maybe
don't
in the
know.
Admirals. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
But we'll have
to that point, there are some that are like I could see myself fitting personally into like two of these categories
yeah,
to a certain extent too.
I
Like
see
it's
a
not an
split on
absolute.
some because, like, I mean, I think the next one.
Valamore, you are a lovely teapot. There you
I
go.
think the next one is probably the closest thing to me, but minus like the high sec part, minus So once we, but
Dom, I just want to say I don't think your headset is turned on. That sounds like it's coming from the webcam mic or something.
okay.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. I gotta stick up my
Or it
ass
could be
about
like
audio.
an
It's
echoey
okay.
kitchen, but
Okay, so the next type of Eve player, the relaxed. These players don't read the Eve subreddit or the Eve forums regularly.
I do not.
They just log in, mainly in HiSec, and simply play the game in whatever way makes them feel good. They first hear of changes via the launcher and say, oh, that looks interesting. Special events, mission running, and mining are what these achievement-oriented players enjoy. What will make them happy? No more ganking in HiSec. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry. No more ganking in HiSec. Gankers make them consider filing a suit under Texas law.
If you didn't read that and figure out it was satire, then like
Okay,
Yeah.
I should have known.
Texas law.
Besides that, there may be individuals with pet peeves. In general, they are already happy. So these are the super casual players.
Yeah, I would.
I think he's just making an actual reference to some real players.
I think I fit the first sentence of that description.
Same.
The rest of
After
it,
that, no.
the rest of it probably not.
You just log in and do your thing, and you
I
have
log in
fun.
and do my thing. I mean, most of that would just be like going on fleets, like.
But you're
don't
not
read-
disconnected from the community.
Do you don't read Reddit all the time or go on?
I
the phone?
don't ever go to Reddit. I hate the navigation in Reddit. I rarely ever read Reddit.
Reddit's trash.
Not
It's
just
okay.
Eve Reddit, any Reddit. I don't use it, and
See-
then I don't really go on the Eve
The
forums.
high quality gifs is a great subreddit, and you should visit it and upvote my posts.
I use
Don't know
Twitter.
This-
who you are.
That's about it.
This type of player always confused me, and I know it's just based on my own experiences, but I never understood people who didn't stay connected to the game in some way or another like that, just because I was
Yeah.
always big on the forums. We used to have multiple different forums. There was Scrap Heap Challenge, there was Kagutsumon, there was a bunch of places that like you could
Right.
follow what was going on in the game and that were just their own flavor of Reddit at the time. But like it always like dumbfounds me when I find people who like are just living under a rock and they're cool with it, because I'm like, that's like half of Eve to me is just like staying invested in like
Right,
the geopolitics and things.
in such a community focused game, like it's rare for an MMO of this size and popularity to have everything occur on a single server where everybody can interact with everybody. So the community aspect of Eve is such a core. That is the core. That's the core of Eve, is the community. So yeah, when I found out that there are people who play this game who just they live their life and then they come home and they play Eve for a couple of hours and then they go back and live their life.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
actually
it's
a
weird.
large. The smaller population
any
is
better?
the population that's actually connected to the game. The larger
I think you're
population
right.
is actually more
we're
like
in,
this.
guys like us, we're in the minority.
I think
That's
that's
right.
right.
That's so weird to me.
Like when I find people who I ask about like current events and they're like, "Oh, I don't read Reddit," which is not super common in this day and age, but there's still plenty.
I mean,
And I'm like,
you can be clued
like, how
into
do you
shit
know what
without
anything's
reading
going
Reddit.
on?
But
Yeah.
yeah, like
They'll-
if
they'll
you
like-
don't
Yeah, I
follow people
keep-
on Twitter, like if
They
you're
don't
not
read the
tuned
changes.
into the
It's just
Discord,
like changes happen. They're like, oh, I thought it was like this. Like,
Yeah.
it was like that, but it got changed last month. Oh,
Yeah, like
weird.
I
Okay,
say-
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
I stay caught up on
Yep.
what's going on in the game and what's happening from like what CCP is planning on doing, but I don't go to Reddit unless someone links me an article and was like, "Hey, you should go check this out." I avoid
Right.
the RE subreddit personally.
I also just
I don't blame anybody for not going to the Eve subreddit.
I hate Reddit
Sad to say
mainly
that, but
because if I'm on my phone, navigating Reddit sucks on the phone because every time you go forward or back or click on anything, it's like, you should open this in the app. It's like, fuck you, I don't want your app. No.
Mine
the
doesn't do that
Reddit
anymore.
app is
And then you
the
can.
Reddit app
it's
is
come a long way.
garbage. The third party apps are honestly.
I just don't want
much
an
better.
app. I don't want an app for literally everything out there. It's like, how about I just get to use your online website and stop bugging me about your stupid app? And they can't. Literally every time you click on a forward or backward or check, it's like, you want to open the app? No. And then there's a setting you could set to like, don't ever ask me to use your app. And then I set that. And then I clicked on a thing. It's like, hey, you want to use
And
the
then
app?
it
I'm like,
it resets after
fucking-
like 30 days.
yeah, it's
that cookie.
I can't stand it. I will not
Because
go to
I
Reddit on
really
my phone
think
at all.
I
if
really
you don't
think we're
have your app,
focusing
then they
too
can't
much.
track you.
We're focusing too much on the Reddit.
I know.
and
I'm
not
just
on
I had to rant
what
on
the
Reddit because
fucking
it fucking
group
sucks.
is about.
I fucking hate Reddit.
If you replace the Eve subreddit with like any of these dozen discords that I have joined for some fucking reason that I don't read, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. It's just if you're not hooked up to all the information that they pump out about changes about fucking politics and all that other shit,
It's weird.
Then
I don't know
you're
how you
just-
can play the game like that.
right?
How-
But
how
like
can you
you
not
see them,
keep
you know
yourself
where these
informed?
guys do get their information? The Facebook group.
The Facebook
Oh,
group.
Christ.
Eve
The
Online
metaverse?
Facebook group is fucking retarded. And you know you can't
I've
say
heard
that
things
name.
about it.
But
That
like,
was a
I,
hard
um,
R, LB.
That was,
That
yeah,
was.
but
I'm
it's,
sorry.
It's the
I-
emphasis.
it's
I
it
uninstalled
is what it is.
Facebook because I was tired of everyone using Facebook, the messenger that Facebook has, and it tries
Well,
to
like you know
override everything
your
on
great
phone.
aunt who can't navigate Facebook and like keeps getting scammed and keeps getting hacked and like
Mhm.
keeps reading all the weird misinformation and coming out and being like, "Did you know there's fucking fecal matter in the Mountain Dew?" Like, what are you talking about, Auntie Shirley? Like, you're right the fuck out of her. Where did you read that?
Drayden,
It's on the
there's fecal
Facebook.
matter in your Mountain Dew, bro.
It's cool. The alcohol kills it.
Those
Wash it down
people,
with some tequila.
those people are on the Facebook group and they're playing Eve. And they are the ones who on patch day are like, "Holy shit, did you see what they did?" And we're like, "Yeah,
How
we knew about that
embarrassing.
like 6 weeks ago. We knew about that. We knew what was coming. Everybody's playing about it. Everybody's trained the skills. You
It's
haven't?
old news. It's
Yeah.
old news.
So
You guys
maybe
hear
like
about
they
this
steal
jump
their joy.
fatigue? What the fuck?
Did you guys know
Jump-
what the fuck is this
Or
jump?
when they changed
somebody-
the battle cruisers and destroyer
somebody-
skills to like racial, like separated it, and like everyone's
Somebody
like,
comes
"How
to
are
you
they
in
not tell us?" It's
2022,
like they've been saying
and
it
they're
for
like,
a
"What
year.
the fuck is
Or-
jump fatigue?"
Maybe not a year.
So-
but
You know
what
like
I-
7 months.
you know
they
what
were
I
saying,
saw?
Train this up. Train this up.
On the Facebook group, I saw this guy and he was like, "Well, I can't play Eve. Says something about DirectX 11. I don't know what that is."
Oh my
Oh my
God.
god, are you
Is he a
fucking serious?
DirectX
You're the
9
guy.
user?
Christ.
You're the fucking guy that we were talking about on the show
It's your
6
own
weeks ago.
fault.
Where like only people with
You don't
GPUs
have to have
from
11. You just need to have
1998.
10. You can't use 9 anymore. Like the
Yeah.
2000s
Well, this guy,
are over.
this guy was using a laptop that had a card in it that would only use DirectX 9, and now he couldn't play
Well,
it.
that-
and
that's
it's
like-
fucking
That's
bullshit.
his own
That's-
fault.
that's-
How could
That's
nobody
his
tell
own
me?
fault. That's like
Yeah, Windows 7 uses DirectX 10. So if he can only use 9, that means he's using XP still. That's
He's
a
the kind of
20-year-old
guy-
operating system.
he's the kind of guy who, when somebody talks about like Titanic, the movie, he's the one who complains about spoilers. That's that kind of guy.
The ship fucking sinks.
The ship sinks, dude. You fucking spoiled
Fucking
it for me.
spoiler, dude.
I haven't seen it yet.
You know when it broke in half? Whoa, whoa! It's like,
Oh,
yeah,
come
fucking
on,
everyone knows it
spoilers.
broke in half.
What
man.
the
whoa,
fuck?
whoa.
I think I just wanted to circle back. I think it's important to have both of those demographics of people because you know, like the couple of times a year where they amp
No,
up the loot
Akaroth, we
drops
don't want those
stuff.
people in our game.
Well, like all the people who don't keep on top of things or don't know what's coming via hobo leaks and all this shit, and then they're like, "I got shot and all my shit disappeared."
They're the ones that lose out in the end.
Or the people who
That's
lost structures.
really
you know,
it.
when
Like,
It's the same people who are putting the Plex in their cargo hold and then trying to
Yeah,
fly it across
right.
the universe. They're like,
That's
buddy,
the
he's a
Facebook
play the
person.
game.
You give yourself a competitive advantage in the game as you keep up with its development.
Yeah.
Why would
Yeah,
you miss out on that?
Fuck.
Anyways,
Oh,
we'll make them
all right,
happy.
before
No
we
more
go-
Anyway.
ganking. Texas
yeah.
law thing. The Texas law thing is a funny reference.
The
Are you guys
Texas
familiar
law.
with the?
Oh my god, that
It's-
video.
Oh my god, it's a classic.
It is an Eve classic.
That is-
Texas law.
that is a
So-
slice contribution to the game.
That's
Is
Eve
that-
history. That video is
Slice
even.
did?
I gotta find that.
Yeah, Slice recruited
Isn't it
those
like
guys.
it's
Told
like an
them not
hour.
to undock and not do all
Yeah.
their shit, and then they did, and then they raged, and somebody like got on comms and just egged them on and recorded the whole thing, and that's what resulted in Texas law.
Oh,
Well, here,
God.
so Belty is saying I mostly just watch podcast streams. I don't care about in-game changes that much. I run missions, mine do my. But you watch the podcasts and streams, and so you probably, even though you don't care about
Yeah.
the changes, you probably hear about them.
Yeah.
You probably hear
Someone
them
is gonna
discussed,
tell
and
you
you're
about the
well,
change before it
like,
gets-
if it's an effect that's going on in nullsec, you're like, I don't give a shit. It doesn't affect me. Well, of course,
yeah,
you're not gonna care
that-
about that, but I mean, you still hear about stuff. It's you're
If-
not like
so
completely
you're-
oblivious
yeah.
to everything.
Belty, you're clued in. You're clued in a little bit.
Better
The
than
fact that
most,
you-
actually.
The
Better
fact
than
that you
most
watch
people.
podcasts and streams, you're clued in more than most. We're talking about people who, for them, Eve does not exist if they are not logged in.
Well, the only information they
can't
get
even
is like what's on the launcher, and even that they probably don't even read. They log in,
Yeah,
and the
they
only
just
changes they'll
log
notice
in.
is like when they actually come across them in their play.
And they stay in high sec and they run missions for a couple hours and then they log out and then
And
they
there's
don't
nothing
think
wrong
of,
with that. It's
No, I'm not saying this is bad. It's just it's I don't
describing the
understand
demographic.
how you can play
It's
the
hard-
game
it's-
that way.
For
There's
people as
been-
invested as us, it's harder to relate to that
Yeah.
level of involvement.
There's games that
There's
I will
been-
play, and I will like get into like, oh, I want to know everything's going on because I'm much more involved. But then there's other games I've played where I just was super casual. I'm like, I don't really give a fuck. I just want like some of the PlanetSide stuff, like PlanetSide 2 when that came out. I was like, oh, it's a fun game, but I really didn't care about like, oh, we're changing this weapon, we're changing this art. It's like I'm just gonna like log in, drop in,
Yeah.
and just shoot people for like 30 minutes. And
I'll figure out the changes as I play.
I'm
That was
one
always
of those
me with Mindset.
weird fuckers. I think honestly, I like learning about games more than I actually like playing them.
Oh, that's why you're
Almost every game
addicted
I
to
play,
Eve,
I
that
like
game you don't
I'm
play.
I want to learn who developed it, what, I want to know everything about what was going on behind the scenes. Like, yeah, that's the kind of guy I am. I want to know all I can about a game.
So wait, are you a bullet point in this article? Is your type there?
I was going to say that. So the next one is the admirals, and
Yeah.
this applies to me the most with one caveat. So I'll read it. So the admirals, these players are always looking at the horizon. Typical leaders of corps and alliances, they tend to be concerned about the long-term direction of the game, motivations for their members to log into the game, and the continued introduction of new content into the game. A key focus on the overall flow of industry, wars, and new objectives to keep their community goals to strive for in the future. They engage in a lot of Kremlinology regarding CCP's motivations and moves. What will make them happy? A longer-term vision or roadmap for Eve and regular changes that keep players, especially long-term core players, enthusiastic about the game. I'm betting Dunk falls into this bullet point because this is like the longest bullet point, so he has a lot to say about this.
Oh, Darwin
Sure.
with the gifted subs, 5
This-
of them.
Thank you, CCB Darwin.
That's Darwin.
Thank you, Darwin.
Must
They
be
gave brother
Christmas
Bob's
bonus
in
bonus
the
you
chat.
want?
going in, or
We
what?
are
They gave
We're
one to
close.
Bob.
Shit.
we're close to a hype
Bob's,
train, apparently.
You do a
Bob's
little
trying-
overtime or anything?
Oh, Delana. Hi, Delana.
What's up, Delana? Rayo, thanks for the resub. Yeah, see,
When's
Bob's trying to
Eve Vegas or Eve Nola? When's Eve Nola?
Welcome back.
It's not fully confirmed, but they're aiming for the first week in June, I believe, is what they're trying to go for. So it's not set in stone. I think they want to see how many people. I think they want to put feelers out there. They're aiming for the first week in June. They're going to see how many people can go. If that ends up being not as many people can
shit.
do it, then they might go later.
You got a
in
hype
June
train.
or August.
Hype train.
Woo!
Hype
train.
train.
Yeah, hold on.
Malcolm, thanks
Shots.
for the resub.
Shots for hype train.
Shots.
No, wait. Shots because we're thirsty, but there is a hype train.
Shots for the hype train, yo.
I think you can actually do shots for the hype train. You just can't do shots for the subs. If that makes sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, in Texas law, it does.
We would potentially die for every sub.
It's a level
Why is it
3
so
hype
bad?
train?
Who
How does that
drinks
work?
this normally?
Yeah, I was wondering about this. I really don't know
Wait,
much
we got
about
a
the
level
train.
3? Is that like Super Saiyan 3? That's one of the
Something
more
like that.
powerful ones.
Did we get all the dragon?
What color is
balls?
his hair in that one? Blue?
No, that's Super Saiyan Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. For simplicity's sake, they just
Slake it.
wait. For simplicity's sake, they just call it Super Saiyan Blue, but it's technically Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan.
Why do you gotta say it's Super Saiyan twice?
So
Like,
there
is it
because
Super Saiyan
because
squared?
well, no. So there's Super Saiyan God
Super
is a
duper
form.
Saiyan.
Super Saiyan
Duper.
God is a form. And so when you go Super Saiyan God, your aura is like reddish pink and you look younger and your eyes are bigger and they turn red. So that's Super Saiyan God. But a Super Saiyan God who goes Super Saiyan becomes the blue hair. That's when you get the blue.
It's power
Don't
creep.
ask
So
don't
is
ask
there
me
a
how I
step
know
above
this.
that?
I
Yes.
think there is a step above that now.
Always is. There always
Oh,
is.
fuck.
The characters in Dragon Ball Z are always as powerful as the story needs them to be. So yeah, there will always be another level to reach.
I can't wait until like it's like
You run the scouter, you'll see that the power level's over
people are like,
9,000.
oh,
Over
whoa,
9,000.
what's happening? Oh, he's got Super Saiyan, God Super Saiyan, Duper Saiyan, Goku-licious,
He's Super Chalupa Saiyan.
like Super Chalupa.
I'm happy I dipped out before any of that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I stopped at the Boo saga. That was enough for me. I tried to get back into it, but I was like, there's so much that happened in the near 15 years that I've since seen this show. I can't possibly catch up.
Yeah, I would hope they do like a 9,000 skit of that. If it's like a 20-word like status, like, what's the power level? It's like, he's gone, blah, 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 blah. It's like, what? Blah, 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 blah. Like, after
You know what? You know what the
all
next one is going to be? They're going to pull a Spaceballs and do Super Saiyan Plaid,
Yes,
oh,
I
yeah,
hope so.
plaid seems good.
a plaid aura,
Ludicrous.
and plaid hair.
Ludicrous Saiyan.
Ludicrous Saiyan.
God.
I changed my mind. I want to go back.
I want to go back. Stop this thing.
Oh. Good
Okay.
stuff. All right, back off Dragon Ball Z.
Back up.
So the fucking the admirals.
I would count myself in the admirals with the caveat that I'm not an alliance leader or a corp leader. I'm not a leader of any kind. I give a shit like when I talk about the long-term vision for the game, I give a shit because Eve is very unique in the MMO space and I'm fascinated by MMOs as a concept. So I want Eve to do really well because it's this really unique thing that has not ever happened before. And if Eve fails, then we will never see anything like it ever again. So I'm very invested in the long-term vision for the
I
game.
agree
and
with that.
That's why I get upset when CCP doesn't talk about it.
It's
I want
somewhat
to know where the
sad
game is
me.
going.
It somewhat saddens me, but I'm also, fond of the fact that I got to experience it, that we like lived through like the golden age of
And
MMOs. And
I don't mean to
probably
talk about it like
any amazing MMOs.
this is not Eve's funeral. Like
Yeah,
I don't
what's
think
with you being such a
I don't
downer?
think Eve is going anywhere for quite a while. But I
I know-
want Eve to succeed and I want it to do well. And yeah.
I think this is gonna blow your mind here, Manic, but the tequila and cream soda is better than the tequila and Mountain Dew.
Get out of here.
better.
I can see it though.
Tequila and
No.
cream
Yeah,
soda?
It's better.
I can see it because of the orange influence.
That sounds so gross.
There's no orange.
I'm
in this.
scared for you.
That's like
Is it not like-
creamsicle. No?
A lot of
it's-
cream soda is orange flavor.
No, it's vanilla. It's like a vanilla root beer.
But I'm like, so I know what tequila tastes like, and I know what cream soda tastes like. The sweet and the bitterness of the tequila. Oh, I don't know.
It's
I mean, hey, if it tastes good, it tastes good. I just,
I
can't,
think it just cuts the tequila aftertaste off more.
I can't
and
reconcile
therefore
those
it's
tastes
better.
in my brain.
Yeah.
I will try anything at least once.
Wait, do we get
Yeah,
another hype train?
I'll try it. I'll try it once.
Wait, level 2. Wait, why did it say we finished level 3
So
and now it's saying level 2 complete?
I think it didn't get up to 3.
I don't know.
We had a chance to get to 3.
Right.
Fuck, we fucked it up.
Fuck.
This train hath brakes.
Right, let's
God
all right,
damn it.
let's shoot the monument.
We'll start over.
Does Twitch
Drayden,
have a
cut
monument?
cut the stream. We'll start the stream over.
Yep. All right. We failed the speed run. Time
We
to start
failed
over.
it. We failed.
I like this last
don't-
part here
Yeah.
where it talks about it allows them to create elaborate plans and designs that don't survive long enough. Or don't survive long once the changes actually hit tranquility.
Right.
That is
Sure.
good. I should have known. This is totally a joke. This is a joke article.
I like it.
Bravo, Dunk, you motherfucker. You did it. You made me second guess my yeah. You made me second
Took you
guess
on a
myself.
cruise.
Trolled you.
Took
I
you on
did.
a
Dunk-
I did.
cruise.
Successful troll.
Oh,
Dunk always puts out very well thought out writing.
you mentioned
Dunk
Cruise.
is a smart motherfucker. God
Sure.
damn.
You know the
him
Norwegian
that.
Damn,
cruise
he has
line that
bees.
called me that one show?
Yeah.
Yes.
They called me like every week for like 3 weeks after that. And then I finally was like, no, can you please stop calling? I had them take me off the list to call and sales call me or whatever. And then a week later, there was that Norwegian cruise ship that like went out for like 2 days and then canceled the cruise mid-cruise. But because the stops they were going to make had too many COVID restrictions that they couldn't like really effectively dock and go into port. So they just decided to cancel the cruise, but they couldn't just come straight back because of certain schedules. So they basically just spun donuts in the ocean, or I think they just sailed around the ocean.
Spun donuts in the ocean.
And they just did like 4 days at sea, and then just
That's
went
rough.
back into port at the time that they were supposed to end the cruise and drop people off. No refunds because
That's-
you were out on the ocean for 7 full days.
That's
Sorry,
gonna
we
be
didn't
the
make
next-
3
They
of
didn't
your 4
refund any.
stops.
That's going to be the
but-
next Fast and Furious.
Yeah,
it's all
like,
going to
we
be
didn't
on
make 3 of your
boats.
4 stops that you paid for, but you know what? You got 7 days of cruising, so
I mean, you could almost look at cruises. I've never been on one, but I can assume that it's just like those bullet points where it's like there's some people that just want to sit in a hotel / casino / club
some
for
do that, yeah.
3 to 7 days and then hit the pool every once in a while or something. You know, like there's some people who don't give a fuck about wherever they're going or what
Yeah,
they're
yeah. I mean, like I like doing
Some
the
people
short-
have
Heard of
enough
them?
entertainment on the boat. They
Yeah,
don't need to leave the
there's
boat.
plenty. That's
there's
the thing,
A
there's
third of
plenty
them are
people-
retirees.
A lot of
Like
a lot
living
of
there?
old people will go on cruises to die.
Yeah, like perpetually. Apparently,
Yeah,
it's
like-
much
like,
cheaper than some
They,
situations.
they blow all of their money on this cruise and they just go there to die.
Ugh.
That's kind of I mean
I've been on
I mean,
not a
2
bad way
cruises.
to go.
Luckily, no one died on any of the cruises I had.
We actually had
Well, I
a
don't
real
think.
So true story. We actually had a situation back in 2020 at the hotel I work at where there was a guy who knew he was going to be passing within a month, and he came and stayed with us for like 3 weeks. He didn't pass away in the hotel, but like he stayed there, ordered all types of room service, tipped amazing at the bar, and we had a great time. And we didn't know what was going on with him until his son called us 2 weeks
Oh,
after he had checked out
God.
and had passed away. Oh yeah, me and my boss had a good cry about that in the office. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, that's rough.
Wow.
Fucking hell. That's
People-
so cool.
people do that,
like,
though.
He went out with a bang, man. That's great.
Oh, I helped him back up to his room multiple times after having way too many vodka and pineapple juices at the bar.
That's
Yeah.
how man, fuck. I want to go
feel like-
oh God, let's.
I feel like you guys are determined to make us all sad. Just
This is a sad show.
this is the sad boy episode.
This
Drink-
is a sad
drink-
boy
drink
episode.
Wasn't supposed to be like
I'm
this.
so
We're
sorry.
not that drunk yet. Let us get drunk before we cry.
Well, I mean, we didn't do opening shots for dead people, so
Did y'all? I
So
might
we're
have
making up
didn't.
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on my third
All
fucking
things-
shot now.
All things in balance, guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
no, it's,
that's so cool though. Like, damn. God bless him.
But yeah, sorry to derail. I was just you mentioned cruises, and I was like, oh man, they pressured me to go on a cruise line, and then they just canceled the cruise. I'm glad I didn't go. I mean, I wasn't gonna
Dude.
go anyway, but
Dom is just living his best life over here.
He is.
yeah.
It's
Dom, are
He's
you
like
okay?
having a
You
great,
feeling
happy
good?
conversation, eating pizza.
1 ear cup on. Not
Oh, we
even
can't.
listening.
We can't. He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't know that we can't hear
We
him.
were able to hear him earlier.
think he knows.
I'm not talking to you guys.
Yeah, yeah.
I know.
see,
Yeah, I was
like-
gonna say. I think he
We
knows.
know. We know.
He's hanging out
Well,
with
you know.
fine.
I'm talking
then.
to-
Yeah,
I'm talking
not
to people
talking
around
you
me.
fuckers.
All right.
Yeah.
I know it looks like I'm trying to talk to you and I'm not
I'm
saying
not
anything,
fucking
but I'm
talking to
talking to
you.
other people.
Yeah, Darwin gifted you a sub, Delana.
I love you guys though. Sorry.
No, you're good, Dom. It's all good, bro.
Your mic sounds
just
better. You
tickled
must
that
have
he
swapped it
showed
to your
up.
headset.
I swapped it out. Yeah. I
Okay,
don't know
so
what the
it
fuck.
was
The
the
other
camera.
headset
It
works
was the camera
fine.
mic.
No. Oh yeah. No, that's what it was.
Yeah, it was
for a
the-
bit.
it
Yeah.
sounded
I couldn't get
shitty.
it to go to the mic on the headset for some reason.
Yeah, I was like, it sounded like a shitty laptop cam mic. So
Mine defaults that way sometimes when I plug them.
Yeah, my dude.
Dom, I
on
like that
drugs,
you're
too,
such
so.
a good friend that you try to make the show and hang out with your real life friends. Like at the
No, they
Right.
wanted me to come over and
He's
do it
got
at
the
their
best
house.
of both worlds. He gets to be on the show and
Yeah.
have a social life.
I do. You're right.
You're,
Yeah.
you're a man to aspire
You
to.
lucky son of a bitch.
Everybody else on the show are like, no, we don't have any friends to hang out
I'm
with.
like holed up in my room upstairs. Like I mean, like the roommates are home, but they're downstairs having just.
Let me get everybody to come over, say hi.
Sure. Dom's living his best life.
Dom's
So we got.
getting his
Well,
friends
I'll try
on
to get
the
them
show.
to say hi, but they're
Tell
They
him
don't
to
want
come stand behind you for a second.
come stand behind me for a second. They want to say hi. Oh, just get up here, Tammy.
It's so much clearer.
Come on,
I had
Tammy.
I
Yeah,
had to crow-
Come on, Tammy. Come on,
Tammy.
Tammy.
Tammy, come on.
Come on,
fuck on the
Tammy.
Come on, Tammy.
Come on, Tammy. Jesus.
Do it, Tammy.
It's actually
you
Pirate
fucking
Xena.
coward.
She's a subscriber. So
Wait, come on, Xena.
Tell her I said she's a coward. Do it, Dom.
He
Tell
just
her I
said-
said
I
she's
saw
a
his
coward.
mouth move. He's
I
like,
saw
he
his
says
mouth
you're a
say coward. Yeah. He's gonna flash us and have us shut down.
Oh shit!
I'm trying
it's
to,
fine.
guys.
She's
I'm
gonna get us
sorry.
banned.
That's
Tammy,
fine.
we're
I forgot what I was
sorry.
doing.
We're sorry, Tammy.
It's fine. You know what?
Been a good year since that's happened, so we're due.
We haven't been taken
No, I'm
down.
here. Hold on.
We've only been taken down once. It was only for a week. This show is resilient. In the 8
Fucking
years
resilient.
or
Here,
9
now
years,
yell at her.
It's
How
Now
many
yell
is
at
this
Tammy.
show?
Come on,
What?
Tammy.
I have no idea.
Come on.
2014.
She can hear you now.
This is the longest running podcast ever.
It's not the longest running
That's-
podcast. I think it's the
that's a
longest
stat.
running video.
Is it the
podcast.
longest running Eve podcast?
Well,
It's the longest running anything ever.
Yeah.
We're
This has been
number
going on
one.
Since,
We're
No,
number
we're
one.
not.
Number
The
one.
We're not
Bigger
the
than
longest
Joe
running
Rogan?
podcast.
Yeah, bigger
Fuck
than Joe
Joe
Rogan.
Rogan.
We've been running
Declaration
longer.
of War
Rogan
is-
is
Where's our
racist.
Declaration of War
multi-million
is
dollar
right now.
deal then,
We're the
damn it?
longest
Our
running
first
video
guest,
podcast.
our first guest was George Washington.
Yeah.
He was on.
This show.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, shit.
Wooden teeth and all. It
This
was,
show. The
it's
first
Bullshit.
time we did video on this show, that was the first silent film.
We hosted the first show at one of Jesus Christ's sermons on the
Yeah.
Mount.
Yeah.
That's how old this show is.
Here on my shirt is where you guys all started. So there
you
go.
guys were actually filming
True,
the show
that's
off
right.
to the left of the Final Supper.
We were
Just
yeah.
didn't quite make the shot.
Just
That
off
was the
camera.
first-
It was
That was the
at like
first
a
Eve
four top
Vegas.
table.
Leonardo
That was
da
the first
Vinci
Eve
was
Vegas.
there. He just
It was the
didn't-
first Eve Vegas. Yeah, it was
the
Eve.
very first Eve Vegas.
Eve Jerusalem. It was
Eve Jerusalem.
It was a banger.
Eve Jerusalem was
Jerusalem.
hosted by
Seriously?
Open Comms.
Wouldn't it
way
be
back
Eve
in the day.
Babylonia?
I heard it was lit.
It was lit.
Eve
Let me tell you.
Vesuvius
Water
was,
into
that was a
wine,
rough
all
one.
He was
Samaria?
drinking water into wine the whole night. It was
Yeah.
Oh my god, there was dude, we had so much water into wine.
We taught him that trick.
Fucking
We taught him
him.
that
We
trick.
taught
No way.
Jesus how to turn water into wine.
Oh, we're all going to hell now.
Drayden,
apparently.
Drayden's like, I said it as a gag, and he was like, oh, I could do that. I could do that.
Yeah.
Bro, Jesus, it would be so it would be so cool, bro, if you could turn water into wine. And he's like,
It would be really cool if you guys
and
could
he's
come
like,
to Eve.
no, and he says,
Eve Midwest.
hold my beer.
Yeah, he's like, hold my.
They
you
were
have a
playing
date?
music, and he was
Mead.
like,
hold my.
He was
mead,
like,
hold my.
kinda-
no,
kinda
hold
dry
my
in here.
Mead.
Dom, do you have a date for Eve Midwest?
I think he's going stag.
Oh,
I'm
we-
not sure.
We lost him.
Look at that
Okay.
fantastic Eve Midwest logo. Ooh. I wonder who
a
made
minute.
that. Ooh.
let's see what we
Are you
got.
talking about Eve, Iowa?
Oh, there it
Eve
is.
Eve Desmonez.
Desmonez, yeah. I can't go. I'd like to go. I said I was gonna go that
I
one
would
night, but
love
was too
to
drunk
go.
I can't.
You're
not in
closer than
March.
I am, although it's still a long drive for you.
Drayden, we could camp out in a cornfield together.
It's
Yeah.
it's 4.5 hours for me to get to my mom's house,
You
and
ever
then it's
run through one
another,
backwards?
and then it's
Bare
another 3
Run through a
hours from my
cornfield
mom's to
backwards.
Des Moines.
ass? I don't remember what that's from.
What is that from?
It's
That's
from something.
It's from something. Running backwards
You
through
ever
a
run through
cornfield naked.
cornfield backwards?
Oh, look.
ass?
Dom's buddy's a chef. They're grinding up their oregano.
Oh, yeah,
nice,
the
that's-
oregano.
Dude, that's a very important spice.
It's
I
for
was-
the sauce.
I love
Making
oregano.
sauce.
They're having
I
a dinner
really-
party.
If I'm ever having trouble sleeping, I have some oregano right
Yeah.
before bed.
I kind of wish I could
I
grind my
don't-
own spices.
I don't like to take my oregano that way. I usually put it in something else. I don't like.
In like butter or
ridiculous.
Do you-
gummies.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do you
Oregano
plug
gummies
your
are pretty
oregano?
good.
Oh, oregano.
Oregano
gummies.
Jello.
gummies.
Yum.
Why don't they make Jello like Jello
Infused
balls?
with with
Oregano
you've been-
gummies?
you've
Oregano
been to
jello?
It's like
Utah.
edibles, but
I
like,
think
what
you
do we
can
do?
break it down into like an oil. So well,
I mean, you
I
can
don't
put
know.
it
I don't know how to
in-
make
yeah, like,
jello.
you can put it-
if I'm
I'm
being
just
honest.
saying, like,
In Utah, we put everything in Jello.
Yeah. Wait, really?
I think
Yeah, like
many
the-
parts of Florida as well.
I didn't see any Jello options at the theater down there.
the dispensaries here
you mean-
sell.
Like, where's the popcorn Jello?
Popcorn Jello.
The,
that
the
sounds
pop
so
the
gross.
Popello.
Can I get a dispensary Go-Gurt?
This is
Oh.
Go-Gurt.
Is that a thing?
Oregano Go-Gurt.
So the dispensaries here sell like tinctures
Open
and
comms
oils,
Jell-O?
and yeah, you can mix it into just about anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean-
You could get oil
gotta-
and mix it into food. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
no
it's
Got to
reason
remove
you
the
couldn't have
essence of
Jello.
the oregano.
Why do we not have Jello?
Oh my God,
That's what
Why
we're
do we not
discussing,
have
Tom.
Jello?
Guys,
Like,
guys,
if they can make gummies, why isn't there Jello?
I think we've hit on
Order
a
Jello
new
right
business
now.
venture.
Is there a
We have
market
to-
for wheat jello?
We have to make this a
Dude,
reality.
I'll get a hold
Open
of hip
comms
hop. Hold
branded
on. I'm gonna.
Just edibles.
Oh no, it'll mess up the cameras. I was like, I'm gonna hop over
We can
to the,
call it
to the
Dude.
Discord with hip hop in it. I'll be like, yo,
Apparently,
now
open
we
top
can-
jelly is a combination of grape and lemon lime.
we
That's
can
the
we can
flavor.
call it Doot because I've purchased the domain.
Go, dude.
Doot.com.
We do.
Oh my
You do
God.
own Dude.
Thought you got
Gay.
Dude.gay.
Okay, that's right.
Doot.gay. Doot.gay.
Dude,
It may not be best to associate it
for
with
those
Dude
of you
if
that
we
missed
wanna
it,
make
last
money.
Last week we bought a website for a year. We own Doot.gay.
We own Doot.gay. So we acquired the Doot brand,
Yes.
the Doot.gay brand, and we are selling merchandise.
Dude.gay shirts are beautiful. I've got 2 of them.
We've
What
got
if we just
shirts.
market the jello to the LGBTQ whatever
Yeah.
community, and then it all comes full circle?
Well, the .gay is just
And
the
it's
web,
not
this is the web
poor
domain.
taste.
It's like Doot is the brand. It's kind of like
Well,
Google.
sure, but I mean,
Honestly-
if we're gonna try
honestly,
to make $1 billion
I have to
off
say-
of oregano jello, then I think we need to work on
We-
our.
I
We
am
got
very
.gay
corporate-friendly
because it was the
website.
cheapest option.
I am very impressed by
And
the
maybe
different
people will
reviews
like
you have on the site there. That's quite
Yeah,
a
we
wide
pumped-
array of
we pumped it
products.
a little bit.
Yeah, dude, we've got blankets, we've got throw pillows, we've got fucking shower curtains.
Scarves.
The
Dude, I get a
Doot-
Doot curtain.
Drayden, there's
Not
a
opening
Doot
for me.
apron for you to do your cooking streams.
I said
If you want
Doot
a Doot
throw
apron.
blanket.
Oh, dude, I should.
I'm curious of outside people
Dude,
who've
I
been
should
on the
get a-
show, how many sales y'all seen?
There's a Doot
I-
mini
if-
skirt for the ladies even.
Who, if
There's a
anybody
Doot
actually
miniskirt.
buys this Doot merch, I will.
I'm
I will
buying
be
it. What are
so
you talking
happy.
about?
I
got
assume
Tammy
at least a
said
few
she wants
people
one.
did. I thought about getting
Rickle
the
When
want
I
one.
said
Nobody,
when I
wanna
nobody,
have
when I
nobody
said
has bought the Doot merch
I was
yet.
like, there's the miniskirt, but what about like the Doot panties where just on the front says Doot?
Just Doot. They don't sell panties, unfortunately.
Oh, of
Otherwise, I
course
totally
they
would have.
don't.
I totally would have put that on there.
There's got to be a supplier that does.
There's a Doot jigsaw puzzle that looks like a nightmare to put together.
Well, because it's all like what 2 colors, Doot, and then just
It's black and white, and it just says Doot in a repeating
So many
pattern.
white ones.
Like this puzzle will take you for fucking ever.
it's like a 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle. It's all
Yeah.
monochrome.
Yeah.
That'd be the worst.
No, but yeah, we got plenty of Doot merch. We've got Doot coasters. We've got a Doot comforter, Doot mouse
The
pads.
Doot comforter.
Yeah. So
I might actually
we've
get the
got-
mouse
dude,
pad.
we've
My
got-
mouse
and,
pad's looking a
like,
little shabby.
So when you buy all of your Doot merchandise, we have a Doot duffel bag to put it all in.
A doodle bag.
A dooful bag.
Doodle.
Dootful. Doodle.
Doodful.
Doodle.
It's a doot.
Yeah, doodle.
Doodle.
We're-
Doodle is
yeah.
better. No, you're right. Doodle is better. Doodle bag. But yeah, we got all kinds of Doot merch.
Hell
So we have the domain. So what were we talking about? How did we get on this?
yeah. I don't know. We just it's chain of events. You can never follow it back.
We can never go back.
You can't.
Oh,
go
we
back.
were talking about. I
there's
brought up
only
his
rag
oregano.
back in the broken shell.
Yeah, we were talking about
I
oregano.
brought up his oregano, and then we
we're
started talking about Jello.
Well,
Yeah.
Jello, and then backwards is
that's right.
oregano. Backwards of that is
Oh,
Ways to
because we were talking about making weed jello and calling it
yeah.
a Doot.
Well, then it
Enjoy
was
your
oregano,
herbs.
and then it was before that. It was I think that was the tangent. We were in the middle of something. You're like, is
Be
that
boost,
they're
be back.
grinding oregano? It was LB.
Yeah. LB
LB,
said they
you
were
derailed
grinding
us.
oregano. Okay.
Well,
All
it's
right.
LB.
It was
we
me.
traced it. That was a long tangent, and we traced it all the way back. That was impressive.
That makes me need a
Anyways.
drink.
The next
In the
one is
library
deserves a
Chatterbox.
shot.
All right, sure.
Oh, that's right. We haven't finished going
Oh,
through it.
right, yeah, we haven't. Oh, let's get back on the task at hand.
I assumed
We're
you
only
finished
mouth-
the article.
We're
The
only
Chatterbox.
mildly
And I think
distractible.
this one talks about us right now.
The
Yeah,
chatterboxes.
Yeah, we are all chatterboxes.
These
at this
players
moment.
spend most of their time in comms talking about pretty much anything. Social butterflies. They have found ways to monopolize the conversation and go on for hours about various topics until you want to simply throw your headset across the room.
That is the show.
Goodness.
This is the Chatterbox
All
show.
right, all right.
The high-achieving
Sorry.
chatterboxes include drinks and drugs into their repertoire,
All right.
making listening to
Does it
them
really
even
say
more
this?
soul-crushing.
Does it really say this?
Yes.
That is
What-
this.
what will make
Oh
them
my
happy?
God, we found our.
Goddamn. What
Will make
I
them
feel
happy
attacked
is
right now.
a new topic to talk about. They have rehashed every old story and need fresh things to spend hours smothering comms with their wit. They don't actually undock, so changes in Eve matter little to them.
Dude, okay,
God
this is.
That
I'm-
last
damn it.
sentence,
Dunk,
that
yes.
last
Dunk,
sentence doesn't
Dunk,
apply, but everything else is us. Right
Dunk,
now.
Manic,
Yeah.
Dunk,
Manic's attacked there.
I'm fucking. I feel fucking
Last
attacked.
sentence does apply
Dunk,
to me a lot.
I
So
know you're in the chat, Dunk. I know you're in the fucking chat. I feel called out. Fucking fight me, bro.
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
just
I-
sucking bees.
That last
Most of
sentence
us
does
still
apply
log
to
in
me.
except
It does
for
apply to me. And then yes, this is us. This is our show. Yeah, because I mean, like, need a new topic to talk about? Well, fucking Doot merch and weed jello. That was tonight's.
Oregano.
God damn it.
That was tonight's.
Yeah,
Dunk
they're
and I
working on
know
Italian
We were
food, it's
more
alright.
than happy to jump on that grenade.
Dunk, I'm mad now.
You're a chatterbox manic.
Dunk's.
You're
Dunk,
a wizard, Harry.
He put wit in quotes. He put wit
right.
in air quotes. Listen,
Mhm.
Dunk, I'm funny, okay? I try hard at being funny. So don't tell me that my wit. Don't put wit in air quotes, okay, Dunk?
It's
You
not
fucker.
air quotes. It's apostrophes. If that makes you
You
feel better.
fucker. God damn it. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm joking. Everything's fine.
I'm gonna knock down your beehives.
It's fine. No, I'm
I'm
super.
coming for you.
I'm super impressed by Dunk's beekeeping
Let's do it.
abilities.
Oh, I love his
That's-
beekeeping.
those are
videos.
my
You better
favorite
be
I love his
real
beekeeping
brave.
videos.
I love
You'd think
those
he was
vids.
a goon, but he's not.
No.
That's how he
Yeah.
gets one on the
Opportunity
goons.
missed.
Like, look it, I'm taking care of the bees better than you.
He's
Wow.
he's the real beekeeper.
Oh, what
That's
if?
true.
What if he started beekeeping as like some weird kind of transition of the game life into his real life, like where he has to have control over the goons, and so he had to like
Whoa.
keep it. I'm going
Mm.
super philosophical
Whoa.
now. Like he's got to like control complex.
quite the angle.
over the Goonies.
I think he
Who's
just
in
wanted honey
control?
for his
Who?
toast.
I think he just wants honey for the toast, and he likes bees. But
Keeping his
you know,
allergies away.
something to
You know?
think about.
Something to think about for sure.
That
For
sounds
sure.
like more of maybe like a PGL approach.
It's funny because before you started doing the beekeeping thing, I was watching a lot of some beekeeping stuff because like honeybees are interesting. Like I'm fine with bees. I fucking hate wasps.
Oh, yeah, fuck
anything,
Wasps
are evil
anything-
little
You know-
fucking assholes.
anything in the wasp family. So wasps, hornets, yellow jackets, any of that shit.
They're
Fuck them
they're
all.
easy to hate, but as far as I know, they're also pollinators. I don't think on the same
They
scale.
I
are
don't give
not-
a fuck.
They are.
No,
not
wasps
as
are
much-
not.
Not as
They're
much
not.
as-
They
They're
don't
just
do that.
they're aggressive pricks. That's
Yeah,
the
the
problem.
Wasps,
Well, they could be
fucking-
assholes,
Stung
but
my
can't we
armpit
all?
last
They
summer.
are
I'll
not-
never
Dude, I
forgive them.
They're not.
When I
as,
first moved to North Carolina, I had a bunch of fucking hornets. I didn't even. We don't have hornets like that in Texas, but they came out of the ground and they chased me for like a quarter mile. They were
Yeah.
all up on my sock and like stabbing into me and stuff.
Yeah, one of the most satisfying things I saw was there was this guy where in his backyard he was like a metalsmith, and in his backyard there was apparently an underground yellow jacket nest or bald faced hornets, but like those are technically yellow jackets. Those actually aren't hornets, like true hornets, but and it was getting big enough, and apparently one of his kids got stung, and it was like one of those like memes where it was like, so you've chosen death. he's like I'm gonna take care of this.
Pours
And
like a
he-
gallon of diesel down it. and
No,
just
that
lights
would be
it.
like the one thing that you could drown him with water, or like there's lots of ways to it. Nope, he's a metalsmith. So what he did was he went into his forge and made a massive crucible full of molten aluminum and poured the molten
I've seen something
aluminum
about this.
I've seen this.
down the hole,
Where it
and
made
then
like
he
the
waited
spider
a day-
tree looking thing.
Yeah, he waited a day, and then he dug it up, and it was a metal cast of the nest.
That's
It
nuts.
was
It's so cool.
Yeah,
it's
That's
so
a cool
cool.
art project.
awesome and very satisfying.
So can I tell my wasp remedy, my wasp deterrent?
Yeah,
Stay the
Yeah,
fuck
that's what I
away.
heard.
Okay. So if you got a wasp problem, here's what I've devised. You get a big deep metal bowl, and you fill it with soapy water. And then so you get like a plank of wood or a plank of like sturdy cardboard, and you tie some raw meat to it with like twine or whatever, anything really. Just attach a big hunk of meat to some sturdy wood or some sturdy cardboard, and then you lay the cardboard or the wood, the plank, down over the bowl of soapy water with the meat facing the soupy water. So wasps will smell the meat, they'll detect the meat, and then they'll fly underneath the plank of wood, and they'll grab chunks of meat off of it. But when they detach, when they fly down, they get caught in the soapy water, and then they're stuck there and they drown. You will catch thousands of wasps.
Do they go
with this
down
method.
often instead of back to wherever the fuck they came from?
Well, because the meat is hanging on the underside of the plank, it's hanging towards the soupy water. So when the wasps drop
Soupy.
down, they get caught in the soapy water.
Soupy water.
Did I say soupy
You
water?
said soupy. No,
Two times,
The
yeah.
soupy
meant
water.
soap.
I
My
like
ears
the soupy water.
perked up.
I know where your
Boric
I know where
acid.
your head's
That's
at.
how you keep them away.
You don't want wasps in your soup.
No, unless that's supposed to be.
Not in Western cultures.
Not in Western
I've never
culture.
had a wasp soup.
You ever had wasp soup?
Dude,
It's
they eat a lot of
it's
bug
like a
protein in the rest of the world.
delicacy in some other country.
They eat a lot of bugs in other places of the world.
Yeah.
I think that's
To each their own.
That is eventually going to be a thing in America.
will.
I believe it. We
The-
will start to incorporate
Cow
insects.
methane's not sustainable forever.
Yeah. And I mean there's a lot of protein in insects.
Yeah.
So
Just don't think about it. It's like
gonna
Soylent
be a
Green.
thing. I mean, I think everybody on the panel here will all be dead by the time it actually like becomes the norm, but it's gonna
Yeah.
happen.
I think just the trajectory of populations and stuff, you have to find a more
Yeah,
sustainable
yeah.
way.
So,
They'll just powder it up and it'll be in food as like a
they'll find a way to
fortifier.
make it taste like beef.
They're not going to
I
tell us
will
about
say
it. The
there-
FDA
there
will
is
be in on it.
so I've actually learned a lot of shit that I never knew about wasps and yellow jackets and hornets and all that stuff. And there's a cool just.
Did you learn some science about them?
Yeah, like some.
Great in
There's a-
science hour.
No, I'm
Just
not.
get your glass.
Well, I'm not going to go into too much science at all, really. But I'm just saying, like, there's a really cool YouTube channel done by a guy. who
And
calls
now,
himself the
Drayden
Hornet.
Science Hour on the Open Comms Show.
Science.
We want it, Drayden.
Science.
Do it.
No, there's a really great YouTube channel if you want to learn a bunch about hornets, wasps, or anything like that. Yes, they're pricks, but this is a really cool channel about the guy he basically does nest removal. So it's really cool that he does nest removal, but and then if you really love satisfaction, he takes the nest, he breaks them down, and he brings them back to his house, and he takes the larvae and pulls them out, and then feeds them to his chickens. So that's satisfying. But
Goodness.
also he does like a narration over the video, and he tells you all kinds of like behaviors and how the nests work, and it's like shit I never knew before. So it's called Hornet King. Just go to YouTube, look up
Goodness.
Hornet King, and
Like Tiger King over Hornets.
it's like Target King but of hornets. And
Does he have a mullet?
No. I think
He's doing himself a
he's in the
disservice.
South somewhere. I can't
Guys.
remember if he's like Georgia or
Yo.
Carolinas or something, but like it's a really fun channel to watch. It's just because he takes a vacuum. It's just fun to watch him just sucking up yellow jackets and shit all day. Hornets, Eastern European hornets. He does a lot of removals of those. And some of these nests, it's weird. He goes to these houses of people. They're like,
Tiny Dick Homies, hit me up.
yeah.
Tiny Dick Homies.
I have an announcement.
Oh, is that
Hey,
the,
that's his
is
check
that
the
check
announcement.
moment.
That's
check
the
alarm?
announcement sound. I have an announcement.
Yes.
We just sold our first Doot merch.
Oh, who got the
Somebody-
dude?
Somebody purchased a Doot mug.
Okay, so who was
There
the
you go.
first Duke? You don't have to. You can keep anonymous if you want, but you know what? We got a shot coming to the first duder.
Shots to the first Dooter.
Who's
Who was
the
it?
duder?
X up.
I-
X up
they
in
don't-
chat.
If they
Who
don't
to-
want
who
to
to
X
do?
up, they don't have to X up if they don't want to. We would love to know
Yeah,
who
but
it
we'd love
is.
to know. Yeah, who did?
You need to know who the
fucking-
founding fathers are.
Fucking hell.
Wait,
Look, see,
Darwin.
it's Darwin.
Or
Was it
Ackroyd?
Darwin? No. No, Ackroth. Wait, was it? Who
Probably
was
is
it?
Darwin.
It's,
Darwin gives
Darwin?
subs. Darwin's
Oh.
got more money than I do. It's probably Darwin.
so
Was it Darwin?
Oh,
It was
Darwin. Okay, Darwin's the
Fucking
first
CCP,
duder.
Darwin.
Who the
Dude.
dude? He that
Darwin, please tweet a photo as soon as it arrives.
I hope you wear that around the office and people are like, what the fuck's Doot?
He bought a Doot mug.
Oh my god.
Oh, there you go. Just
cheers
Shots
to that
shots
man.
to CCP
Cheers
Darwin.
to that man.
What a champion.
friend of the show, Darwin.
God bless you. You're funding our trip
The
to
Doot.
Vegas. You know that. My wife is gonna be like, "What the fuck is Doot?"
He started
It's
a
the new
trend.
goop, honey.
It sounds like Forrest
He's
Truffle
like,
might be
he's
buying
like,
some
"Honey,
Doot gear."
listen, I was on this website called Doot.gay."
She's like, yeah, it sounds.
He
like
said
a
it's hard to
scam.
explain.
And
It's
she's like,
lifestyle.
whoa.
It sounds like a scam site. It's like, so I bought this thing on Doot.gay. And it's like, wait, you spent money on
You
Doot?
spent money on Doot.gay.
It's at least it's not like a what was it, like bit.ly
Bitly.
Bitly and the Bitly stuff. Like anytime I see a Bitly link, I'm like, I don't trust that unless I know where it's coming from.
No, Bitly links are legit. So I work in
All of
marketing.
them?
Yeah. Well, no, well, okay, no.
I'm
whoa,
saying if it
not all
links
of them.
to,
I was gonna say, it's just a
that's
URL
not-
masker,
that's what
isn't
I'm
it,
saying,
or
if links to
whatever
something that's
shortener?
not legit,
No,
that sounds
yeah.
like-
So Bitly is just a link shortener.
Oh,
really.
okay.
So it's still very nefarious.
So if
potential.
the
It
destination
can
link
be
is wrong
used
is a bad one,
nefariously.
then it's bad. But
Yeah.
it's not Bitly's fault. Okay.
Yeah, you should only use trusted sources for your clicking.
Right. Well, okay. Well, if I see a link I don't recognize, I don't click on it.
If I see a number I don't recognize,
Unless
I don't
it's
pick
like
up.
in a Discord or something, then I
Right.
have to.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Be smart. But no, Bitly as a service, it's just a URL shortener.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like tiny
So
URL or what.
yeah, tiny URL, Bitly, those kind of things. People, there are totally legitimate uses for those services.
That couldn't have been cheap.
Like that
man.
god awful long link that Manic.
Darwin, how
posted.
much does it cost? I mean, not to like out you, but like, how much does it cost to ship something to Iceland? Ship a mug out there? It can't be.
It's less than CCP store shipping.
Well,
Sorry, I
well,
had to
I
say.
mean, unless Redbubble has like a Europe
well,
shipping
in
center, it
CCP's
might-
defense, they have a separate store for European shoppers.
I would say, like, yeah, there's a
So
European one. It's
Europeans,
probably in
they
London.
can get a
probably
decent
not that
shipping
bad.
rate. So good on CCP for doing that.
Yeah, I mean,
Finally,
they've come a little
after
ways.
nearly 20 years,
Yeah,
they've managed to work out their shipping problem.
$5 for ship. Okay, it's got to be out of
Oh,
London.
shit.
Then. It's got to be out of London.
Yeah, I mean it's probably like a print on demand or something that
Yeah,
e-store thing
totally.
works through.
Yeah, Redbubble's pretty
Who did what?
cheap on shipping.
Redbubble's good. I like Redbubble stuff. Like, I mean, it's the designs themselves. They're all like from actual artists, but at least the T-shirts. I've bought plenty of T-shirts from Redbubble, and they are good quality shirts.
I was
Well,
actually kind of
speaking of
impressed with
designs,
the,
28.
Manic, thank you for doing that Eve Midwest thing.
I mean, that's not what they
Dude,
That's
do you
fucking
need
really cool.
do you need a high quality version of the map? I just sent you like a
No.
screenshot.
When they were on the
No,
phone,
well,
they
yeah,
said it
I
was
mean,
gonna be
a PNG would be okay.
I'm gonna send you a high quality version.
No, no, no.
oh no no no
Yes.
no no.
Oh no
Oh,
no
no,
no
no,
no.
no.
Okay, you guys talk. I gotta send.
Oh no.
I was like, what are we
Oh,
hearing
no.
there?
Here it
Is that Don's party?
That's what he meant.
an argument fourth hand.
So, yeah.
Wait, that sounds like it's coming from a radio or a TV or something.
Is it about the
Yeah.
Wicked Witch of the West?
Told
We're not
me
in
to
Kansas
go to
anymore.
Rehab. I said no, no, no. That's
Karaoke.
You want to talk about? There's still more Dunk Dinkle portions.
Oh
to
right,
come.
yeah, we haven't even finished. We still got the. Well, we did the
You,
Chatterbox.
you guys
We
you
got
guys
Templars.
finished
so
the
on
article.
topic
Finish the
today.
We
article.
did Chatterboxes, and now we're on Templars.
Yeah, it only took us an hour to get here.
The Templars, these players tend to loudly support all of CCP's plans and decisions. You will find them on the EVE forums and discords, continually defending the dev team's decisions and coming up with elaborate rationales. They will spend
don't think they're
hours
slow,
going
though.
over a dev blog syllable by syllable as if they had unearthed secret treasure map. Their belief system is unshakable, drawing elaborate conclusions and grandiose hypotheses from casual comments as if they were handed them on stone tablets from a burning bush.
Oh man,
What
we
will
were
make
just
them
talking about
happy?
Jesus.
When a CCP senpai notices them.
I can.
These are
I
also
can,
known as paid shills.
I can think
I don't-
of. I can think of a maybe.
We
one
have
or
a senpai
two.
here though.
I don't think there's anyone notable that I've ever seen that won't throw some flack. I think there's one of the
Yeah.
things I find very redeeming about our community is that on occasion they'll be like, "Hey guys, let's pull it back," or
Yeah.
let's remember
Well,
their
and
people or
here's-
whatever, or
here's the
like let's
thing.
reflect
you
on the
think
good
Matterall's
things.
a Templar?
Yes.
That's a good point. I
Yeah.
agree with Belty. I would call
Matterall will
a
call him
Templar.
out on some things.
Now, here's the thing. They're not always like 100% always with CC. I mean, like, but yeah, there are other people like, hey, this is the change they're making it. Let's just run with it, and then they will show. They'll get into like points of like why
Well,
they think
but
it could be
that-
beneficial.
That's
rather than just
that's
sticking
not
with the old
that's
shit.
not what Dunk is describing here.
No?
Dunk is describing people who are always positive on CCP no matter what they do. I can think of one, maybe two people.
Yeah, I mean, like, but I mean,
I'm not
if
gonna
it's
call 'em out,
100% and
but-
never
Aw.
the other way ever. I
Coward.
don't know any.
I
Fucking
think
coward.
this is an extremely small group. The
We're-
people, if there's anybody out there who thinks that CCP can do no wrong, like
Just say the names.
I don't want to. Well, I mean, I
We're
don't
not
know if
gonna
they are
pitchfork
this
or
way.
anything,
No.
though.
I don't want to call people out like that because that's
Why's it got to
that-
be a bad thing? They sound like the most inspiring champion / Templars.
No, I don't think.
No, but this
I don't think that's a good attitude to have. I think no matter what
I
you're
agree.
into, you have to be able to be critical of it. Like
Yeah.
just because it's EVE Online doesn't automatically make it good. I
Right,
don't think that's a healthy mindset.
there
I
there
think
is a
if
down.
you love something, you have to be critical of it. That's
Sure.
like fuck. I will. If you want me to talk shit on the Matrix, I will do it for several hours.
You didn't
I
think
love- I
Resurrections
love-
was the best thing ever?
I love the Matrix, but there's a lot about it that I don't like, and I don't like the Matrix
You
just because
didn't
it's the
think-
Matrix.
You didn't.
Well, then we
think
touched
that-
on that earlier. That's the aspects of passion, right? If you're
Well,
passionate about something,
You
you'll.
can't tell me you didn't
but
like
I
love
don't.
and hate it
I don't think
occasionally.
it's. I don't think it's healthy to always be positive, no matter what you're into.
Right.
There's a reason they call it toxic positivity. Like that's a
Shit,
bad
is
thing.
that a phrase?
Yes, toxic
Yeah.
positivity. Like
That's
if
one I've
you're
never
if
heard.
you're like only positivity all the time, and I will shut out any negativity, that means you're not willing to accept criticism. That's toxic positivity, and that's not a
I
good.
agree.
That's not a good way to be. You have to be open to criticism. So if you're the kind of person that's like I said, CCP can do no wrong. If that's where you are mentally, that's not. I don't think that's healthy, because then
I-
you're not looking at anything critically.
I know that you're probably familiar with more, content creators and people just
I'm
out there
talking out my
voices.
ass, dude.
But I can't think of anybody who doesn't at least call things sometime.
No,
Right,
that's why I'm saying like I can think of one person. I'm not going to call him out by name. I can think of one person, maybe two. But even then, that second person, even they're occasionally critical. So
I-
realistically, I can think of one person who is always positive on CCP no matter what they do. But I'm not going to call him out.
I think some of these.
I feel like maybe like a Carneros, but he's just such a 100% positive seeming guy. I don't
Carneros has
know.
been critical sometimes.
And I don't watch a
Carneros-
ton of his
Carneros
stuff,
Will,
so I don't know.
will call them out when it's
Yeah,
deserved.
he won't get nasty about it, but he will definitely
Yeah, he won't get nasty.
And like I said, I
criticize.
could be wrong because I haven't seen a ton of his stuff. He's a very super nice, positive guy.
Well,
so I'm
right,
like,
he's
that's
a
the only
Carneros
person
is
I can,
totally chill. I love
maybe
Carneros.
jump
If you-
to. But
He's a
and I like
If
nice-
you
him
listen
too,
to
yeah.
Carneros, if you listen to
That's-
Carneros talk about like Monaco Gate and stuff like that, he's actually quite critical of.
Yeah,
CCP.
And yeah, I mean, like I said, that's fair. That's just my only guess. Like I can't, and I assume it's a positive seeming outward, person.
Well,
but
and the thing is, like, here's the difference. Is
I don't know.
like, you can be critical of a change or of a situation without being a negative person. You can have,
Sure.
Totally.
you can have constructive criticism and not be a dick. Like that's definitely.
We've been fortunate
a thing.
enough
Yeah.
to see some really well written, I hate to say it,
So you
Reddit
can be a
posts
really
and things like that, where
positive
people
person.
go through a lot of like their thoughts and like what people
Here-
would like real people would
here's
like
the
to see
thing.
change.
The article that the author of the article that we're reading, Dunk is routinely article of CCP, but he's not a dick about it.
Critical.
Right.
He is thinking critically about the development of this game and where it's going, but he's not rude. He's not mean to CCP.
If he says anything, it's like tongue in cheek. Like it's never like
Yeah. Like
aggressive.
This article. It's
It's
The
poke fun, but not.
The one thing with this is I find if you confine these definitions into I mean, obviously, like, again, we said this article was done in some tongue-in-cheek and some jest, but if you make these confinements in an exact, box of their wording, then there's going to be a lot of people that don't fit in any of these.
Yeah, no, that's
so
true.
I mean, you have to have a little. So this is the thing. Like, they're always on CCP side. It's like, I would say that you could probably fudge this to people that are generally mostly always positive, and maybe if they do have a few issues, they're just small things here and there. But if you're like someone that has never ever been critical of CCP ever in their entire life, I don't know if anyone would ever fit that.
If you've never been critical of CCP, then you haven't been paying attention.
True. And
I think it is true.
That's true with any company, any game, anything. Like, I have a hard time believing that there's ever been a person that has been 100% in support of something nonstop forever without any criticism ever of whatever they're into. Like, that just doesn't exist in my mind.
At the very least, it shouldn't.
Yeah. That's I get that. That's what I was saying, Darwin. Is that they're intentional archetypes. There's a box that is there, and there's always gray areas that if you want to be realistic about it.
Sure.
But this article is meant to be funny and kind of in jest, and so therefore there is gonna be like they're gonna be much more confining and stereotypical. So I get that.
I like them overall. It sounds like some pretty good
Yeah, I mean it's
archetypes.
it's good. I like it. There's still one more. We're taking a long time.
Is there really?
to-
Goddamn!
There is.
Like
There's
I
a
hate to admit I
reverse
hadn't read it. I did see that it came out,
This-
and I just
I-
didn't sit down and read it yet.
I knew I wanted to talk about this. I didn't think it was going to
There's
take
two
this long.
more
I'm
actually.
sorry.
There's two more.
No, you're fine. This is engaging. This is good stuff. This is Eve related.
The reversers. Do you want to go over that one? What's a
Let's hit it.
senpai?
What's a senpai?
It's like a teacher, a master, or
What's a
something.
senpai?
A
senpai-
senpai is somebody you have a crush on.
Is that what
That's
all
some
it
weeb
is?
shit?
I thought it was some sort of like superior though.
That's like the dirty. I'm trying to think because like sensei is like your teacher, right? But senpai.
Right.
Oh, I think it does
senpai-
have a connotation of like.
Now, like,
affection and all
There,
that.
when
there's
you
a
go-
romantic implication to it.
No,
Like,
I
there
think
might
that,
be.
I
No,
think there's a romantic
Drayden,
implication
it's
when you're looking at the
that's totally true, because
stereotypical.
Because I think
that's
what
the
I'm-
whole reason we have notice me senpai. Like,
Notice
you wanna
me,
be
senpai.
noticed-
Ooh, ooh.
You want to be noticed by this person because
Daddy.
you care a lot
No,
about
I don't
them.
think. I think that's what I'm saying.
Son.
I think that's the stereotypical thing that Americans translate senpai
I
to,
think-
is because it's all like, oh, senpai, nah. Like, I think senpai is more someone that is
I don't think
an
so.
inspirational figure to you that you think is above you.
I think there's a
stationary-wise.
I think there's a romantic connotation to it.
That's
So
some
it
weeb
says-
shit.
I don't
In
think
informal
there is.
use-
It's that weeb shit.
Hold on. In informal
shit.
use,
Fuck it.
senpai can refer to anyone
Yeah.
whose attention you want to get.
Anyone's that's
That
what I'm
could be
saying, like,
someone you
that
admire and
would-
want to be friends with, or someone you're interested in romantically. Sensei, in those contexts, refers to someone of a higher rank than
Okay,
senpai.
so sensei is like teacher or someone that's above you, but like
So we found
And I
the
think I
weeb.
was-
There
So-
he is. The weeb.
yeah.
I just read it.
Yeah,
No.
senpai can mean romantic, but doesn't it mean so it's just someone that
Which
who-
direction are you
someone
is a
whose attention you
notorious
crave.
weeb.
Wait, we'll
You
do it on
want- you
stream,
want their
so-
attention. I guess. Who are you pointing at, LB? You're not
think,
you're pointing
funnily
at
enough-
the screen.
Funnily enough, what I think I was thinking of,
It's not working.
what I think
Works
I
on
was thinking
stream.
of,
Works
is
on stream.
when-
I could see it.
is when you
Oh,
say
he's pointing
something
at LB,
son.
okay. Or no, he's pointing at Manic, I mean.
Akaroth. Akaroth is the
Oh,
weeb.
then you have to point up.
I'm
LB.
pointing at Akaroth
Well, up
right
on
now.
mine.
Oh.
No, you have to point.
On the
to your-
screen. On
He's
the
doing a
screen.
good point. He's doing a very good point. I'm looking
It's
at it.
down.
I got it. Listen,
He's
I
got
could
the
be a
angle and
you
everything.
pointed
He's-
towards
he's
the other
Panic's
side.
got
I know
it.
how
Look
to
how
do
long
this.
your index
Pointed
fingers
towards
are.
the other side.
I have very long fingers.
Do you play the
Yeah,
piano?
yeah. Manic is pointing at him.
I've got piano
You guys
hands.
got to do the.
You've
Brady
got
Bunch
gun
better.
hands. You
gotta
could.
do the
That's
better
like
Brady
a.
Bunch.
That's a dirty
Oh,
Harry.
that's a tongue twister. Better Brady Bunch. Better Brady Bunch. Better Brady Bunch.
Listen. Anybody want to know just how long my fingers are? Just drop into my DMs.
How long are they?
Gross.
Daddy. Anyway, what I was thinking of, I think,
Daddy.
was something son. So you say something's like name or title or
Son
something.
is just
son.
like a higher respective.
That's what I was
suffix.
thinking of as like teachers or professors that you
No,
would
no,
call
no,
something
sen-
son.
Teachers and stuff.
I
That's
don't know, dude.
sensei.
I don't know enough
Son
about
is
any of
like
this shit.
it's like a,
Sensei is very formal.
Sensei is
Sensei
very,
is like
very,
a
beyond formal.
mentor, like you said, a
San-
teacher.
San is like someone you'd be like Sir or Mister this.
San is like
Okay.
it's a show. It's a sign of respect for an elder. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of like, if it's like an adult and you're a younger kid, you would always
Darwin
say
says it's for a
San,
peer.
or if it's like
Someone
a
on your own
very
fucking
formal
level.
meeting, or someone you don't know, or someone that it's like someone that is you're
Just
showing
honorific, so it's just
some deference
Like I said,
to, or
it's a
little
sign
bit
of respect.
like a
Deference,
sir.
yeah.
high
Doesn't
respect.
necessarily have to be older, but like saying sir or ma'am or.
Yeah, it's like
respect
saying
for a
sir.
peer, or it's superior. Yeah,
We're getting a lot of conflicting stuff from the chat. and I don't
Oh
know.
my
it's
God.
hard because like
But Darwin is a supporter of the show, so
it's hard because English is like English doesn't necessarily apparently in Japan, like the stations of people and the prefixes or suffixes that you put in there are actually like very important. It's not here. We're just kind of like whatever, like the first name basis on people you don't even fucking know. It's like, oh, what's your name? Oh, I'm
Dude,
this. And you just go on first name basis. They don't fucking do that there. That's,
So
that's
formalities
disrespectful.
there, yeah.
my daughter is learning Korean, and she told me they have like 7 different ways to address somebody.
Yeah.
Based on your relationship with them. You have 7 different ways to address a person. Like, holy
Yeah, and
fuck.
it's like,
It's
and if you
complex.
and if you do it wrong and you just assume that you like,
yeah, if you do it
it's
wrong, it's like a
disrespectful
big
and
faux pas.
offensive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's-
offensive. Oh man.
Have you
it's
guys
like-
heard
It's
about?
weird. It's
Ugh.
weird because like here in the West,
I
we're just
couldn't
like, oh,
live
fuck
in
it.
that culture. I would be so scared of like doing the wrong thing. Oh my god.
What
that
happens
sounds
if you do
like
it wrong?
hell.
Do they send you to bad Korea?
Yeah, they.
You walk across that
Bad Korea?
Walk
So
north.
have you
young
guys
man.
heard about those Inuits and all their words for snow?
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
They have a lot?
The Inuits have like
I don't
12
think they'll get
different
mad at
words
you.
for snow.
Why
It's like
are there
90.
so many?
I don't know, man.
I don't know. There's different kinds of
Just
snow, I
culture
guess.
culture is
We have, like,
great.
what,
Like,
snow,
It's one of those crazy
ice,
things.
you guys, oh
That's
man,
about it.
it's fucking beautiful.
Hail, but hail's very
Fucking
specific. to
beautiful.
Snow.
Culture, the different.
I like culture. I like.
What's the
different
difference between the
cultures.
United States and a
the
cup
fact
of
that we have
yogurt?
so many cultures on this planet. Was that a joke, Akaroth?
What's the
Cultures?
difference between the United States and a cup of yogurt?
Was it you fucker? Fuck
Because
you.
if you leave a cup of yogurt out for
Fuck
200 years,
you.
it'll develop a culture. Yeah.
Fuck you. Fuck you. That is a damn good joke.
That's solid.
I'm gonna do a shot for Akaroth. That was
Yeah,
a solid
that
joke,
was,
dude.
That'll do it. Oh, what was I about to do? I was about to do a mistake.
God damn.
Do a mistake.
Mommy, I
Had
did
those
a
Look where this
mistake.
is going.
I do a mistake now. Well,
Oh, I
did a
like your little
mistake,
shot
Mommy.
glass.
Yep.
He's got a little
I
beer
do this
pipe.
if I'm
shot
trying to be
glass.
careful. So this is actually something I got on the Eve cruise.
Nice.
Yeah.
These are
the Alaska
this is a G
Cruise.
Fleet.
Oh, that's baller.
So this is G Fleet. Now it says 2017. The cruise was 2019, but so
Whoa.
the guy and his
They
wife,
got too much merch the first time.
Well, no, the guy and his wife that organized G Fleet. It's the Berlin meetup for Eve.
Oh, okay.
They were on the cruise with us, and I forget their names. I forget. I wish I knew, but I can't remember. And they were there, and everyone that came on the Eve cruise, they gave everyone leftover G Fleet.
So they did have too much merch, but that's awesome.
Yeah, and they're like they're basically like little mini steins.
That's awesome.
Mini
it's-
Steins, yeah. That's
it's-
cute.
yeah,
That's
I like
adorable.
it.
Fuck.
I like it. I've
great.
never seen
And
that before.
The thing is, like, they are, if you fill it up to the very brim, it's like one shot. But if you fill it a little bit less, it's like it helps you moderate more because some shot glasses
It looks
you fill
like
up
you're
the top
drinking
and it's
a
doing
great-
doubles. So,
Little clear beer.
Yeah,
That's great. I love it.
It seems like it would reduce messes, and I approve.
yeah. I just
Mini-
like the little. I like the
mini
little. Like,
stein.
you can't help but hold your pinky up when you do this.
There you
kind
go.
of thing,
Be
you know?
dainty about it. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's proper.
Yeah.
That's fucking proper. That's a proper shot.
Yeah, I can't remember their names. Man, I'm so
My
bad with
friends are
names.
awful.
Why is that?
Dominarch has the worst friends.
I do. I have the worst friends. They're all crazy.
The crazy fuckers.
You just said that in front of them.
Bunch of meth
saying
heads,
it
I
to
swear to
them.
God.
I doubt they are. I feel like Dominic's too good for all that.
Dominarch's too
Dog
good
still
for
comes
meth.
around us.
Dom is too good for meth.
I hope if I get a second life, like reincarnation, I come back and give Dominic's a try.
Thank
John
you.
Ark's lifestyle.
You can live it now. It's easy.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to make the decision.
I don't know
You
if
gotta
that's
make the
all that.
decision. It's
It's
right.
never
I
too
don't know if
late.
it's all there is.
They say,
It's
live
never
my
too
life.
late,
You just gotta make
man.
the decision.
I think
Just
there's
do
a
it,
lot
right?
of factors.
Just do it.
Every
If it's a
passing
yes or no
minute.
question,
Listen to
the
me.
answer is
Listen to
yes.
me. Listen.
Let's get
Uncle
serious real
Manic,
quick.
Uncle Manic is gonna lay some knowledge on you, okay? And
Can
this
we
is
play some like
knowledge.
sultry music in the background, like some
This
slow
is
jazz?
knowledge that yeah, you want sultry music? Boy, I
I
got
feel like
your sultry
I feel like we
music.
just
Here
called
go.
into like
Okay,
a radio
listen.
show.
Listen. Every passing minute is another chance to turn it all around, bro. I learned that from a Tom Cruise movie called Vanilla Sky. It's a
don't think I
good
ever saw it.
movie. Everybody should watch it. Recommendation from Manic Velocity: Vanilla Sky. It's based on a Hispanic movie, I believe, called Open Your Eyes, which is still on my watch list. I'll probably watch that tomorrow. But
Not to
Vanilla
be
Sky, I really like Vanilla Sky. Tom Cruise is a weirdo, but I like Vanilla Sky.
Tom
not to be
Cruise is the
confused with
second
Eyes
greatest
Wide
actor on
Shut,
the face of the earth.
Eyes
another
Wide
Tom
Shut is
Cruise
a
movie.
completely different movie. But Vanilla Sky stars Tom Cruise, Cameron Diaz, and Penelope Cruz. Tom Cruise and Penelope Cruz. Whoa, whoa, bro.
Whoa.
So Penelope Cruz, who is stunningly beautiful, by the way, she has a
She's lovely.
line in Vanilla Sky where she says, "Every passing minute is another chance to turn it all around." And my brother, I want to live my life that way. Like, fuck, man. Okay, the alcohol is hitting me. You want to change something, man? You got to make the decision to fucking change it, yo. Right? Like, the time is now. You want to make a change? Now is your chance. Now, fucking do it. All right.
So circling back to Reddit, I saw like
Sorry.
on Reddit all I saw like an Ask Men thread sometime earlier in the week that was like, what's a quote that just really like stuck out to you or meant something to you or whatever. And I was like, oh, this is an interesting topic. And I clicked it and there was a bunch of gold mines around that same caliber, you know.
I love good quotes.
SEMA. Thanks
SEMA?
for this.
It's a trade show. Oh, different SEMA.
Also, what did I miss? We're starting a cult.
Yeah.
This is funnily enough, funnily enough, my good buddy Galen, who lives here in Utah with me, he's one of my good friends. He and I both have this weird fascination with cults and religions. He's a former Mormon. He's an ex-Mormon. So he and I have kind of like a morbid curiosity with cults and religions and shit. And he came to me one day and he was like, "Man, we could make so much money starting a cult. We could make we could
Isn't
be
that
set
like
for
the
life."
essence of L. Ron Hubbard or
Yeah,
whatever?
totally. And I'm like,
that's a direct
yeah,
quote.
we totally could. You know why we don't though? The reason we don't is that we're good people with
'Cause you
and
have
we
have
have
a
a
heart?
conscience. We have a heart and we have a conscience. Like that's what it takes to become a millionaire. You have to give up your humanity, man. You have to be a dick to
Or win
people.
the lottery, I guess, but
or win the lottery. But yeah, if you want to be super rich, if you want to start a cult and make a whole lot of money, you have to give up your humanity. So like, yeah, you could do it. It would be really fucking easy to do it. But man, you would have to screw over a lot of people and you would have to live with yourself after that.
yeah.
That's why I don't do it.
Yeah.
I couldn't live with myself.
Morality is the thing.
I have morals and my morals are tied to my humanity. Holy shit.
I
This
thought you
is
said
good
my morals
whiskey.
are tied to humans.
My torals wait.
My morals are mine to humans.
My morals are tied to my humanity. Malkith, I have my eye on that game. Honey, I joined a cult. I have it on my wish list. I don't want to buy it until it's out of early access though, but it looks like a lot of fun.
Obscure comment. I saw a trailer or something like a year or two ago with the guy from Breaking Bad, the younger guy.
Jesse Pinkman,
Marilyn Manson.
Aaron Paul.
Sure. And it was some like either HBO or like a Showtime or some sort of other network thing where I guess he'd gone somewhere and he had joined a cult for a temporary period of time and then like came back, and it was like a 3-minute video or something, and it felt real heavy. Like they had some I think it was the "Take Me to Church" song or whatever going.
What was this? This sounds right up my alley.
I don't remember what it was, and like I've been meaning to like go find it because I'm like, just that little trailer, like it seems like wherever he went off and did like fucked him up, and like he's back with his family at his house, and like they're like, what happened? You know,
is this a recent thing?
Like I said, it was within the last year or two. I feel like Jesse Pinkman, is that his name?
I mean,
the character,
the actor's name is Aaron Paul. He plays Jesse Pinkman.
So, I didn't see Breaking Bad.
You haven't seen Breaking Bad?
Maybe one day.
I tried to watch it. I couldn't get into it.
Oh my god!
So that's me. I watched the first like episode or two, or maybe even just like some of. The guy's too skeezy.
How have you not seen?
It was hard.
Bad. Oh my god! You guys,
I haven't seen it either.
You know,
I know it's well
talk
thought
about
of.
Game of Thrones, and I'm like, I've never seen Game of Thrones, and you guys are like, how have you not seen Game of Thrones?
See,
That's
I don't
how
geek out
feel
that
about
hard.
Breaking Bad.
I know. Here's the thing. I know Breaking Bad is like one of the more popular shows that's come out in the last decade.
Sure, and it's incredibly well thought of.
But
that dude Jesse Pinkman grinds on me hard because I've met people like that, and I'm like, ah.
I mean, I know that if I like shaved my head, I'd probably look like Walter White.
I would look like a cancer patient if I shaved my head.
I don't know. It's like I tried to watch it. I was just like, I'm not into it.
I assume that if I invested some effort into it, watched a handful of episodes, I could probably.
I think it is some of the best television produced ever.
Is anyone else excited for House of the Dragon?
Wait, he's a cancer patient?
Is that an?
He was a cancer patient. What? Oh my God, CB Darwin, you're totally right.
So there's going to be another.
Is that an extended universe kind of thing? Whatever.
So it's within the Game of Thrones universe. So those that are familiar with the books or like paid close attention to what was going on in the movies. About 150 years before the events of Game of Thrones, when the Targaryen dynasty was at their height still, they had a civil war within the family for who would be at the throne. That's going to be the era that the new show is going to focus on.
Oh, there's also a new Lord of the Rings thing coming up. Although it's not a
reboot. It's
kind of like the whole Hobbit shit or whatever's going on.
No. It's going to go back way back.
It's within the universe, at least as it is in the book.
Yeah,
those events are about they're about 150 years before what happens in the Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's not Aegon the Conqueror, because Aegon the Conqueror was the first Targaryen. That was like
300 years.
That was several hundred years. Yeah.
You fucking nerds.
Dude, Game of Thrones is solid.
But no,
I'm not gonna sit here and give you shit for never watching it, but it was solid.
September,
Manic. I spent my summer last year. I spent hiking a bunch of state parks, high as fuck on edibles, listening to the Game of Thrones audiobooks. That's how I spent last summer.
If you like Game of Thrones, you're a fucking nerd, and you're not invited to my birthday party.
I like Game of Thrones. No, I was not as impressed by the last couple of seasons.
You're not invited to my birthday party.
But the first,
I'm gonna have my birthday party
the actual
up at
books
my
to work
cabin,
off of,
and it's just gonna be me.
Real quick, did anybody watch?
I didn't like
Wire?
Game of Thrones. Can I come?
You didn't like Game of Thrones?
LB, you didn't like Game.
Shut up.
Okay, LB's invited to my birthday party.
I didn't enjoy it past season 4 because that's where it started really diverging.
I thought
from the
season
books.
5 was pretty good still.
The books are just so phenomenal.
I only read the first book and half of the second one, but I read the first book before the show, and then when the show started, I'm like, oh, this goes so well. And then I only read part of the second book, and then after that, I was just like, I'm just running the show at this point.
If you struggled through the books, I would recommend trying the audiobooks. They're just phenomenal.
It wasn't the books itself. I have a hard time reading physical books.
So do I. That's why
it's gonna be hard because my mom's book is like only in hard form. There's no audiobook.
Get her to read it. You would make that an audiobook.
No.
Well,
here's a business opportunity.
Thousands and thousands of dollars to do like a cheap ass audio production.
Drayden, you're missing an opportunity here where you could do the reading for the audiobook and make bank.
I don't think I have a good book reading voice.
Balderdash.
I'll read the audiobook.
But
I mean, man,
I think here's the thing. Like she made it. She's like, I don't care if it doesn't sell well, or she just made it because she's like, this is something I want to do,
Give
This
me,
your
give
mom?
me-
Your
somebody
mom's
give me a
Like,
line
if
from
it
Game
sells
of Thrones.
5 books, I don't give a shit. So that
Is
was
she
her
done?
whole thing. Yeah.
So, somebody give me a line from Game of Thrones, and I'll read it.
Winter.
in
Oh
as
no!
Winter is
speech very
coming.
possible.
Winter
This
is
Winter is
dragon
coming.
is penetrating me.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Wait.
It's not a real one. Who said that? Even?
Wait.
I want to hear it breathy. Like
Wait. Okay, what's the line?
Line.
Line?
which one?
Which one?
Line?
Line?
Give him the
Oh,
dragon
Here,
one.
here. Check.
Oh
guess-
no! The
check-
dragon is penetrating me.
It's not a line.
Is that a line from the
it's,
show?
No, it's
No,
not.
it's
No,
not
it's
at
not at all.
But you were getting all breathy,
Manic.
and I was like,
Check-
I'm going
here's
ASMR.
the-
Check it.
Here we
Check
go.
show
the
notes.
things I
Check
do
show
for
notes, Chan.
love.
Okay, here we go. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. This is a good line. I feel this.
Yeah,
Okay, here we go.
It's a Jamie Lannister line.
Everything before the word but is horseshit. That was my drunken take. That's a drunk take. That doesn't count.
Oh,
I could
yeah,
do better
The night
than
is
that.
dark and full of terror.
It's
That's
just
a
a
good
warm-up?
one. That's a good solid one.
The night is dark. Now, wait, hold on. Wait.
And full of terrors.
The night is dark and full of terrors. There's a beast in every man, and it stirs when you put a sword in his hand.
What?
There, that's my
That's
reading
actually
of
that line was probably close to a sex scene because I think that was the Red Witch.
Yeah,
saying
man.
That was she was talking to who the fuck was
Darwin,
the
go to
Baratheon?
bed. Jesus Christ.
She was talking to Stannis Baratheon in that one.
One of my favorite lines is a Bolton line. If you think this has a happy ending, you haven't been paying attention.
Yeah.
That's so fucking
That is pretty good.
badass.
I mean, he's pretty
Oh,
dastardly.
you got the Tyrion has a bunch of good lines. He's got so many good lines.
Tyrion gets dealt a very good
Hands
hand in
down,
that show.
Yeah.
He hands down, he is my favorite character both
He's
in
my
the
favorite,
books and as just how he
Ty-
played him as an actor. Peter Dinklage did an amazing
he
job.
did excellent.
Definitely.
Tyrion is my
His
favorite.
takes after the show have not been so hot.
Arya is a close second, but also Varys is up. Varys is I like those
Varys is
three.
pretty.
Varys is I love the whole because he's like the spy master. He's very like secretive and conniving, but at the same time he does have a solid moral compass. He is not.
He's pretty flexible.
He seems weaselly at some times, but he's not like Littlefinger. That is just a pure
Right.
shithead weasel.
He's a fucking opportunist.
He-
That's actually another great quote from that show, though. Is what it's something about chaos, and he says, chaos isn't such and such. Chaos is a ladder.
Yeah,
Manic, read us one more.
Littlefinger's a
I
shithead,
posted
but
another for
Varys
you.
is like he's weaselly, but he does have a set of morals, and he does try to do the right thing overall. He's looking at the big picture of the world and trying to make the world right. And so I like Varys a lot.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, wait. Whoa. Whoa,
Okay,
son.
also the mountain. Yeah. So
What?
Valamir hit the mountain,
Yes.
and that's a great
Gregor
scene.
Clegane?
That's a great scene where he says it too, Valamir.
With the
Okay,
chickens?
hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on, wait.
it's like if you don't shut your cunt mouth, I'm gonna have to eat every
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
chicken
I want to
in
hear.
this
I want to
room.
hear Manic read this.
That
one.
was the Hound, I thought.
Which
It
which
is the
one
Hound.
should
The
It's
I
in
Hound,
the
read?
yeah.
tavern. Yeah.
I put one in show notes for you.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, not the Hound, not the Mountain. Sorry. The
Power
Hound.
resides where men believe it resides. It's a trick, a shadow on the wall, and a very small man can cast a very large shadow. Boom,
Is that a-
motherfucker!
Is that a Baelish?
That's a Varys quote.
Oh, okay.
He was saying that to Tyrion.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Did anybody here watch The Wire on HBO?
No.
No.
No,
Nobody here has seen.
I've been watching the.
I know
Newsroom.
of it. And I have seen
Oh, the Newsroom's
episode, but
phenomenal.
I did not watch it. Yeah.
I
will
think I
watch
dipped out somewhere in,
anything
like, season
written
2 or
by
3.
Aaron Sorkin.
But it was going places. It was a really good show. If you've never seen The Wire, it's not going to mean anything to you. But as we were talking about Breaking Bad, this is something I often hear about Breaking Bad is it's like the best show anybody ever saw. In my opinion, The Wire is the best show I've ever seen put together.
So Breaking Bad is good. It's not the best show I've ever seen, but goddamn, I've probably rewatched it 5 or 6 or 7 times now, and I haven't gotten tired of it.
I do the same thing. Well,
I-
I do the same thing with like 5 or 7 different HBO series and a few others. The
CCB
Communities and
Darwin,
Offices and-
CCB Darwin, my homie. I love The West Wing. I think The West Wing is the
Amazing.
best show I've ever seen.
Really?
So
Ever.
Aaron
I
Sorkin
know
has
it
he's
well.
dropped hints about doing some sort of a reboot.
No.
But like bring like in the same universe, but like taking it forward with like some of the original characters, but they've moved up to upper echelons of
You ever
Okay.
feel like we're like living through the writer's strike again, where people are just like not going to make any new content, and they're just like, "Hey, how many dead horses can we just beat and
What
not
else
have to
we got?
invest in new IP?"
What else we got?
I mean, well, the thing
Somebody,
is,
I want
though,
to say
with-
like Matt Damon or somebody did like a good interview on this about like why we're not seen as good of like small timer indie
did.
movies anymore.
It
And
was
he's like,
it
it's
was on Hot Ones actually. He talked
Yeah.
about this on Hot Ones. Yeah, the reason we don't get like new and interesting ideas is because that's what that doesn't sell.
well, yeah, it's like, well, the correlation is because DVD sales. Because streaming and things like that, back in the day, you could have a movie that didn't go hard in the theaters or whatnot. It may have made circuits around some independent things or whatever, and maybe catch some momentum and become like cult classic, or just get some good DVD sales, and that
This
could
is-
totally make up for the box office shit.
This is literally what happened with
And now we get 50 Marvel movies every
fucking
year.
Annihilation. You guys
Yeah.
remember Annihilation? Did anybody see
Yeah.
Annihilation?
It's a
Like-
that's a weird movie.
It's such a good movie.
The Bear.
It's such a good movie.
I don't want to
but
give spoilers. For anyone who's seen
fucking
it, but,
there
like,
was
the
no
bear,
marketing surrounding
The
it.
Bear is actually
Like,
terrifying.
That was one of the most scary. That was one of the scariest scenes I've ever seen. Yeah.
So
Never heard of this movie.
Fucking
The
creepy.
Annihilation with Natalie Portman. It is.
Yeah, it's
It
really
is
good.
peak. It is peak Lovecraftian horror. Like
Yeah,
like
Natalie's
cos-
strange and
cosmic
weird,
horror.
and it never makes much sense, but it's still
Yeah.
a watch.
But like, oh my, there's very few movies that do cosmic horror well, and I think Annihilation and The Color of Outer Space with Nicolas Cage do it really well. They do it perfectly. It's that
Yeah.
Lovecraftian horror that like shit is so incomprehensible that it drives you insane. Like that's very hard to do in a movie context. You could do
Are
it
you
in
saying-
a book, but it's very hard
Are you
to
saying
do in
I
a movie.
shouldn't like watch it on mushrooms? Like, is this gonna like?
Oh, dude.
You
Ah,
could,
oh,
and then
boy.
you'd probably have to
I
watch
mean,
it not on them, and it'd be two different experiences.
I would
Like
watch
like
it.
like
course
it
it would.
always like it
sober
always would.
first.
Of
be.
So
course it
okay,
would.
so
Of
like
course it
real
would. I mean,
talk.
you can say about every movie, but
I haven't done mushrooms. That's actually like on my bucket list. I would like to try that at least once.
I haven't in a
Samesies.
long
We
time.
should
like,
coordinate some
So-
fungus
something
with,
something like
Fergus.
Annihilation and Color Out of Space. I would, from what I've heard about mushrooms, I would not watch those movies
Yeah,
on
because the
mushrooms.
thing's like now.
I would watch them sober first, and then if
Color
you
Out of
feel
Space was the
comfortable-
Nick
I
Cage
would
one, yeah?
say not.
Color Out of Space was the Nicolas Cage one.
don't
I
have
saw the
to-
cover and
fucked
read a
up.
little bit about it, and it sounded really
So,
interesting.
my thing
It's
is, like,
fucked
you don't
up,
have to
dude. I
watch
loved it,
those
but it's
movies
fucked up.
sober first. The thing is, like, don't do anything. Don't just subject yourself to anything over the top on your first time doing mushrooms. That's what I would recommend.
for sure.
Now, Dominark is not here because Dominark like, no, just fucking go off the edge, bro.
Dive in,
But
bro.
It's like
You want to
know
live
what?
my life?
Dominark is a wild spirit. I don't
I'm
know
an
if anyone
he's
can
a wild
follow
card.
him in his footsteps the way he
Wild
does.
card, bitches.
But
There is only one Dominark.
yeah,
That's
so,
true. That's
so
not
mine is
a-
like,
it's
I
not a bar to
haven't
aim for.
done them that often, and I haven't done them in like probably 12, 15 years. But I've done them a few times, and the just without anything spectacular going on, your brain is in a constant mode of like, what the hell is happening? Confusion, fun,
Nah.
craziness. It's fun, but it's also craziness and fun, and you're so confused all the time. And then you have these like mental reset moments where your brain just goes, whoop, what? It's almost like that movie Memento, where it's like you just all of a
I
sudden like,
love Memento.
where the
Oh
fuck
my
am I
God.
Never
at?
saw it.
And you don't know what the fuck is going on, and like what you were thinking of before, and all of a sudden your brain just takes a hard right, goes over here, and it's nowhere near that,
directed
and then it's
that?
like it's so. I would recommend just enjoying them on their own and doing the simple things before going into like mind fuck movie watching on
I would-
them. because
I
that's
hope
gonna
nobody
just, like,
took any of
that's
that as
just gonna, like,
advice for their
take that-
first time.
That's just gonna
It was-
like take it.
I would not recommend
exponentially
anyone
out of
try
the
to do
park.
anything quite so mindfuckery on
Well,
their
we're
first
not. We're
time
not
with
Me-
a
violating
Memento,
TOS.
Memento was a
Curomancer.
Christopher Nolan movie.
That makes sense.
I will watch anything by Christopher Nolan and Darren Aronofsky. Those guys
Who is Darren
and
Aronofsky?
Denis Villeneuve. So
Villeneuve.
Darren Aronofsky.
Villeneuve?
If you've seen Pi, that's Darren
Yeah,
Aronofsky.
a long time ago.
I don't think I
Pi
did.
was weird.
Pi was very weird.
don't remember it
he's
very well, though.
he's also done Black Swan. He did The Fountain. He did The Wrestler.
I've heard The Fountain was good and I haven't watched it.
The Fountain is so good, man.
I don't
It's
know if I saw
it's
it.
one of my
Russell
favorites.
Crowe, right? Or is it
No. Hugh Jackman
Hugh
and
Jackman?
Rachel Weisz.
That's right. Yeah.
Hugh Jackman and Rachel Weisz. The Fountain is one of the.
I've
It's one of the
seen
most
bits and
beautiful
parts, but
movies
not
I've
enough
ever
to like
seen.
make it make sense.
It's
but-
so good. It's so good. But yeah, so that's Darren Aronofsky. Pi, The Fountain, Requiem for a Dream. That was Darren Aronofsky.
I loved Requiem for a Dream.
That fucking dude, Requiem for a Dream. I
I've-
slept with the lights on. I slept with the
never
lights
seen-
on after watching that movie.
I was not scared of it.
Oh, that fucked me up.
Like I liked the movie, and the weird thing was like, and also Curomancer, like we're not breaking terms of service because we aren't doing that stuff on the screen. We're just talking about.
Oh, drugs?
But, yeah. But
Yeah.
The thing is though is
Rogan would be
Fine.
deplatformed
Fine,
by
relax.
Yeah, yeah. But
Fucking relax.
But well, no, they were joking around. I'm just saying.
It's okay.
But with Requiem for a Dream, it didn't freak me out. It was a surreal movie that just kind of hit home a lot. At the time, I was not doing what they were doing. They were doing heavier shit than I was. But like it was kind of the thing. Like it was like I had transitioned out of like weed and doing other things at the time.
Sure.
And it was kind of like this whole moral of the story is you go into heavy shit and it never ends well for anybody. And I'm just like,
Right.
oh my God. It was kind of a mind trip. It's like, fucking A. Like, look at how, like, there's no happy endings in this movie.
There is
Everyone
no
gets
happy
shit
ending.
on in one way or the
Exactly.
other.
I never
And
saw the movie.
It
Heard a
actually
lot of
kind
good
had an
things.
impact. We kind of dialed back our shit. We're like, like that.
And that's- there's
this
like-
is a message here.
So with
And we took it to heart.
Darren Aronofsky, all of his films, they all center around damn it, I just had the word. Obsession. Obsession. That's like Darren Aronofsky's thing. All of his movies are about obsession and like how obsession can drive you towards destruction.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
all
that's
self-destructive.
all of his movies, and they're so beautiful that I will watch anything that man makes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I never saw it, and I heard lots of good things about it. A few times it's come up just in conversation with my old roommate, my best friend, and he's always been like, "It's a brilliant movie. I don't recommend you watch it."
It's a great
I'm like,
movie, but it's
okay.
heavy on the heart because you just feel for
Yeah.
these people. Because
And I
they're
mean,
not-
that might be direct
they're not
advice for me.
inherently
I'm not
bad
sure, but like
people.
he's told me that multiple times where I'm like, okay, like
That's the thing. Is like it's not like shitty people and shitty things happen to shitty people. And you're like, oh well, they fucking deserve it. It's like
No,
these are people
these-
that you're like, these are genuinely
I've
people
seen-
that are like, they're not bad. Like yeah, okay, so they do
They're
this
not
and they do
bad
that, but like
people.
they're not bad
No.
people, but
That-
horrible
and
things.
that's what
happen
makes
to
it
them.
great. Like
And it
they,
just everything
they
just
are
goes downhill for them all the time.
good-
I've seen
they-
the ass to ass scene. I will say.
Well, that's like one end to one person's story there, but I will say, here's something. So, Requiem for a Dream is one of the 2 movies that I actually thought Jared Leto was good in.
yeah,
Jared
yeah, I
Leto's
believe
really
that.
good in that one. And then
Was the other one Lord of War?
Lord of War? Yes, that was my
Yeah.
one. Yeah, those are the 2 movies
Where he
that,
traced
like,
out
Jared Leto nailed it.
Odessa.
And then I didn't watch
Ukraine.
Odessa.
Cocaine.
The joke. Nobody likes his Joker role.
I didn't see.
No.
Now that
He's
I don't know. If
Jared
that's
Leto's
all-
a tool.
I don't know
Sorry.
if that's fully his fault. I think that's also like really shitty writing for that Joker
He's a
character.
tool.
But
Jared Leto is a bit of a tool.
he is. But I would say that Requiem for a Dream and Lord of War were 2
I think he did
really
well.
good
Yeah.
performances that he had.
So
So apparently
I
he's a
just-
good addict, and now he's an okay cult leader.
I want to say to anybody who hasn't seen it, it's another Darren Aronofsky film. It's called The Wrestler.
No.
And I think it came out in like 2014. I think.
Was that the one with God? What's his name?
I'm too
Mickey
drunk to
Rourke?
remember.
Mickey Rourke.
Mickey
Yeah.
Rourke, yes.
Yeah.
So
Mickey Rourke.
I knew that I liked Darren Aronofsky when this movie came out. I was like, I knew I was a Darren Aronofsky fan, but like when I saw the poster for it and the name, The Wrestler, I was like, why is Darren Aronofsky making this stupid wrestling movie? Like, what the fuck? And I refused to see it for the longest time, but I only just saw it within the last year, and it is now one of my favorite movies of all time.
Okay. Mickey
I
Rourke
want
is pretty fucking.
I want
I liked
Heavy.
Sin
everybody
City. Sin
I
City
want
was a good
everybody
movie.
to watch The Wrestler. It is one of the most beautiful movies I have ever seen in my entire life, and it is great. It's
Okay.
yes, it's about a wrestler, and that might turn you off, but fuck, it's not about wrestling. Like
Can
that's
you
not
smell
what
what
it's
The Rock
about.
is cooking?
What is it?
It's so it is such a beautiful fucking movie. I was in tears. Fuck, I
What
love
movie?
The Wrestler. The Wrestler
With Mickey
That's the
Rourke.
name of it.
with
The Wrestler.
with Mickey
Okay.
Rourke. It's it's directed by Darren Aronofsky. I think he wrote it as well. But guys, please watch this movie. I think everybody needs to see it. It's so beautiful.
Are we going to return to doing movie nights at some point?
Fuck yes, please.
We should.
I'm not going to suggest heavy or movies that you need to pay a shitload of attention to. Obviously, we already established that's not a great idea. But
I watched Girl
this
Interrupted
reminds me.
last night. Last night I watched
That's a good movie.
that's a heavy one.
Is that the one with Angelina Jolie and the
Angelina
psych
Jolie
ward?
and Winona Ryder. Yeah,
That's a
they're in
good
they're in a
movie.
psychiatric
Ryder?
hospital. Oh man, Girl Interrupted is such a good movie. Like, wow, holy shit, that like some of that shit hits hard. What are you talking about? Get into the chicken, CCP Darwin. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Like, what are you talking about?
Get into it.
Get into the chicken?
The chicken. You gotta get into
All
it.
of the chicken.
You just gotta get in there.
You got to get in
Chicken.
there.
The
You got to
chicken.
dig into the chicken.
Soylent Green is people.
I want chicken. I could go for a spicy chicken sandwich right now. Akaroth,
bet.
your dog is fucking cute, bro.
Dude, she wants to go out.
You
She's
gotta
a little
take her on.
monster.
You gotta take her on a
Take
walk.
her out on a date. A walk.
I mean, I'll just let her out in the backyard, but
I will
There's
definitely
two
watch The
more-
Wrestler.
There's two more
Oh,
parts of
watch
the
that.
article we haven't
Yeah,
read.
we still haven't.
Are we
finished the
still
article.
on this article?
Yeah,
bring it back.
Yeah.
We keep
Are
like
we
What?
still on
Bring
this
it
keep
back.
doing intermissions. Let's reel it on back.
5 years later.
Dunk's like, I never thought my article would end up being a 3-hour topic.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we didn't start on it until about like 45 minutes in, so it's been like an hour and a quarter.
It was touched on pretty early, and has been touched
no, we
back up on
mentioned it,
multiple
but we were
times.
talking about other stuff earlier. We're talking about skins and stuff like that. But
So we have the reversers.
yeah,
These people want the eve of the imaginary past. They long for old sovereignty mechanics, passive
Nah.
pause moon mining, and other relics of years gone by, suggesting that those were part of some sort of golden age when players had no complaints and gameplay was perfect.
These people
When
are
confronted-
objectively wrong.
That's right. When confronted with the actual challenges of past gameplay, like pre-tie-dye fights, pause repair, clone upgrades, they plug their ears and chant, "Bring back tracking titans."
Yeah, fuck
What will
you.
make them happy? A time machine. But they're also upset about the Doctor Who event, so time machines are pretty much out as well.
Yeah, fuck these people. Fuck them.
I hear this all the time.
yeah. Who
Remember-
was it? Someone
Let's get
was
rid
talking
of
before this.
Aegisov. Let's get rid of Fozzie
Yeah.
Sov. And like, remember sovereignty blockade units? Those were fucking
yeah,
cancer.
SPUs
I
were not
hated
fun.
those.
They seemed fine at the time because, they seemed fine at the time to me because that's just the soft system that I came into the game with. So I was just like, this is just how it works. So I didn't. And then, like, thinking about it now, it's like that would be awful. Like, think of how SPUs worked back then. It was awful. You had to SPU the majority of the gates in a system, and those could be assaulted. And it was so basically, when people started attacking those to defend their system, you had to sit there and defend timers on things that let you then start timers on their shit. And it was fucking horrible. SPUs sucked. Who left?
There,
Was,
Skyhawk left.
Okay.
There have
they were-
been
they were
changes.
terrible.
Why? Why did he
There
leave?
have been changes made to Eve
No.
that are objectively beneficial to the game.
There's been pros, ups and downs.
Within the last 5 and 10 years. It hasn't all been good. It hasn't all
Sure.
been bad. but there are some changes post 2009 that have made the game objectively better.
There's been changes since post 2003 that have made the game objectively better, and then
Yeah.
and there's been the opposite. That's
Yeah.
the reality,
There-
and that's what we
That's
what we live
that's
and we
the
adapt.
ultimate thing. Like, yeah, we hear a lot from both extremes on the spectrum. The people who really love, you know what I mean. We hear a lot from the extremes, but the truth lies somewhere in the middle.
Sure.
It's not. It hasn't all been good. It hasn't all been bad. It's. Ugh.
Something that makes me sad in the environment and the petri dish that we're all talking about and living within is that there are some groups who over time have died out, but it was not a forced died out. It could be seen as that, but people using the excuse of like they killed our play style, and they're like, and now we don't play anymore. And it's like, but this game has so many fucking facets, and you have to be able to adapt some way. Like there's still things that you can do and enjoy if you choose to, and some people just don't choose to. They either lean so hard on whatever their fucking play style was or not. But like, I don't know. I feel like that's very like disingenuous.
When they're comfortable with what they're doing, they don't want to change.
I have this mindset, like there's this duality that I think of a lot. Like I love the fact that EVE is a very fluid and ever-changing game. It is not a static environment, and I love that about it. But at the same time, if something changes that rubs me the wrong way, it's like, yeah, I love that EVE changes over time, but when it changes in a certain way, I'm like, no, don't change like that because it makes me upset.
And that's real because sometimes,
I understand that that's totally irrational and a dumb way to think, but I can't help but feel that way sometimes.
I don't think that's unmerited though, because there are plenty of, like, I would say legitimate qualms as far as change for the sake of change versus how games evolve, in that we recognize that this was out of balance. We recognize that this was underused. We, change for the sake of building upon things or refining upon things or whatever. There are quite a few things that have just been changed for the sake of change that are like people. I feel like it's mostly resounding, and I'm probably wrong because I'm one of the Reddit crowd or the whatever, that I don't look at all the different mediums where there's discourse, but some things feel like change for the sake of change that it feels like nobody wanted, and those are the tough pills to swallow for sure.
I have an example of this.
Go with.
Go ahead, Drayden.
Well, I was going to say real quick, going on your thing, man. That's not an uncommon way to think, and a lot of people would say like that's my chair's stuck. Ah, fuck. Okay. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm trying to move. I'm stuck. I don't care. I have a little like carpet thing to like keep the imprints from going into the main carpet, and I'm stuck on it. Anyway, so
every month would not be
it's,
me. You're weird.
It's not a unheard of way to think. He's like, a lot of people think like, oh, that's selfish to do that, but the thing is like, think how many people see a change in something that is a detriment to themselves but a benefit to others. Like, oh, this is great. I love the fact that I'm going to take this hit on this one thing, and it's going to be harder for me to do this one thing, but other people are going to benefit from that I don't know. And yeah, I'm all for some people. I mean, there are cases where people are like, well, yeah, but it's for the greater good. But like, the thing is, like, the vast majority of cases, like, well, I don't like this because that sucks for me. And then, but it makes these other players have an easier time. You're like, I don't give a shit. I don't play that way, and I don't know them. So, it's not a.
You're right.
It's technically selfish, but at the same time, it's like people are inherently selfish.
Because in the bigger picture of things, Eve barely rates, right? In the larger picture, Eve Online, like, who gives a fuck? In the grander scheme of things, Eve Online does not matter. So where was I going with this? I swear to God, I had a point to make here.
Sorry
Fuck.
to interrupt you. Oh my God.
Well, even real quick with that thought though, I think our community is unique in that there are at least a third as many people. It's probably not true. I'm just using statistics for fun. that will go along with things saying, I know that this doesn't necessarily benefit my playstyle, but I think it is for the best. And I think we've mostly been seeing that in the last few years with like abundance. Like I don't agree with how scarcity has been reworked, but I think a lot of rational people would agree. Like, it was kind of fucking ridiculous when you could run anywhere from 1 to dozens of Rorquals and just fucking print caps and super caps and all the things, and that was just where the game was going. Now, do I think dreads need to cost 7 to 10 bill? No. I think we were in a pretty cool place with their pricing before. But I think a lot of people will like wholeheartedly agree. They were like, some things were not healthy or sustainable or what. Like, the trajectory was not where it needed to be. Whether it needs to be where it is now, probably not. But where it was not the healthiest. And so like they agreed that it was dialed back. They maybe don't agree with how it's been touched since, but you know, I think we're fortunate to have that kind of populace that can, I guess, advocate against their own, like against self-interests. And I advocate.
I think that's
sometimes.
rare, though. I think that's rare. The people who, like you said, advocate against their own self-interest. I think that's a very small portion of the player base.
I'm going to give it at least 20%. And again, you know, these are statistics just pulled
No, I
on,
would
you
say
know,
like
pulled out of thin air out of the
1
spot.
to 3%. I would say.
You really think so? Because I
think,
just
and,
using
I mean,
Reddit as
and
a
this is like totally like
barometer.
intuitive. There's no analysis, scientific analysis that's been done on this. Like, yeah, I think the vast majority of people in this game advocate for their own self-interest. I think the people who advocate for change that does not benefit them, but is beneficial to the game as a whole, I think they're in a small minority.
I don't think it's quite as small.
Which is unfortunate. I would love to see more like that. I'd love to see more people champion for the long-term success of the game rather than what benefits them most in the moment.
Like I said, I mean, I'm using Reddit as my barometer here, but I don't think it's nearly as small as you think, and I think a lot of that is evidenced or visible in the last couple of years of talking about both the contrast of abundance and scarcity.
Maybe, yeah.
Or prosperity, right. Because I don't think we've ever like seen whatever prosperity is. I like to call, you know, whatever the era before was the era of abundance. It was a fucking faucet that was just going. And we are living still in a pretty severe flavor of scarcity, in my opinion. And also the just kind of obscure industry mechanics that, I don't know. EVE always had a decent industry and crafting system, in my opinion. I didn't think it needed to be a whole lot more intricate, maybe a little, but not much. And I think that's one of those change for the sake of changes that I feel.
Industry is the backbone of the EVE economy.
So
and
it's funny
the
you say
EVE
that.
Economy is like it's a lot of what makes EVE great is the fact that everything that matters is generated by players.
Well, most things are generated by players. So I have a courtmate who is a small-time trader and occasionally catches a deal on, like, you know, a buy order or something at a low price and things like that. And he's caught a few capitals that way over the last few months, which is not to be shrugged at because their value is hazy at the moment. There's still large stockpiles of capitals in the game, and so we're still seeing not build costs sales and things like that. But
did Dom transcend into ethereal?
Wow.
I'm here.
He's got an art piece going.
Yeah,
he got naughty shit going on.
Oh, okay.
Whoa, Dom, what happened, bro?
He's putting oregano in the sauce.
Oh my!
Putting oregano in the sauce, baby. That's what I'm doing. Exactly. I'm putting oregano in the sauce.
Sorry,
I appreciate your spice.
No, it's okay.
No, you're fine.
Keep going.
Shit.
I didn't want to turn the fucking camera off, right? Gotta fuck shit up. Come on, man. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Be nice.
I'm trying to bring back the threads. I lost it there for a moment.
Oh man, I fucked it up. You're talking about I don't even know what you're talking about because
scarcity, abundance.
Scarcity, abundance, middle of the
road.
road.
This guy who got cheap caps and fucking.
Yes. Okay. So my buddy. Sorry, I was going to touch on something you had said. One of my courtmates, he had got a dread or something on a pretty good sale. He bought it for 1.5 billion, like a day or two ago, which is a good price for a dread, even a while back, but certainly now. And he was like, "What's it going to take to move it over to our space? Because I would, I'd really like to sell it to, within the family kind of thing. Keep it within the alliance or the coalition or something. And I could, pass them on a good deal because I got a good deal. But where he does his
that looks pretty
market,
fucking badass, doesn't it? I like that.
it does. It does. Where he does his dabbling is kind of far away, and I was like, dude, this is like a dozen sinos for moving to Dread, and I'm like, you should just literally flip that. And he's like, but and I told him, I was like, here's a couple people like snuffed included, like people who would probably buy them. And I was kind of making a joke because of the whole snuffed 4-H thing. I was like, I think there's a couple low set groups that would probably love to buy this from you in the local neighborhood. And he was like, I don't want to equip our enemies. And here's where I'm coming full circle. You were kind of touching on that a second ago. Everything's player made, this, that, and the other. Everything we make in this game is essentially either ammo or a weapon. Your ships are ammo, essentially. Everything is a tool of war.
Ships are both.
There's no part of Eve that is building planter boxes or building, a school jungle
towers,
gym or building
moon mining things.
No. They are all tools of war on some extrapolated level.
Yeah.
And I told him, and I said,
he
was like, I don't want to do something with that will benefit the enemy. And I said, well, first off, even the enemy needs tools. We all need tools. And that's all this game does is make weapons for the people to use. And it was just like,
that's it.
Sell it locally because it's easier and it's not worth the headache of moving this Dread a dozen sinos. Even if you sell it to Snuffed, for example, in this, hypothetical, I'm like, they also need those tools because they create content for other people, us included, whatever, everybody. So it's like, you can only ever equip your enemies or equip yourselves with war devices, and that's just how the game goes. Like, just don't lose sleep over it. Don't hesitate or anything. Just keep making your money, do your trade, whatever, and sell the device, make some more money, do another trade, whatever. I was just trying to encourage him to like flip it, but like the overarching concept here was that like everything in this game is a cog or a puzzle piece in a war device, in a combat device. Everything circles back to destruction in some flavor or another, and
Fuck yes.
And that's a cool concept to me. But like, don't fuss over, protecting your own tribe or anything, because even the enemy tribe needs spears and arrows. Otherwise, what's the point of enemies? What's the point of us? Why would we have a tribe if there was no enemies? Etc. It's just, I don't know. It was a cool thought process. I'm sorry if that wasn't what it could have been or anything. In my mind, I was like,
fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit.
Don't fucking apologize, Akraroth.
Yeah. How dare you?
Nah.
How dare you?
I want a written apology. Write it down.
What's postage like up to?
I haven't.
Well,
he's zooming the camera in.
It's winter now, so it's got to go by dog sled.
I haven't
so.
I haven't sent a letter in the post in a decade.
Do you think if I like donate to like a Balto Foundation, I can get like breaks on U.S. Canadian postage?
Was he a husky?
You might.
That was a yeah.
Don't they use Malamutes, or do the huskies are bigger, right? They use huskies.
I mean, I think it's a wide spectrum of types of huskies.
Any of those breed of dog really will work out.
The best one is just full-on wolf dogs. You use like some fucking.
Reminds me, let's try to coax the dog back inside. Sorry,
what's
go
that
on.
wolf movie?
The Gray.
Teen Wolf.
No,
The
one
Gray.
With
Liam Neeson.
No, it's an older.
I mean, he's not wrong. That
White
was a wolf.
Fang. You get enough.
Liam Neeson's is my
fangs,
shit.
Oh, man.
You get enough
Dude,
white fangs.
you guys got to see The Gray. The Gray is fucking amazing.
What is The Gray?
It's Liam Neeson versus wolves.
Liam Neeson's.
I don't want to see him versus wolves. I want to see him versus people that kidnap
So
others.
good. No, it's so good, man.
That's
I mean,
the
it's
Taken.
not. It's
Well, there's
really.
Taken, but there's
what
also that other one that he did.
The wolves are a metaphor. It's Liam Neeson versus death.
What's the one where he's like a snowplow driver and some people kidnap his son and.
Mr. Plow.
No, it's like the
Mr. Plow.
I only saw half of it. It was on
Plow.
a plane. I was like, I'm not
Name
gonna finish
again,
watching.
Mr. Plow.
I'm not gonna finish watching this until I see it again on the plane, and they haven't put it back on there yet. It was Ice Road or something Ice or
Ice Road Truckers.
no, it's
A
not
Discovery
Ice Road
ship.
Truckers, but he was like up in the far north of Alaska or something shit like that, where he was like the driving the big giant cutting plow trucks that cut a swath through like several feet of
Somebody said Plow King in the chat.
berms to like free this town, and his son gets into
No,
some
not
drug
Plow King.
cells, and
Caldari
the drug
Prime
cells go
Pony Club.
bad, and his son gets
Mr.
kidnapped,
Plow.
and he's like,
What's
it's
up?
basically
Cold
taken after
Pursuit.
that.
Cold Pursuit says Caldari
yes,
Prime
Cold
Pony
Pursuit.
Club.
Thank you, Caldari Prime. It's
Champion
Cold
of the community.
Pursuit. Yeah.
And we don't talk about 8 Below
You
here
guys-
on this channel.
You guys
at all,
seen
ever.
seen the shit he does on Twitter?
He is a champion of the community.
Fucking A. Like CCP, fucking hire this man to make your fucking skins.
I
Who's
assume the
that?
reality is he makes better money, but I don't know. That's
I
a
don't
talent.
know.
That's a talented cat right there. I'm just gonna
He's
say.
a fucking talented motherfucker. Caldari Prime Pony Club.
He said we've tried. What's your
Wait,
lowball damn
wait,
offer?
Whoa. CCP
I wanna talk to
has
somebody in
tried
HR.
to hire him,
Oh.
Tried to hire who? Caldari Prime Pony Club?
and he turned him down.
Dude, do we have a big scoop right here?
Wait,
Pony
wait,
Club
this
has no
doesn't make
job,
sense.
And CCP
Breaking
has
news.
allegedly tried.
Wait.
Hold on.
So fill me in on the Caldari Prime Pony Club.
Okay,
You don't
so
know about-
Caldari Prime Pony Club. Breaking news on Open Comms. So Caldari Prime Pony Club does some amazing work, like with WebGL, creating like unique ship skins.
Yeah.
What?
Caldari Prime Pony Club.
Caldari Prime Pony Club.
That's his Reddit.
Try to
handle.
keep
I
up,
think he's
Braden.
got
I
a
know it's
better-
not
So-
science.
No,
but
no,
come on.
I'm keeping
They-
up. The Ackroth is the one asking questions.
They create they create really good looking ship skins, and they render them in a like a web page in WebGL using the WebGL, I don't know, framework or API or rendering engine or whatever you want to call it. But he makes
he's made
some
fluffy skins you
amazing
can feel.
skins. Like these should be in the game. These should be in the game. They are so much better than what CCP has created.
If I
Braden, hit
recall,
that
he
link
made
and
the
put that on the stream.
Oh yeah. So this is Cat Girl skin.
If I
That is
recall, he
some
was the
weeb
one who
shit.
did the first
There's some
Hello
weeb
Kitty
shit
one.
on
This is
there,
that
but
good
it's
weeb shit.
okay.
Did a whole
I mean,
series of
people would
Hello
buy
Kitty.
that- Hold on. Let me.
So
He's
good.
He's done skins that look like they
That's
have
not
like
it.
fur, like all
Yeah,
sorts of
They
crazy
did,
textures.
like texture
real
skins.
choice work.
So,
There we go.
Like,
Look at that.
cool.
Real choice.
Yeah, I mean it's some weeb. Well, it's the skin itself is not weeb shit,
It's not all weeb shit.
but
that
Oh,
one
there's
was
cat
weeb shit.
paws on it. Look at the
He's-
cat
that one
paws
is
on it.
weeb.
There are cat
Oh,
paws,
there
but
are cat
other
paws.
but other
some
than
weeb
that,
shit.
it's a really
it's
good
fine.
looking
But
skin.
the thing's like, hey, sell it. How you got to sell? You got to make sales, and
You got to give them what the people want.
Dude,
weeb
People
sell.
want weeb shit.
Weeb sell. You put
Apparently
a
a
weeb
decent few
cat
do.
girl on there, and people are gonna buy that shit up.
I hate to admit because I know it's mostly a meme with the
I'm actually
Reddit
gonna move this.
and whatnot.
Hold on to the other screen. Sorry.
I don't want things like cat ears, but I wouldn't fight it because I'm like, look, I don't care about our space Barbies that we never see, and if
Yeah,
it fucking
who cares?
if it keeps the lights
How could
on
you
in the
say
server
that?
room,
There
then
should
like
be more skins.
Listen,
and
fucking
skins for
if
sell
you
the
everything.
can
shit out of
write-
the CCP.
If you can write a time traveling phone booth into the fucking lore,
I was just gonna say.
explain to me why the fucking cat ears can't come from some Galente pleasure hub where the cat ears
they're the
actually
most
pick up
likely to
fucking
do it.
Wi-Fi or
The
some
Doctor
shit.
Who crossover means that nothing
They've
is off
already
the
made
table
cat
now.
ear
It's
headphones
probably
with
a
the
whole new
speakers
era.
of the cat ears. LB, what more do you want?
And anything goes. Anything goes at this point. If we
Like
can
that
have
Fallout song?
Daleks,
I
if
want
we
my
can have
Hello
the
Kitty
Daleks,
we
Kestrel.
can't have the Daleks threatening.
if we
the
can
New
have the
Eden.
Daleks, then we
Right.
can have anything.
Hello Kitty Kestrel.
Hello Kitty Kestrel. You fuck.
Yeah,
Topical
Darwin,
song.
get on it. You're
Make
the
it
guy in
happen.
charge of skins.
Make it happen. Listen,
I think Darwin
tweeted-
already promised
I
it would,
tweeted
right?
about a Ren and Stimpy crossover, and I made a pretty strong argument for why we could have a Ren and Stimpy crossover, like how it could work in the context of Eve. We could absolutely have a Ren and Stimpy crossover, and it could fit within the lore. And
Oh, he's working on his pasta
people
sauce.
probably thought I was joking, but I was 100% serious.
I need
Oh, here
hold
we
on.
get some.
Hold on. I need you to stop. Parallel utility radio relays per cat ears.
Cat
Our
It's-
Time Pony Club. in chat.
CCP is so good with acronyms. That is an opportunity
They're
waiting
what
to
it
happen.
is.
They're
He's
really
already
good with
done all the
acronyms.
work. He's
Yeah.
done all the work.
Give that man
Just
a month
do
of
it.
flex.
Shit.
Um,
Oh, I like that. What's
Yeah,
that?
look at that. Look at that shit.
dude, he
Look at
puts
that
out
shit.
some
Look at that.
solid shit. Like you're dipping your toes in right now. He's been doing this for years.
Yeah, you're barely scratching the surface. He's
And
been
he's-
doing this for years.
Here's the thing too. He
Look at
has
that
a
one with
web.
the samurai on it.
He has a web tool where you
Oh.
can do these and like render them and like rotate
It's
them
so
just like you're
cool.
in your ship viewer. It's very good work.
Badass. So cool.
Okay, I love
That's,
the.
I don't
love
know
the
about that
Ray-
one.
I
That's
love the
some
Rave
fucking
Orca.
hentai shit.
The
though.
Rave Orca is pretty good.
The Rave
So-
Orca. Yes.
Yep, that is good.
LB,
yeah.
apparently the creepy folks on the internet pay the best commissions. My ex was an
Yeah.
artist.
The creepy
And-
folks on the internet.
I saw a meme one
You mean
time
people
on
like Dominark?
I saw a meme one time
What
on
did I do?
Reddit. It was a little 4-panel comic, and it was
In the sauce.
it was like an art student or something, somebody coming out of art school, and they were like, doing commissions, $50 or whatever, make offers,
I
whatever.
like that Vexor.
And somebody was like, how much for a dragon fucking a mountain in the ass? And they were like, I don't really do that. And they were like, I'll pay you $500. And they were like, how gaping do you want the mountain?
How wet do you want it?
Okay, so these two Vexor
Everybody's
skins
got their
are
price.
Sexy. I almost
Apparently
those
furries
bottom-
and
those
shit
have
have a
cat
big
ears.
budget.
Yeah, well, I
That
almost
ship
Vexor has cat ears on it, yeah.
Yeah,
Dude, that Vexor would sell
I
like
actually
hotcakes.
like
I
the-
hate to admit it.
the top one is like you got the tiger stripes. That's cool, but
They'll
like,
pay so much.
the
I play
bottom
zoomed
one,
out.
I
I'll get
just-
over it.
That black and purple.
They
I
will
would
yeah,
buy
pay
the,
that
like
skin.
with the like, it
I
has
would
some
buy
blue
that skin.
flowing in there, and it's just like it almost like it's like a black light. I love
And
the
because that ship is equipped with the parallel utility radio relays, the
Ooh,
drones have like extra 1% of range.
hell yeah! Look at this
Oh,
one. This
shit.
one's cool as shit.
Control
That's
too.
pay to win, and let's not go there, please.
I like
LB.
that
Well,
one.
All right.
The
Yeah.
white-
yeah.
I don't want to
Good
dance
point.
that
Good
dance
point.
just yet.
Like I said,
Good
this
point.
guy. This
I'm
guy does
wholly
amazing
open
shit.
to open your wallet and pay for all the silly shit, but until we get premium ammo, like I'm still gonna play.
Oh, okay.
Good
So is that the Garmer?
Yeah.
I like the black and orange.
Oh, they're
one.
so
I
good.
like that black and orange one a lot, actually.
I like the
I like
red,
the white. I
red
like the
and
white and
white.
purple
What-
chevron.
Oh, and the white and purple.
the
Yeah,
white and
that's
purple
really good
chevron
too.
one. That's good.
Ooh, I like that red with the thing on the wing there.
Yeah,
The white
that's
thing on the wing?
bitchin'.
That's
It
nice.
almost looks like some kind of
Like
like Cthulhu.
Yeah, some
thing.
kind of squid or some kind
Which-
of Oriental design.
Which department is Darwin?
I think
He's
he's art
in-
department.
He's the
Is he
CEO.
in the art department?
Well, I mean, he also just does all the main game coding, game design.
Or like the
he's-
3D
he's
model?
the-
I
he's
think
the
he's
prime-
specific to 3D
Owner
modeling.
operator.
Did you
Yeah,
did
he's
you
the
just
owner operator.
snidely whiplash him down onto the train tracks?
Yeah, he's producer, executive producer, lead game design,
Main
QA
shareholder.
Software, and
QA
none of us were right.
supervisor. I
None
think
of us were
he's-
right. None of us were right. He's a software engineer.
Well, I mean, that,
He's the
You're a
dev.
bad. You're a
He's
bad.
He's the
Lee
dev that
Darwin-
drew the short straw, and he's assigned
Please-
to open comms.
Please
That's his
forgive
main
us.
role.
Yeah.
That's
Please forgive
probably
us. We're
true.
all
He's
very drunk.
he's probably just making sure we don't get out of line, like with besmirching them too hard, or
He's-
just alerting them internally if we
he's-
do.
he-
That way they
Darwin
can like
is here to keep us
put
in
out a
check.
hit campaign.
oh, the trying that's. I don't know if I'd buy that one, but like, I could see people loving that.
I
one.
feel
They
like
w- they
wait,
would,
that orange and black one doesn't that one
it's
exist?
almost like a
No.
digital, it's like a
Not
digital
quite, but there's
camo.
something not terribly far from that,
There's
with
almost
like a polygonal.
I feel
whatever,
like I've
triangular.
seen that triangle pattern.
It's almost
It's
like a
not quite
digital
that.
camo.
That one's pretty
It's
vibrant.
not quite digital camo, but similar. I think.
Not quite digital camo at all.
Darwin works on Team Muppet Shop, the character apparel and rendering team.
Oh,
Nice.
okay. So this,
Okay.
So
this
he is
like,
the guy in charge of cat
so
ears.
if we want cat ears, we got to hit up Darwin.
the cyan and white, kind of like almost like winter looking.
Yeah,
Ooh, yeah.
frosty,
Frost one.
The
Like,
minty.
I
peppermint.
Looks like toothpaste.
peppermint.
Yeah, I
like
like
toothpaste.
that one, and then I also like the half white, half black with some star speckle in there.
Yeah.
That one's
Yeah,
good
yeah.
too.
Here's a crazy thought. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I know a lot of other games have done it, and I used to play a game called
Wait,
Motor City Online.
That's a furry
Furry-
Megatron.
I was
The
like,
furry
that's a
ship.
The furry
I told-
ships.
I
That's-
told
oh,
you he made
wait.
furries,
That-
and they're
that-
so good, and I didn't
that's
want to
a-
say it as
It's- that's
furries
Scroll down a bit. I did.
That's a mammoth
because I didn't want to
I
encourage that.
photoshopped one of these. I remember this. Scroll down a little bit. There's a
We're calling
Titan.
We're calling them
I like the
plushies.
Frost Titan.
Maybe he didn't post it, but he's got a Titan on there.
Oh, I don't know if
Dude, that one
Yeah,
looks like a
okay.
primitive
It's a
frost.
furry
that
avatar.
little tag on the bottom of the avatar. The like tumble dry.
Oh, I see it. Yes, yep.
That I photoshopped that in. that was years ago. This was so old. Oh my god.
Wait,
Remember
is that just
the movie
because he
Get Him to the
kept
Greek?
it? Like that was your contribution?
Yeah, like I think he posted it on Twitter, and then I added the tag to it.
I like that. That's coercive.
That's
right?
pretty
I
good that
the
it like made
coercive.
his
Tumble
portfolio-
dry.
I like that one.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say,
purple pink.
there's been a handful of games so far where players
what's this
can
happen?
submit skins, so to
I
speak.
like that gold Hecate. Holy shit, that black and gold Hecate was
Hecate,
fucking hot.
Isn't it Hecate?
Oh my god, I don't care. I'll pronounce it wrong. I want
No,
that
Hecate?
skin. Holy shit.
Yeah, that one looks good. The Pharaox one isn't bad. Little. I like more vibrant stuff. So like, the skin is good. I'm not.
But
as-
there
I'm
should
not
be
as big a fan
something
of,
for
like, more
everyone
bland colors, but,
that has a wallet.
But there
I'll
is
be right back. I
there's a
think I
market for
still have
that.
pizza upstairs.
So I'm just gonna say real quick. I've seen a ton of games do
that's
it
asleep.
so far. A handful of games do it. Player submitted skins, community voted upon, release into the game, give them some sort of like modest commission on sales or something,
Yeah.
or do
I-
some sort of
push the
attaboy,
button.
nod
Now
to
they
the
can hear you.
fact that people.
Yeah. What is that's not the Procure. What is that? It's a cruiser, right? That's the
Prophecy,
prophecy. The prophecy.
the good old Falcon. You don't
Well,
remember
no,
the
but
Falcon?
it's like the command ship.
Yeah,
right?
Space Three.
It's the Tech 1 version. I like that actually.
Well, it could be any version. That's a skin.
Right. It's just the model though.
That's one of the sexiest models
Prophecy.
in the game, in my opinion.
What's the command ship that uses that?
Damnation.
Damnation. That's what.
And yeah, they both used it. If I oh no, they did swap them at one point.
No,
It's
they
1
swapped
and 1,
where
isn't it?
There's two.
Yeah,
the
it
two
is
different
1 and
command
1.
ships use both the two
You're
different
right.
hulls.
God, these are all so good.
What, Orthrus, or is that still Garmer?
Garmer.
That's Garmer still.
Orthers is a little bit more elongated in the nose.
I like that purple and black one. That's good. That's all the skins. I think now it goes down to combat,
Healthy.
So.
There's a bajillion skins.
That's a.
skins
That's
he's
a.
made.
Oh, I
And
like
there's a
that one.
tool where you can.
Oh,
hot
put that
swap
rupture one. Go back.
I didn't see the rupture one. Let's see.
There's a rupture one.
Right here.
There, yep. That's
Rupture
kind of
was
neat.
good. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That kind of goes with some of their like vaporwave. Honestly, that's honest. Like it's like tie dye, but like spray paint art. I can enjoy it.
There's a scroll up. Okay, there's. Oh, hold on. I gotta go down. Apparently, we missed stuff at the
There's
top.
so much, Drayden. Like we cannot possibly even cover it on this show.
Well, yeah, because I thought that where I started was the top. But apparently, I started further down.
And I think I think you might have scrolled past one. I think he did one based on like an Eve Corp logo above, like it was maybe a Quaif or something. I just saw it again.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
a different
scrolling up
one,
because we've seen this, and I'm going up. We're going up.
Let's be honest. That's a gimme. Like that's an easy one, is using their already in-game corporations better.
Yeah, there's
They
an
have
EVT
I
one.
love the graffiti.
they have a
fucking-
few like inner bus and stuff like that, yellow, but like just
You know what? Especially on the bowhead. Is that a bowhead? That
I
looks
think
like a bowhead.
so. Or I was like,
That-
maybe
that
a
right there?
Naga,
The
but I think
graffiti
it's a
on the side of a bowhead reminds me of
Yeah.
like watching
Oh,
freight
shit,
trains go by
train?
and seeing like
Yeah.
graffiti on the side of a train, right?
That's really
That's
I was thinking
interesting.
it was a Naga at first, but yeah, it's a bowhead.
that's like a crane or a buster.
I like the
which we're looking at
Even
right there.
T.
That's not a bowhead.
Was that? That's like a Tengu. No, no.
That's a Typhoon.
That's the Minotaur battleship.
It's Typhoon.
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 Yeah.
Or Panther.
But it also
Or-
kind of looks like it has blue and red lights, maybe. Is that a whoop whoop?
Yeah, it does look
Typhoon?
like that. There's a tinted light in this
Oh,
side.
those are
inside.
That might be a
Cool. I like
Mimitar
those.
tournament security. Oh, the Bedmax or Damavix or something. I just like
I think
those
it's
just in the
Bedmax.
simple variety. Like, let's be honest. Not everybody spends money on skins, but there are quite a few people who will. And if you just just
do from time
throw
to time.
shit at the wall and see what sticks, because Dominarch is a fucking whale, we've heard, and buys every
I-
skin known to man.
I
Just
Well,
throw all this
I
shit
will
at the
buy some
wall and
skins
see what
from time to time
sticks.
because I just like them. I like them. Because I like everyone's like, oh, no one flies zoomed in. It's like I fly zoomed
That
in
to be sticky.
because I don't fly my own
I
ship.
bet you
I
could be
fly in a
real
fleet
sticky.
and I anchor up and I click on broadcast. So I don't need to actually pay attention to where my ship's going. I don't fly my own ship, so I can fly
There's-
zoomed in. I don't need to pay attention to the battlefield.
Funnily enough, there's two aspects to fleet combat when it comes to skin aspects. There's one is that, yes, I play zoomed out, I optimize-ish. I'm trying to
Tactically, it's a
look
smart
at the
way to
greater
go,
good.
but I don't do that.
The second aspect is we are in a doctrine because we're in a fleet, and I want to look different than the motherfucker next to me.
I don't have to.
And
look
it is
different.
very cool when you see a bunch of different skins in the same ship in a fleet.
Yeah, it's like,
Skins get you more kill mails. It's
yeah,
proven.
that's true.
Science.
And
It's
like,
like,
I don't-
it's like
I don't have to
flames
look-
adding horsepower on your
I don't have to
paint
look
job.
different.
Right.
I'm fine.
Red goes faster. Flames are give you more horsepower.
Yeah.
And
Racing
skins get you more kills.
stripes, minor horsepower increases
Yeah,
as
I'm
well.
like, I don't have to look different than everyone. I don't care about looking if everyone uses the same skin. Like I said, I don't fly my own ship. I follow broadcasts. I follow a line here. I follow anchor up here on this.
Certainly, there's
So,
two
like-
demographics.
Like if you're solo flying your ship, yes, flying
Archetypes
zoomed out
is-
is tactically useful, very important. When you are flying in a fleet where the FC is taking care of everything for you, and you just have to right click and just make the right option picks, you can fly zoomed in, and it doesn't detriment. It's not a detriment to like your ability in the fleet. And so I like to have my ship look nice. I like it.
That's
I like looking
That's
at it.
perfectly fair, and like I said, I think there are two very distinct demographics and like schools of thought. That being said, let's be honest, this is a game based on timers, doctrines. As far as like the higher population groups, it's not for everyone, but big block gameplay, whatever.
Ooh, that Scorpion's cool.
And there's a
Or
lot of time where you're
Raven.
sitting on a Titan bridge, you're sitting waiting for a fleet to form up, whatever, where people sit there and they zoom in and they look at each other's skins, and it's cool when you're all blobbed up and seeing a bunch of different skins. It is.
Yep.
Self-expression. I want to see my space Barbie do something different, but not my real
Ooh,
space Barbie
scimitar
because you don't use them for
skin.
anything.
Rapier, whatever. Is that that's a
Stabber.
vagabond? I like vagabonds don't get
Or,
many skins.
or stabber.
Or stabber. Well,
Right.
doesn't the
When it comes to skins, that's
I
all.
think it's the vagabond because it has the frills. I don't think the stabber has.
No,
the
the
frills
stabber
up
I
front.
believe does too.
Does it?
I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure it does.
I think the one in the middle is the stabber, and then the ones on the top and the bottom is the vagabond because it has. I think the
I
vagabond
think that's just
has.
an angle.
Let's
I think that's
just,
just an
uh,
angle thing.
Let's just check.
Are you sure? Because I think the vagabond has the dragon frills on the neck, and I don't think the stabber does.
You might be right, but I think that's just the angle you're seeing from that like nose
But
angle
you can
where
see
the frills
that
are going the same
It's not that they're
angle as the
head
camera.
on. There's just no frills on the middle one at all.
Oh, you're right.
That's-
There are no frills on a stabber. I'm
Yeah,
looking
there's
at
no
it right
frills.
Well, there
on-
you
so
go.
So the middle is the stabber, the top and bottom are the vagabond. I knew it.
The day Drayden showed us up
You did it, Drayden.
on
Good job.
in-game knowledge.
I did it. I did it. Yeah, because I remember, they added them because before they were both
Hello
the exact
Kitty
same
pirate
model, and then
verdicts.
I remember like they changed it. They're like, oh, because they wanted to make some of the Tech 2s look a little. They wanted to like amplify the Tech 2s a little bit visually, and so that was one of the few things they did to the Vagabonds. They added some neck frills and everything.
Here's a quick thought: Is
Some
there
people loved
any
it, some people
doubt?
hated it. I thought it was great. 'Cause-
Is there any doubt in any of our minds that, as far as now that we've opened the fucking, I don't know what the phrasing is, but we've opened this can of worms into crossovers. Is there any doubt that they could cross over with Hello Kitty? Usually, I would say it was an IP concern.
They would have to.
It was some sort of IP concern, but Hello Kitty will put their fucking logo on everything under the sun, as
Right,
far
but
as I
here's the
gather.
thing, like, would CCP want to pay Hello Kitty for that?
I don't know, but maybe Hello Kitty
There
would
would
want
have
to
to
pay
be some kind of
CCP
contractual
because I think
agreement.
that's how
CCP
I
didn't
think
pay
that's how the
anything
last
to the
one went.
BBC.
Well,
it
yeah,
was
but there
Hello Kitty
there's a-
or
there's a
whatever. It
mutual
was
thing
Doctor
there,
Who.
because, yeah.
There's
I don't
nothing
think
stopping
CCP
them.
was. I don't think CCP. We're all just talking out of our ass. I don't think CCP put any money into the Doctor Who thing. I think that was an advertisement. from the other end.
According to CCP themselves, the BBC reached out to CCP, not
I-
the other way around.
I want
Just getting paid.
I
man.
want this Arc skin.
Yes.
Yeah,
I want
Yes.
that. I want that Arc skin so bad.
I will train into the Ark for that skin.
Yeah,
If it comes
Arc
with
has already
a
been the best
League of
one.
Legends esque sound pack where when you go through gates or enter warp, it does the little boom, whatever, the little sound bite.
That's the jump freighter I fly as an ARC. So I will.
You fly a jump freighter, Drayden?
Not in a long time, but I have the skills
Drayden's
for it.
he's an industrial bitch.
I feel like Drayden plays one account, and like
I have 2 accounts. And one.
Who are you doing logistics for?
One is I don't really. It's mainly for myself. I never really like ran a logistics thing where I have like multiple jump freighters. It's like I literally just be like I need. It was the reason I trained into it is back in the day I used to like have my own like little reaction farm of moons.
Sure.
I wouldn't mind moons. I would just put up because I didn't want to like have like a moon here and a moon way over there and a moon way the fuck over there. I just was like, I'm going to import base moon materials, and then I will reaction them up to higher materials, and then bring them back to Gita and sell them. And it was slightly profitable. And so I was like, well, I need a way to bring them out there and fuel my own shit. And so I traded in jump freighters.
Today I learned.
Yeah.
I never knew you had it in you, Drayden.
I've been able to fly them for a long time.
If you have to use tools, it's drugs.
I haven't flown them for a long time, but I have the skills to fly, and I have one. It's in asset safety. I have to fucking pay a shitload. I think I have to probably pay like $3 billion just to get it out, probably.
Yeah,
but...
buy that shit out sooner than later. Yeah. Well, actually, at this point, you might want to wait until maybe they determine what prosperity is or whatever again.
Yeah, I don't know.
What else? What other skins we got?
I think you could go for hours on.
You got the Jacksepticeye avatar. I don't.
Is that what that is?
It's similar.
It's awesome.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
we're talking about skins that you don't own yet.
Ooh, look at that one with the shark mouth on it.
I love the shark mouth. Yeah,
shark
dude,
mouth.
The P-41 Mustang or whatever.
Yeah, the Mustang Dommy.
Yeah,
I like that. You got another cat.
That blows my mind that we don't have that yet. That seems like such an obvious skin to make.
Right?
Manic, you say this out loud, and there's been people for years saying, "Take my money, please."
Dude, I'm not even subscribed right now. But
what does
I will
it even
buy
mean?
That skin tomorrow.
What does it even mean?
After all these, like, I have to ask, like, why is Caldari Prime Pony Club not like working for the skin team?
Apparently,
That's
they
what
tried.
I'm wondering.
Look at all these.
That's what I'm wondering.
All of these would have made CCP money. Like every single one of them.
Money.
They're so good.
Oh, you got the gem.
Very
Here's
quality
the
work.
gem and the holograms.
Yeah, gem and the holograms skins.
Those would even sell.
They would sell. They would. 100%. Somebody would be like, I fanboy Kimber hard.
Rain in that whole Discord of Eve girl players would buy the shit out of those.
Yeah, the Eve
Guaranteed.
Girls Discord.
Sure.
You have gem and the holograms coming to fuck your shit up.
I love that white Megatron with the blue light on it.
That
It's
is
so fucking hot.
That is
Hold
good.
on.
Snuffed,
Roll up a bit to the
snuffed
snuff
theme
fucking
APOC or
thing.
whatever.
Yeah.
And again,
there's Alliance skin right there.
How have we not figured out how to just friggin' slap an Alliance logo on a static point on any skin?
Just add the code, CCP Darwin.
And just make it like a little cost or something.
Just write the code. How hard can it be?
I will say in the advocacy of the players, make it an Alliance skin cost or something that will just, as long as you change Alliances, change Corps, whatever, you've unlocked putting your fucking logo on your hull. But like, how have we not gotten there?
Look at that Spectre Fleet skin. Jesus.
What is that? That's
with the banners hanging off.
That's
Dude,
what's the
they did that with
Destroyer?
the VNI. Did you guys see the VNI skin that they did a few years back?
Oh, it's a Hecate?
It had Christmas.
It had tapestries like coming off of the ship. It was beautiful.
It's so good.
It was one of the few skins I've ever considered like spinning Iskon. And I'm like, what? Like, how does every other ship not have some sort of like hanging off of whatever details?
Yeah. Okay. So
like not just a skin, details.
Darwin brings up the point. Alliance logos are difficult because most ships don't have a good spot for a consistently sized logo.
Fine.
I disagree. I disagree.
Wait, you can't disagree with that. This guy's the software engineer for the game.
Yeah.
You can't just disagree
Fuck
with
you,
him.
Manic. I can disagree with anyone.
game
Anything I
from
want.
the
I'm an
ground
American.
You can't just say I disagree.
So here's the thing. They figured out a spot for kill marks. Every ship has a statically flat enough spot. I disagree as far as a problem-solving concept.
The Bombers Bar one is really good.
I'm not going to say it's not easy or something, but like it is certainly attainable. It's super attainable. It doesn't have to be large. I don't need an Alliance logo the size of the ship.
You can't.
You
You
need it as
can't
a fucking
tell
badge.
the software engineer what can and can't be
I'm
done.
an American, and
I
I
mean-
can tell anyone anything I want. That's one of my freedoms.
It's true.
Oh, look at those.
Don't you tell
Those are
me
nice.
what I can tell.
Look at those.
And I won't tell you that you can't, because that's one of your
I
freedoms.
want the neon purple one and the blue one.
So basically, just give some Alliance logos one day. Or,
I like
cool
the just
logos.
general red and black. That's a good.
The
one.
They-
red and black. Well,
They put
that's the Bomber's Bar
It's like the
colors, is red
Nemesis.
and black.
Yeah, Nemesis, and then what are the other two?
Yeah, Bomber's Bar's been trying to get themed
it's either an Ennio-
skins for years now.
An Isker or
And
an
yeah,
Cursus.
Isker on the left and
And
Neo
Navitas
on
on the right.
Yeah.
Navitas.
Navitas.
yeah.
Yeah. I was like, not an Ennio. I knew it was a little different than that, but that is a. Oh. Shit.
Yeah, these are
Shit.
so good.
So I was
Sorry,
just gonna
man.
say real quick.
Whoa,
They put my corp logo and my fucking
Oh,
face
whoa.
on
Hey,
a bunch of
it's me!
structures. Ooh, look at that hot
Wait,
piece of
are
meat.
we allowed to have nipples on this stream?
They're animated nipples, so it's okay.
Put a stencil over that, Drayden.
No, it's cool. It's
Throw a
after
nut
hours.
saber
It's after hours.
tag on this.
We could have a little bit of a. It's R-rated. I put an 18+ on this channel. It's fine. I think I did.
I can't remember
Not
why
even
he
real
made
nips.
these.
They're pixelated nips.
Why are you so pale in one and you're like tanned in the other?
I can't remember
That's
why he
winter
made
and
these.
summer transition. It's like you can fly this Moros in your, in your cold months or in your warm months.
So
this
there
this
used to be
camouflage
there
works
used to
all
be a
season.
bug. There used to be a bug in the character sculpting, character clothing tool. And I think it was Darwin that fixed this bug, actually. I think it was him that DM'd me about it. There used to be a glitch where you could pose your character without a top on. And so somebody told me about this glitch, and I spent an entire night taking all kinds of half-naked pictures of my character, and I streamed it. It's not like this was for my own personal perverted desires, I was
It was
doing
a
it
byproduct.
I was doing it for the stream. But yeah, I think it was Darwin. Like, yes, he gave me a year warning. So like one night he DM'd me on Twitter and he was like, "Can you tell me the steps that you took to reproduce this glitch? Because we need to fix it."
Does it only?
And I was like,
did it work with the female models too?
I think it worked with
I
the
have to
female
ask.
models too.
Okay.
Well, so for the female models, I think the bra is part of the skin texture.
Okay. So they,
So it's not like you would
it's
be
not
able
like
to
they
see the
designed like a fully nude
No.
breast and then
No.
put some over top. Okay.
So, but
This
like,
wasn't Dead or Alive beach volleyball.
No. So
This
so
wasn't-
yeah, so
this
Darwin
wasn't
DM'd
Cyberpunk.
me, and he was like, "Please, can you like tell me the steps you made to reproduce this bug?" And I begged him. I was like,
Sorry, love.
"Please don't
Love
fix
getting
this.
around me.
If like just let this bug slide. Just let it slide because it's so much fun." And he's like, "No, we have to fix it because it could potentially break something else." So I totally get it. But I was like, this was the one glitch I was so bummed to see patched because it was so fun.
They took your nipples away.
They took my nipples away. So I got as many screenshots as I could before they patched it.
Those are nice. But now, did you just do different lighting there, or did you like change your skin tone?
I changed the lighting, I changed the posing. I have a whole
Well,
like
it's the same
Google
pose,
photos.
just mirrored.
Right,
character-
right. So that's what I mean. Like, so
You're just as
Caldari Prime
confident
Pony
in one
Club,
as you are in the other.
I can't remember why he made these images. I can't remember why he made them. But I gave him one of my screenshots to play around with. Anyway, sorry. Holy shit. Did you guys know pizza is so fucking good? I
I've
fucking
heard
love
that.
pizza.
I
Oh my
love
god. If you
pizza.
guys haven't had pizza yet, I highly recommend it.
I almost
Now,
ordered
when-
pizza
when I
tonight.
had-
Pizza is very
When
expensive.
I had that thing,
like
right
right now.
I wonder if I got to a different spot in this thing because for some reason I can't push to talk while I'm moused over on that window because apparently my push to talk thumb button on my mouse is the back button in the browser, and
You're using an awful push to talk.
well, it's my thumb button, and you can't.
Yeah,
change
don't do that.
those. You can't change those.
Use your middle mouse, Drayden.
no,
And just don't click
Nah,
on things that
thumb
you'll
button.
scroll on.
no.
thumb
My
button
middle
all the
mouse is
way.
my broadcast.
He's
for
backing
reps
out of everything.
My middle
Thumb
mouse
button.
is my
Yeah,
broadcast. for
Middle
reps.
mouse?
I went
What?
well, I dropped
Dude,
Sherry
I'm middle
off.
mouse all day.
I
for
middle mouse
years.
broadcast for reps, and I don't have a separate one for shields and
Middle mouse
armor.
broadcast
I just
programs.
when I go on a fleet, it's like, are we a shield fleet or an armor fleet? And I will change it, armor broadcast or shield broadcast, to the same middle mouse button.
You're doing it wrong.
So I have to change it anytime we change tank types, because I'm just like, it's my panic button. I'm like, ah, shit, I'm dying. Middle mouse click.
Slam the mouse.
Yeah, it's like I don't have to worry about, like, am my armor or shield? I don't know. It's just like, I'm dying. Click, click, click,
Save
click,
me.
click. Like, save me, fucking Logi Bros. Oh, Brendan, or Bizarro? Like, I mean, thumb button for see, he knows what's talking about. Thumb
That's
button.
the thing, is a lot of tools use it as a back button,
Let me
not just
tell
your
you
browser.
why-
A lot of things.
Let me tell you why the thumb button.
A lot of apps and programs.
Because
it's not a good middle
no
mouse.
game
It's
in
not a good push
existence,
button.
except for like the dumb ones, default have thumb buttons.
That's probably
key to anything.
That's probably
and therefore
true.
the thumb button. That way, it doesn't matter what game I'm playing. Thumb button is my push to talk and whatever voice comms I'm using, and it will never interfere with anything in the game.
Yep. I'm with you,
Whereas, like,
Jordan.
control, like, well, a lot of things that other people use, like control or tab, those are very important keys in most games, and I don't want to have to rebind whatever is on there to something else.
That's fair.
So
yeah.
it's like thumb button is a good push to talk for any game you're playing. It's never used, and therefore you leave all the normal good keys that are in reach of your left hand.
I will admit, middle mouse gets interacted with on some games. Not even so much, but yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely
so
it does.
Radio Atra, that you're the second
Foot
person
switch
that
is
ever.
best.
No. This is so when I went to.
I have heard that. Yeah.
When I went to November's house in Seattle a couple months ago, he used that. He had this foot pedal that he somehow was able to wire in to his system and get it set to where, like, the foot pedal was his push to talk. And I'm like, that's actually really cool, because then it frees up the thumb buttons, because I have 2 thumb buttons, but I reserve both of them. So one is the push to talk for Discord / TeamSpeak, because generally I never have both those open at the same time, and the other is the push to talk for, like, Mumble and other ones. So, or I will swap them up. But it's like, so I have 2 thumb buttons, but they're both push to talks for different.
I said I'm making pasta sauce. What?
With oregano, yeah. You've been doing that for a while. We've been watching.
You've been, like, grinding up all.
I assumed you guys were gonna do a mortar and pestle, but I like at this point I get that you want it like a little bit healthier grain of your oregano.
Well, like,
in your,
I'm interested. Like, I mean, like,
sauce.
because you have like smoked paprika, but like I'd like to know how smoked oregano is in food. Like, give me a
Here, let me smoke some. Let me smoke some oregano for you real quick. I'll tell you.
Go smoke some oregano,
Go
Domino.
smoke some oregano and tell me how that is in food.
I've never had a friend smoke oregano, but we did catnip
Hey,
a guy
we're gonna figure
that
out,
used to hang out at our apartments.
Oh, he's
when
got
we would
a
have
smoker
silly
on his
time.
desk.
Oh, he's got an oregano smoking
He's got an oregano
device.
smoker. Like, yeah, I've
An
seen
oregano smoking device.
I've
yes.
seen it. It's almost
It's
like
a
a
water
meat
pipe.
smoker, but it's like indoor approved. So,
In Utah, we have to legally call those paperweights.
paperweights, yeah.
Do you-
Really?
Really?
I was gonna say
Yeah.
in Texas they were all tobacco devices, and a keef box was a pollen box, which I appreciate.
Pollen box.
That's some
yeah.
good tobacco.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah.
was
And
oregano.
it was like
so
pollen,
that's
and they were like,
what it is.
"Yeah,
I remember
pollen."
for a while Washington had to call them water tobacco pipes.
Yep.
Of
Yeah, that's
course.
what we call them up here when they're
Yeah.
sold not in a fucking dispensary.
As
They're
you
called
do.
water pipes.
Yeah, but nowadays Washington's like, we don't give a fuck now. It's all legal, so we can call it
You
fuck
do
we
whatever
want.
the fuck
That's
you
pretty
want.
good oregano. I like
It's
it.
a bong, but anyway. So I think when I hit the back button when I pushed to talk over here, it set something weird. But we got some more ships to look at still.
Manic, since you're now an Elgato fanboy,
Oh.
they make a foot pedal too.
Elgato does make
I've
a
got
foot
foot
pedal.
pedal.
I remember
It's not with
Think
me.
Geek.
The
If
cat-
anybody remembers Think Geek, they
The
sold
cat
a
foot-
similar
Manic,
product.
I think that's where I got mine. Was Think Geek. Yeah.
Think Geek used to sell a foot pedal, and I think by default
I got
it
one.
was just automatic. It was
That's
just
not
by
Macro.
default it
Or-
was bound to Alt Tab, so it gave you a discrete way to Alt Tab out of whatever you were.
No,
looking.
mine you can set to. There are 3 different pedals. You can be. Each pedal can be a different keys.
I mean,
Okay.
what's up, Matterall? I call him Makaroth.
Makaroth.
What's up, Matterall?
Makarov. That's. a
I'm
good
both
fucking
confused
pedal.
and flattered.
Wait, where's Matterall?
Yeah, you
he's,
should
he's
be.
in the chat. It's the talking stations.
Oh,
Macarol.
there he is.
I love
Okay.
Macarol, dude. It's like
Makarov.
Macarol and cheese.
That's
Hell
a
yeah.
type of fish, is a mackerel.
I was gonna say that's that '90s awful
No.
dance song, right?
It's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
you do the mackerel.
Oh,
Mackerel.
mackerel.
No, mackerel is a type of fish.
Yeah,
Go out
So-
and catch the mackerel.
It is. It's terrible sushi, and I have experienced it once. And we got a big sampler, and
Wait,
they
is
were like,
that what the mackerel
they were like-
so sushi sounds so good
It's a
right now.
they were like,
Oh,
the mackerel
mackerel?
tastes like cat food, and I was like, I'm adventurous, and I didn't pay. I was like, just happy to be there, so I was like, oh, I'll give it
Yeah,
a
you
try.
can
And
go with
it was cat
mackerel.
food.
Mackerel's
It's
a...
awful.
Oh, look at the
So,
quaif. Wait, oh,
I don't
shit,
know
it's the quaif with the convict.
Bam's on it.
That's
Bam.
what
Bam.
I'm
Oh,
saying.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Even
You
Bam.
call it convict now, but that was Bam Stroker back then, so that's a Bam picture.
I like how the
Quaif triple XL.
the serial number on the side of it B33-R.
Beer.
Nice.
Beer.
XXX, I like that too.
And see, that's the thing though. They have some
See,
easy
like,
gimmies,
it-
right? Like Interbus, they've done a couple times, but it's just like a plain yellow skin. Like you
this-
own the
this could
IP for
be-
some of these silly brands and logos.
Yeah.
I'm surprised
Just
I'm
fucking
just now finding
logo
out.
thing.
I'm surprised I'm just now finding that these exist because these are all great.
Now we know more
Darwin,
about which
Darwin,
demographic bullet point.
get a hold of your underlings at CCP because I know
Actually,
you
now
run, I know you
that-
run the company. I'm saying like, get this shit in the game. This is money
so
makers.
now
These
that
skins
now
are
that
great.
Bam
People
now
will
that
buy
Bam is a
these.
CCP employee,
And also,
like-
I mean, obviously give
so
Calorie Prime Pony
I'm
Club
thinking
royalties.
I'm thinking there would have to be some kind of licensing issue. Like Bam would have to license his likeness. He would have to sign some contract for CCP
for that
to use
specific one, but there's
for
a
this
ton of,
specific thing.
there's
Well,
a ton of
I
them on
don't
here
think
that
so.
don't require
I
that.
bet he would be willing to do it. I'll bet
I'm
he
sure he
totally
would.
would be willing to do
It'd
it.
be free
I would.
royalties for him. Small
Fucking,
royalties, but
like
still
fucking
money.
A, if CCP came to me and said, Manic Velocity, we want to use your face on a ship skin, I was like, where do I fucking sign?
Yeah,
Right? Yeah.
I will sign the contract. Do it.
Yeah.
I'd give him.
I
My
agree.
face.
And I don't think they would have to like pay out or anything. I think that would be
I'd give him
No,
my face.
I-
for
here's
I
your
would do it- I
footnote
would
in
do it
a
for free.
legacy.
I would totally
And
do it
will
for
you
free.
sign the
Yeah,
line?
I'd give
And
him-
I
I'd give
think
him my face for free.
99.9%.
Sure.
Put Manic Velocity's naked torso on a skin. You have my permission.
Censor the nips. I've got children. Like, come on.
No, don't censor the nips. This
I'm
game
kidding.
is rated T
Yeah,
for teen.
that would be like the one caveat.
Fucking
Right?
like the
You
nipples.
can take my
Don't take the
likeness for
nipples away.
free,
Look at
but you
that
can't take the
Dramiel.
nips.
Look at that
Yeah,
fucking
look at the
Dramiel. Or is
Dramiel.
that the Daredevil?
Sick.
That's the Daredevil.
That's-
Daredevil.
That's
So-
That
Daredevil.
shit's fucking hot.
So
Oh,
do
no,
you
no,
see
no,
the
no,
little?
No,
ship?
no, that's the Dramiel, isn't it?
Is that the
Do you-
Dramiel?
Do you see
That's
the little
the
blue
That's the
flamey
Dramiel,
things
yeah,
they have?
Yeah, Daredevil. Is
Yeah,
the
the flames
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
out of the arms.
So they have a real skin that is similar to that has just regular
Has, like,
just flames
orange
coming out of
flames,
the,
yeah.
the tusks.
I
Let's say,
think I made a GIF about it.
and
Hold
it
on.
is fly.
Is
think
it
I
not
have a
Dram-
GIF.
They've made a
Ah,
few kind of pseudo animated skins,
Wait,
and
no-
it's like
Nobody says fly anymore.
Caldari Prime says it's a
it's
Dramiel.
lit. It is lit.
Is it? Man, I don't fly
There you go.
frigates enough. Like is that not the Dramiel?
LB said my kids came in from
That's
like
the Dramiel.
Roblox, and they
That's-
said
okay, so
like,
that's
"What
not
the fuck are you guys
Daredevil.
talking
The
about?"
Daredevil
Nobody's-
is
nobody talks-
what the fuck does the Daredevil look like?
Does the
It's,
Daredevil? The
chunkier.
Daredevil's the one that has the
Flockier.
tail on it. It has a tail on it.
I'll
Yeah,
find
I
it.
mean, it's
Like a
I don't
nub?
know. They're both a similar hold on, but here's the
Oh,
thing.
fuck,
That
I must
so
have deleted
that
it.
I could see. I could see like that is a cool piece of art. I could see that being impossible because that's not just a skin wraparound on the model. That has flames coming off.
No,
so you
there's a
can't
skin that
necessarily do
has-
it for everything.
There is
But
a
that's
skin
fine.
that has flames coming off of it like that.
That
Really?
and it's
But
the same
extra
ship.
coating though, right?
The same ship, and it's the same effect. It looks like that, but it's flames. And
Oh.
it's like
Orange.
emanates off
It's just
of
a
it. Yeah.
color shift.
Oh, so they could
And
just take
it's
the same
sick.
code and just like change it up.
It's
then.
ill or it's lit.
Dramiel. I
think it's
don't-
lit at
No, Darwin, I don't believe you. Nope. It's not Dramiel. It's Dramiel.
No, it's Dramiel.
It's Dramiel.
Dram-
You can't change my mind.
He's from like
Dram-
Australia or something. He
It's either
No, it's not.
Dramiel
He's
or
from the US. He's
Dramiel,
from,
but
like,
it's
a-
not Dramiel.
I put a
Atlanta.
picture of the Dramiel in the fucking chat. Main chat.
Look, if you-
Oh.
Discord.
If you want to live your life pronouncing things upside down, that's fine. But the world's not going to accept.
That's the old Dramiel.
Ooh, is
That's
that a
okay,
space?
that-
Is that a
Some-
SpaceX pancake?
It's either a Marshall or
Dramiel
a
didn't
correct.
change.
I literally just took that screenshot from the game.
That's a
no,
SpaceX
that's
Yeah, it didn't
pancake.
fucking
I think,
old.
isn't it?
No, I just took it.
Caldari Prime is that SpaceX?
That is an old model. That's an older model.
That is not the old. That is the Dramiel.
Okay,
Are you
I have the game open.
You are
I
such
went
a
into the
liar.
game,
Oh my god.
into the search
LB,
bar,
Stop
and I put
lying.
Dare
I feel like
Gun. And
I feel
this
like
I'm
fucking
lying
thing
to
came
me.
up. I pushed Windows Shift
LB,
S because I'm not a
LB,
fucking pleb.
You
I
don't have to
snipped
lie
it.
to me. It's
You
okay.
snipped-
Discord now.
You
It's
snipped
okay.
at what?
You don't have
Hear
to
you?
lie to me.
I'm fucking offended.
LB, take a picture
We're
with your
all
cell phone
friends
just so
here.
we know it's real.
Okay,
please.
so we got a SpaceX
Hold on.
landing pad, pancake. Not Orthoris. What's the fucking Barguest? Barguest, yeah.
Vargas
So-
is the pancake.
Yeah, so we got the Barguest SpaceX landing pad. I love that. I'm biased because I love SpaceX, but
That is good.
Who needs screenshots?
that's so good. I like that.
This is literally every screenshot on the Facebook group, by the way.
Dude, I
what-
believe it's
what's
so
that star?
hard.
I've seen that symbol. What's
I
that?
believe it's so
That's a Minmatar thing.
Is
hard. I
it?
think that might be no, it's not quite a real thing, but there's one that's very similar to that.
It's a Minmatar. It's one of the Minmatar races.
One of the 7. Okay,
So that's a Game of Thrones skin.
can we reel it way back to like half a year ago when the cinematics came out for like the different races for their special days?
Yeah, go for it.
Why was the Minmatar one like superb and
The Minmatar one blew all the
was
others out of the
so-
water.
It was the best cinematic I've seen from CCP in like
I do remember that.
half a
It was
decade.
so good. I can
it was
still
so good.
I can
And
still
then
see it in my head.
all the
Like,
rest
that's
were
That
what
sounds
it
like
was.
dev bias.
all the rest were like kind of like mild cinematics, like voiceovers, and just not much going on. But the Minmatar one was like, I got hyped as fuck. I actually watched that thing like dozens
it-
of times.
well,
I,
so,
not
like-
even kidding. I watched that on repeat
Dude, it's
a few
real as
times,
fuck.
and it's like
He
the
wasn't lying.
music. It sounded
The
like Hai Lung.
music.
It wasn't
The
Hai Lung, but
music.
it sounded like Hai Lung.
Everybody thought it was Hai Lung.
Everyone
was
thought it was
Hai
Hai
Lung. They're
Lung, and
liars.
the thing's like it was like the guy whoever narrated that 110% excellent. It was like started off slow, telling the story, and then it just built up, and he's like, and it just like did the whole like
That tempo,
rally
that
cry, like,
rising
we
tempo,
are
yeah.
Minmatar, and it did the
Tribal,
rally
like
cry,
war chanting,
and like right as it went there, it just went into the Hai Lung song, and it just showed the fucking fleet ships up in the
That was-
air, and then just
that
showed
was
like like the
fucking Minmatar,
showed the
man.
Titans and the fucking Naglfars, and then you have like the cruisers coming in, like or the Rifters coming in blazing. It's like that cinematic is hands down the best cinematic CCP has made
It
in
was
I would
great.
say at least 5 to 10 years, and it was just a hype of like the one race's like special day, and then the other 3 races got like. Not that the videos are bad, but they were overshadowed by that one so much that they seemed
Wait.
bad in comparison.
Somebody read what CCP Darwin just said in chat. My mouth is.
He said it was
AI.
AI. Yeah. How fucking impressive is that?
What?
That was fucking
The
AI.
speech. The speech was AI.
He said that was just
Get the
that was
fuck
just a
out of here.
computer, bro.
No!
We didn't even have to pay him.
What? How is that
And think of the
AI?
possibilities.
How
That
is
was
that?
so good.
I can't.
You talking
even-
about your
I
food
can't-
again or the video?
I can't believe it. You know what? I'm gonna go find the video. I'm gonna play it.
I don't
I'm gonna
believe
play
that
the
was
video.
AI. Fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, I'm gonna find the video and play it, and then we're gonna listen to it,
Crunchwrap Supreme.
and then you tell me if it sounds like AI. It just does. Oh my god.
If that is AI, that passes the Turing test. Like, I thought that was a person. Yeah, Drayden, you gotta pull it up. You gotta play it on stream, bro.
It was linked in.
Oh, I hope that's what you wanted, Megan.
Oh,
Oh, he's not. No.
brother.
Okay, I was just
He'll-
sorry. I
he'll
was just
wake
making
up.
sure I had the right video. Okay, so I have it ready. I'm gonna play this.
Okay, everybody,
Roll
shut the
that
fuck
beautiful
up.
bean footage.
Shut up.
Sorry, I had let me recite it real quick. Okay,
Is that a
there we go.
Hunt's baked beans reference?
I can't remember the brand, but it's a baked beans reference. Yes.
Get a dog with him. Golden
Yeah.
Retriever?
Hey,
Yeah.
shut up, shut up, shut
It's
up.
Hunt's baked beans. It's not even started yet.
So
I know,
I
right?
was fucking with the size. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna play this, this apparently. Okay, so everyone keep in mind that the narration of this is AI generated, like text to speech essentially.
Let me tell you who we are. We have a legacy.
Fat guys know their bean commercials. That's
A
fucking
legacy
correct.
that shaped us. A legacy that we've built. We united on this mother world. We rose together as the 7 tribes. One people forging our future. They came to destroy it. They tried to break us, divide us, to scatter the tribes. But we fought back. We rose as brothers and sisters, seizing victory from the vile chains we broke. And today we stand. We stand as the 7 tribes of Matar. We stand as Min-Matar.
I don't believe that that's AI.
I don't remember the friggin' whatever the Siberian singing thing, but it's good.
Yeah, so that was my thing. Is like I know everyone asked like, is this Hai Long? And CSP's like, it's not Hai Long. And we're like, oh, but who did it?
I call bullshit.
Here's my thoughts.
Oh, who came in?
When you make AI voices, you have to
Robin.
base that on a human speaking
Meadow,
words, right?
Yeah, you came in with the video going. So I'm like that. Oh shit, the video is excellent. What my thing is like one of the best parts of it is the narration, and apparently the narration is AI. I never would have thought. I was like I don't know who they hired to do the narration of this video, but it's excellent. Apparently they just bought a program.
The AI for voices has gotten really crazy. There's a program you should look at. I was just demonstrating it yesterday called Descript. You can create your voice patterns and you can type out a script and it will read it in your voice with your inflections.
No shit.
I hate it.
I've seen YouTube videos that I thought were narrated by actual people, and then I saw in the comments that it was actually a text-to-speech thing. So, and guys, I know that text-to-speech, or it's not just text-to-speech. I'm sure it's more involved in that when you like do these high-level ones. You're not just typing out shit. Like you're actually like, you might have to, maybe it's typing out, but like you maybe have to type out things a certain phonetical way, improperly spelled to make it pronounced in a certain way that you want.
No, it's weird. You type out whatever you type out.
Fucking A, dude.
It's gotten
humans are becoming obsolete.
It's all machine
Humans
learning.
are becoming obsolete.
Is this hope that we won't hear the fucking TikTok lady's voice anymore?
I've heard some channels that I thought were absolutely narrated by people, and they're like, no, this is a text-to-speech. I'm like, really? What the fuck?
Yeah.
But that is the most impressive one I've heard actually to this date, because that is one that I would have sworn up and down is not that has to be
I still don't believe it's AI. That sounds so much like a person.
It doesn't
indistinguishable. It's indistinguishable from a robot.
I understand that automated
algorithm.
voices can have human sounding vocal cords, but there are certain little transitions in their inflections that do give it away if you listen closely, and that one does not at all.
Emphasis.
Yeah, it's just the technology's just gotten there. Remember when Siri first came out? Well, forget Siri. Fuck Siri. But if you actually did some machine learning stuff before, you had to read a certain script, and they were picking up all your intonations. And we're like birds, right? We have certain intonations, and there is a finite number of those. and then you merge those together to create words. But now you don't even have to do that. This program that I'm working with, you literally just give it a video and you give it like a certain amount of time and it figures it out with all that. It's crazy. It had me saying
out of here.
Yeah, it had me saying things I didn't say. I said
That's
gibberish.
fucking terrifying.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Dude,
So,
between that and
that
deep
makes
fakes,
it-
like,
I was
what
saying,
the
that
fuck
makes it
even
deep
is the
fakes.
future?
Yeah,
Now,
that-
do you mind if I ask what business you're in?
Well, I'm not in that business, if that's what you mean.
Sure, in kind of the
No,
movie
this is for talking stations. This will blow your mind because I think it's a game changer. I was just demonstrating it yesterday. I've been working with it now for a few months, but I keep coming back because it's kind of expensive to use. But it's called Descript, and what you do is you put in a video. It creates an entire transcript of what you said, and then as you edit parts out, it just deletes that part from the video. Or you correct a word or whatever. You can correct words and stuff, but there's a function of it called overdub. So then you're like, well, I didn't say this, but I needed to say it. So then you type it in there and you overdub it, and then it talks in your voice.
That's nuts.
Get the fuck out of here. That's terrifying. That is fucking terrifying.
So what's really cool about that, the way that I'm using it is that I created an entire script, cleaned it all up, make sure that when you say Vargar, it's Vargar, not Vargas, or Poshvin is not Poshbin, like you clean up all those Eve words. And if you do that, and it takes like 4 hours.
Pochvin is usually, that's what I
Pochvin,
thought
yeah,
it was
Pochvin.
originally, but yeah.
But if you do that, you have a transcript to your video and it matches perfectly. And you export that, and now you have subtitles and CC closed caption. And then use Google's YouTube algorithms, and you can change. Now you have talking in stations in like 6 languages.
Bjorn has a good point. We can all be manic now.
That's
What are the
fucking
chances-
terrifying. There's
Yeah,
fucking.
what are the
that's fucking
chances that-
I'll
terrifying.
be manic now. Fuck yeah.
It's like the
You guys
It's about
don't wanna
time,
be
right?
me.
Like,
Jesus
how long have we
Christ.
been
Fuck
wanting to be
yeah.
manic?
Sure.
Really?
It's like the
No.
John Malkovich.
Absolutely.
It's like the John Malkovich.
Years.
It's like I am manic velocity.
Fuck yeah.
You don't want
I'm
this,
Spartacus.
bro. Believe
don't
me, you
want
don't want
this.
this.
We can
So
all be
burden.
what
It's a burden.
are the
being
chances that within 50 years we have people who either do not exist or are no longer alive still running countries based on
what if we all
videos?
do-
Yeah,
we
like
could all just do
fucking.
What are
viral,
the
actually.
chances? I'm just
At what point? I mean, this is a much bigger This is a much bigger discussion. Like,
we're in
at what
after
point
hours.
does it
I need
stop
more
being
booze.
you?
What?
I need
At,
more
at, at what point? Like, if it looks like you and it sounds like you and it talks like you and it thinks like you,
And it
at what
quacks like a
point?
duck.
But it's not your consciousness. But no
yeah,
one else will know
like,
that.
No, yeah. Like, if you can't tell the difference,
so you'll
then
know that it's not you, but no one else might.
Drayden, I know you
how
guys
can you be
respect
sure
the
that it's not you?
Matrix.
How do you, Drayden? How do you know that you're not the copy, man?
I know you guys respect the Matrix. Like maybe it is you.
You never know. You're
don't
not
know.
the copy. That's the thing. Is like if you are a copy, if you're an exact perfect,
An
that's
exact. If
that's
if
the-
there
that's
is
the thing
if
is,
there.
like,
Oh
so-
man,
so
I
there's-
love
there's a
this.
si-
I love this.
So
If there was an Android like that replaced me, my wife would be like, "You're doing chores. This can't be you. This
Well,
is
but
something
here's
else."
the
well,
Android- no.
Well,
it-
no. Let's not even an Android. Let's
roll
say
it back. So not an Android.
Sorry.
An exact biological, perfect replication of you at the exact moment that it was made of you.
at the atomic level,
Down
it is
to
it is
everything,
you.
and therefore it would be you. It would not be you, like you, your own conscious sense of self. That's
What are we
not
talking about,
you.
souls
Your
now?
consciousness
you
is not
you
in
would
its body.
cease to be you. You would
No,
cease to be you.
No, that's not true.
You
Here's-
would because now there's a copy of you, and now you can't be sure that you're the original.
But you
would
are-
cease to be you because you can't know that you're the original.
in essence of everyone else's perception, maybe, but in your own perception, you have your own consciousness, and so even if a copy is made of you, that doesn't take your consciousness away. You
What about
have yourself
falsely
in
implanted
here,
memories?
And a copy is
Those
made
are
over there.
programmed
You
in.
are still here, and you see that the copy is over there.
I remember all those things from my programming.
If the copy has all of your memories,
but it doesn't.
then
Yeah,
it-
but it's still a
then
copy.
if it's already doing this, then
it's indistinguishable
to
from
other
you.
people, but
it's
to
making
you
its
it's
own
not.
hazy judgments about
To
which
you
ones
it's
are
not.
I would be
indistinguishable.
second guessing myself all the time. because
The other-
fucking if this thing has a copy of all of my memories, then how do I know that my memories
Man,
aren't
have you
copies?
ever watched the movie The Sixth Day?
Yeah.
Arnold
And this is very
Schwarzenegger.
Sixth
no.
Day. This is very
I mean,
multiplicity. Well, maybe not multiplicity.
Okay, so watch the
Multiplicity is a
watch
good
the
one.
Sixth Day. It's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, so it's
Sure.
an Arnold Schwarzenegger
It starts with the
movie.
puppy dog.
But
Let's
it
just clone a puppy
it takes what we're talking about right now. This exact concept. That is the premise of the movie.
Okay.
So
I'm-
it's
Back
I'm-
when they still wrote
you
movies.
should,
What
you
if,
should
what if
watch
the other
it.
you
I'm
says,
acquiring it now.
It's
Are you
silly.
sure about
It's
that?
silly,
It's a good
but
movie.
It's a good watch. It's fun. So the thing is, like, the copy when it's made, if it's this is the whole thing with the Eve clones. You know, when your clone wakes up with your imprint of consciousness.
Oh
put
shit!
into
Did
it.
you just announce a new crossover?
Well, no, yeah. So here's the thing. Okay, so I have a little bit of a rant to go on. So what I found with the whole Eve canon is that when you die in Eve, it's not that your actual real consciousness comes out of your mind and transports over to your clone. When you are like literally the split second from death in your pod, and here's the thing, you have to be in your pod. If you're out of your pod, like in a space station, you die, you actually just die. Like, maybe a clone of you from a previous imprint can be resurrected, but your knowledge from that point on up until your death in the station is gone. So if you're in your pod, the second, like split second, like nanosecond before your death, it basically takes a snap capture of your brains and your body's function all at that point, captures it, and sends that transmission and that information to a cloning facility and imprints that into the brain of a clone. And therefore, when that clone wakes up, they think they're waking up right as the second as they themselves died, because all their memories are that they were just in that pod right now. And they died.
That's
and now
just
they're waking
Starlink
up.
and
The thing is,
Wi-Fi.
like,
Drayden, this is a classical philosophical concept.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
That's
So it's
Starlink and
they
Wi-Fi.
were not in that pod. They didn't die. That other person died, and that person, they actually died forever. They're dead.
It's this whole
And this
discussion
is
like how
this is
can
a
you be
separate-
sure?
Yeah.
How
this
can
is
you
a
be sure
separate
that
copy
you
of
are
them.
you?
Yeah, this is a separate copy of them that thinks they were that person in the pod, but they weren't. They are a new copy that started at the point of their end. They start that with all of their memories, but they are a new person, and so you are not immortal as a capsuleer. Every time you die in a pod, you die permanently, but a copy of you, a perfect copy of
This
you
is
at that
this is the
moment
prestige.
starts up. And that
That
copy
seems like a very-
that copy thinks it was you all the way back, but it's not. That copy is a brand new copy.
So how do you know
It
that
has
you're
all
not
your
a copy?
memories, but is a new
That seems
copy,
like a very
and then
gray
goes on from that point. So every
How
time
how
you die in
can
a pod,
how
die.
can you be certain that you're not a copy?
Yeah, and that's
You
the
don't
thing.
have
So
to
You can't.
even. You don't even
I've
have
watched
to
the Truman
dive.
Show enough times to be very
consciousness
skeptical.
creates
You don't even have
reality,
to
but
dive
it's
that
a
far
separate-
into it.
Even though it's the same style of consciousness with the same thoughts and memories, it is a different consciousness, and therefore
Well,
it is a new entity. and you
I have a
die,
question
and
for you
new
guys.
copy of you lives, and then that copy dies, and a new copy. It's like the Star Trek beaming down on the planet.
Yeah.
They disassemble themselves anatomically or atomically, and so. And then it sends all the material that made them up down to the planet and reassembles it in the same order. And they even did an interview with the scientific advisors of the Star Trek show. And they're like, realistically, if this stuff happened, what was actually happening is every time you see the Star Trek crew beaming down, they all die. They all get killed by getting disassembled down to the atomic level. They die. They are ripped apart.
I think
to their
I think
atomical
death is a
parts,
concept
and then
that-
a
that
copy
they've
of
moved
them
past.
is reassembled on the planet that doesn't know any better that it is a copy. And then when they beam back onto the ship, they die. So that copy only lived on that excursion, and then when it comes back to the ship, it dies. It's killed.
that's
and a new
that's a
copy
very
is made on
ignorant
the ship
old
with its
world
memories,
concept
so
of death.
every time you
We've
see
moved
them
past that.
beam up and beam
Ackroth,
down,
are you
they're
gatekeeping?
dying. They're dying. So
I don't know. I don't know if we
Ackroth
recognize.
is gatekeeping death.
I don't think of it that way. I don't know if we recognize death in the same way anymore. In this,
It's
hypothetical
such a
canon.
cool. I love thought experiments like this.
Sorry,
this,
Yeah, and
this
so
is my
it's- I'm
jam.
curious,
This is
Metrol,
totally my
what were-
jam.
Metrol, what were you gonna say?
Let's see.
I'm sorry.
You don't even have to have a clone to be going along this philosophical extension because
I've
if you
got
think
I've got a
about
code line.
if you think about it,
Code line. Code line. Code line.
Dom,
What?
be quiet.
not
Code line.
I don't know what code line is, but if you think about it,
I don't either.
a lot of things that are going on in your head are probably more physiological. So we have you seen how
It could be
dreams?
a code line. Oh,
Dominark, shut up.
You know how dreams work, where
I literally do not know how dreams work.
nice
I got
dog.
dreams.
I assume it's chemicals in my brain, but
Yeah, they
Yeah.
shoot
Have
it
you
for
ever had
one
a dream?
second. They shoot it. You think you dreamt for a half hour. You only dreamt for like
Yeah,
a
okay,
split
yeah.
second.
the
I dream
fascination
hard.
that you can live out like a movie or a novel in a fraction of a second, which maybe it is. I don't know.
So then, if you think that's physiological structure at work, making you think you had an experience that really was only created in an instant based on your environment at the time, we are what we eat, because whatever you think is probably whatever you think is probably a reverse construct of what your body is doing, usually based on your food. If you think about sugar and that kind of stuff.
This is why I have a problem with the concept of free will,
Why?
and I'll explain why. So you're Matterall, what you were talking about,
Is
like
this coming from Utah?
physiological
What?
physiological responses and physiological interactions. Like here's why I have a problem with the concept of free will. I don't know if I think free will is real or not, but I have a problem with the idea, just because, based on this one fact, that there is so much about my body that I have no conscious control over. The majority of what goes on in my body at the cellular and molecular level, like
Sure.
I don't consciously make my heart beat. I don't consciously digest my food. I don't consciously tell my cells to regenerate. Like, there's so much about myself that I have zero control over. So to think that I ultimately have control over all of it collectively, I don't know if I think that's true. I don't know how I can reconcile that. There's so much about me that I have zero control over. So to think that I have control over all of it at once is kind of weird. It's a strange idea to me.
You can even take that
That's very
further down that road into not just like the process of your body, but think of like how all the way down to the atomical and subatomic level, to where everything, like when an atom has this interaction with this specific charge or this specific influx of energy, whether it be like from photon energy or anything like that, it behaves a certain way, and then that behaves a certain way, like in response, and therefore it's all cause and effect.
It's all
it's
the impulse.
way down the chain. And if you look at that, now I don't know if I believe it or not, but I'm saying, like, you can go into that where people will believe that if you could potentially know every single subatomic particle down to the quarks and even the strings, if string theory or M theory is a correct thing, like all the way down to those, if you knew the specific way that they were a specific time and knew exactly how they functioned and exactly how they responded to exactly every single situation and instance they were brought into, you could build a full prediction of all the way from the start of time all the way up to the end of time, and
You
know
would be a god.
exactly
I was
how
gonna say, you would
everything
essentially be
always
God.
play out.
You would be a
describe.
god. You
And
would be
therefore,
omniscient.
Fate would actually, and if you believe that, then fate is actually a thing.
It's predetermined.
It's predetermined, and people are like, but I make my own choice. Like, you think you make your own choice, but
think
even
you
right
make
now,
your own
you're thinking
choice.
you make your own choice. You're like, you could choose to. Well, if I just do nothing, then it's just going to happen the way it's
You're
going to happen.
you're thinking
But
about
the fact
your
that you
thinking.
just now thought that you are thinking that if I do nothing and it's just going to happen the way it's happened was already predetermined, and therefore if you actually do nothing and end up dying of starvation because
that's this really
that
cool.
was predetermined. But if you
That's
don't,
this
you choose
really
to, like,
cool
prolong
quirk
your life.
that
That was
humans
predetermined.
have.
Yeah, so
we can't say for sure if animals don't do
hard to
this,
say.
but as far as we can tell, humans are the only creatures in existence that can consciously think about their thinking. Like, it's not so much that we think about stuff, we can think about thinking about stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
We can take it to another level, and we don't know if any other animal can do this. It's kind of this weird thing about us. It's very
Any
unique.
other
the
animal
Japanese will
smoke a
figure it out,
bong?
though.
Any other? Yeah, we don't know any other animals that
I'm
smoke
sure,
weed.
I'm sure there's been some apes that have smoked bongs.
I'm sure there's some.
But some of them
monkey-
do trip on
We'd
certain
see
things.
cave paintings, right? If we,
I hope Harambe got a good
Some of them do
rip.
trip on things.
I hope Harambe got a
I'm
good
I'm
rip
sure
in
at
his life.
some point some monkey has tripped on acid
There
at
are
some
species
or
that
like
do,
mushrooms
like,
or something.
Bite
That's
on
how we got
caterpillars
here.
and shit that
Oh yeah,
makes them trip
animals
out.
do.
How'd you
Animals do
know?
alcohol. There's animals that will eat like crab apple, like fermented crab apples and stuff like that. And they'll actually
Yeah,
get drunk.
and they'll
That's
get kind
definitely
of
a thing.
high off of it.
But no,
yeah.
that's a very fascinating perspective that you just presented. And granted, we don't know yet, and I'm sure we will know because we just can't stop.
that's
We're
the
just
thing,
gonna keep
it's
digging
hard to
on
say.
everything.
That all comes down to.
I'm pretty sure the Japanese will figure it out because they're trying to pioneer the whole like "what is your pet" saying, which is fascinating. But yeah,
Because
that's
there's
a really
no way to prove it. And
fascinating
here's also the
perspective.
thing: like there's a very good argument against that is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Yeah.
And you have like entropy. That is a very strong argument against fate
I
and
don't know that
predetermination, and just that everything works a certain way and will always work for. And
No,
if
you
you
know,
do
I heard.
But and here's the weird thing about the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, that because it kind of threw me for a loop, and this is a thing that I actually just figured out this last week. That I was watching some videos. I was watching Fermilab, is a really solid lab up near Chicago, I think, and they have a YouTube channel I've been watching a lot of stuff up on. And
say Fermilab.
Fermilab.
I can't take it seriously.
No, FERMI lab.
Not Furby Lab.
Fermi Lab.
It's gonna cuss right back at you.
They do
after
a
you
lot
teach
of. They're like the premier particle accelerator lab that does study on neutrinos. They have neutrino detectors and stuff, and they're also doing a thing on
neutrinos. I can't take that seriously.
And then what's the
better science names?
Muon, the Muon G-2 experiment they were doing is another big one. But so what they were going on is they were talking about the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. I've heard of it before. I've heard of it. I didn't know exactly what it was, but essentially, in the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and I knew that this does happen, is that you will have spontaneous particles, subatomic weird particles that just spontaneously like show up and then annihilate each other and disappear. And I thought that those were coming from something, but essentially they're just showing up. They don't exist, and then all of a sudden they do exist, and then they annihilate each other and they don't exist anymore. So they're just like created from nothing and destroyed into nothing. And I'm like, but doesn't that violate the laws of conservation of mass and energy? Because you can't just create mass and create energy,
Right.
and you can't
Can't
fully
just
destroy
create
it.
energy.
You
Yeah.
can't destroy energy, destroy mass. Like, you can transform the forms of them, but you can't just like create them out of nothing and destroy them into nothing. And
But that we know of
the-
yet.
what they were saying is
the
like the
theory
Heisenberg uncertainty
that
principle.
we know of yet.
And what these particles do is, yes, for a very, very like we're talking like, picoseconds or less, like, trillionths of a trillionth of a trillionth of a
Still
second.
jazz hands, Dom.
These particles come into existence from nothing and then destroy themselves into nothing. And for that short amount of time, the law of conservation of mass and energy doesn't apply to them. I'm like, what the fuck? It blew my mind. I'm like,
For that
They're
microsecond.
literal
it's like
lawbreaker.
this law that I thought was just concrete and could not be circumvented
No.
actually is circumventable. I'm like,
That's what's so cool
So, it's
about
like, I'm
quantum physics
so-
is like everything we know, we eventually find something that
Yeah,
subverts it.
yeah, virtual particles.
That's-
Malcolm has right. They're virtual particles. And
So like
And what
I've
they are
heard
generally created from is like from fluctuations in quantum fields. Like this, the Higgs boson has its own field. Like all these different things. Like so, essentially, particles are essentially like quantum fields interacting a certain way. And so I think that's what I've heard explained is like when these quantum fields fluctuate a certain way, it will create these things out of nothing, and then the fields fluctuate a different way and they go away. But the thing is, like, it blew my mind because I'm like, this violates everything I thought I knew about physics, and all of a sudden, what the fuck?
Isn't
So
that
now
the
I wanna
most
look more-
fascinating thing about science, though?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
Hawking
what
radiation,
I
I
love
knew.
about science is like
I love-
every so often we find these things that are like wait, we have to completely rethink everything now. I
Well,
love that.
So
I love when people rail against science, being like, "Well, it was wrong about this, that, or the other," and be like, "No, that's the
No,
fun of
that's the
science. Is
beauty
that
of it. That's the
it's
beauty of
constantly
it.
trying to prove itself wrong.
We get to keep.
We only
get
know
to
what we
keep
know
surprising
until we
ourselves.
find out more.
We get to
better
keep
or
surprising
different.
ourselves.
So Darwin and Malcolm mentioned Hawking radiation. So Hawking radiation involves these virtual particles, but Hawking radiation is a specific way that it works. Hawking radiation is from black holes, and so I knew that Hawking radiation happened, but I thought that Hawking radiation, the particles generated, were coming from the mass of the black hole and somehow generating on the outside of the event horizon. That's not how it is. Hawking radiation is the event horizon is like, matter outside of it can escape, matter inside cannot, even if it's going at the speed of light. Hawking radiation is where you have this generation of these virtual particles, but it's like right on the edge, and one falls in and one goes off. And now they can't annihilate each other and go away. And so that is how black holes will lose mass, even though technically mass shouldn't be able to escape. So on the edge of the event horizon, you have this like virtual particles creating and not annihilating each other because, one escapes and goes off and one falls back in. And therefore, trillions and trillions and trillions or quadrillions of years or whatever it is, like eventually black holes will eventually shrink and lose mass that way. And it's called evaporation. And so I knew about that, but I thought that mass came from the black hole. I did not realize that it was just generated out of nothing. Which also weirds me out because, like, if that mass is generated out of nothing, how is the black hole losing mass when half of this new matter falls in? Shouldn't it be gaining mass? So now I'm confused as fuck. I have to go figure this out because now
Darwin is totally calling you out, dude. He's like, yeah, I know. I studied this shit in college, you moron.
So here's a real thing, though. Friend of the show, CCP Darwin. Why can't you get like a written thing that's like, look, I'm going to do my best not to speak on behalf of us or at any given time, but like, can I just like go hang out on Open Comms once a blue moon and talk about shit that I'm vastly more qualified, or just have an interesting take on?
Oh, they get hotter. Okay, sorry, Darwin, I was talking, I didn't look up, but
just talk to HR.
I didn't know.
That's okay, man. You were feeling it. You were feeling it. We were feeling it.
I was saying, like, this is what I know.
You're walking us off a cliff, but it's all right.
Now I got to figure out more. I want to look it up.
Your enthusiasm was contagious.
Yeah, no, seriously, Drayden. Yeah, your enthusiasm totally.
I'm just saying, like, I literally this week I started listening to this and I've been disturbed because it's not just like I learned a new thing. It's like one of the things I thought was like the core foundations of what I knew of physics doesn't necessarily work all the time, and I'm like, what the
shit gets really weird when you get really small.
Yeah.
One of the most fascinating concepts in existence is that just everything that we know will likely change at some point.
Okay, so see, Darwin says I was on
change is
point.
the only constant.
Like to tie yourself to any like sort of law or anything, which I don't have an extreme background in any facet of science or math or anything, but like everything, in my opinion, and I'm pretty sure it's probably a widespread thing, is like it's basically theory. We know what we know, and it mostly works, and it's provable or repeatable or whatever until we know a little bit more, and then it's just like, oh shit,
yeah,
and that's just fucking amazing.
Have you guys become more or less comfortable with the idea of like mass mind control in the last 5 years?
Oh, I'm fine with it. I got vaccinated, so
you're good. Well, good. You're going to get great reception.
I'm looking forward to it so hard. Sometimes when I go away from the front of the office, things get a little sketchy and I can't browse Reddit.
So wait, Matterall, what do you mean by mass mind control?
Yeah, what's mass mind control?
Well,
I need some context.
Are we talking about the weather stuff up in Alaska?
Chemtrails?
No. The idea of messaging, like.
Yeah. Okay, you mean like like actual stuff that's
like advertising, right? Saying if you don't buy this product, you're ugly, or people don't like you.
I don't know.
Well,
if
that's
it's,
not a new concept.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's mass mind control. I think it absolutely applies on an individual level, though.
Look at how many people now are looking at something and saying, "That's not there." You know,
Wait,
like they
give
literally.
me an example.
Yeah.
Like,
Um,
I'm
okay,
not sure
all
I
right.
know what you mean.
Okay, so JFK Jr. is probably still not alive. We
Oh
can
boy.
assume that.
Okay.
But people have gathered to welcome him, and he hasn't shown up.
People have been
think-
doing that for Jesus for many years.
Are we gonna?
That's true,
What
and
are we talking
aliens
about?
too, right?
Okay.
Like,
Here's what I think. The GOP has a massive case of lead poisoning.
I don't even want to polarize it in such a way.
But you know what's funny about that?
People will latch onto things, and I don't know. I like I said, Jesus
I don't
is an
see.
easy
I don't
gimme
see
in
anybody
that
on the other side of the
every
spectrum
generation-
like spouting conspiracy bullshit.
But it's more
to my
than
knowledge, though, every generation thinks it's the coming. Or
But
something, right?
it's
And
more than like
I apologize if I do this.
there were people waiting for aliens, right? There are people like trying to find Elvis. There always been people that do that, but it just seems like it's a lot more.
So here's the real thing, though.
I think that
that's
might be a
algorithms
little bit of
for echo
confirmation
boxes.
bias. I think
Yeah,
that's a little bit of confirmation bias because it's being reported more. Maybe it feels like it's happening more just because you're hearing more about it.
The reality is never before in our lives.
That's a
have things
possibility.
been-
I don't know if I'm not saying that's the case, but maybe it's a little bit of
I think the
confirmation
messaging.
bias.
I think the messaging vehicles, or let's call them pipes,
Smells weird.
are are much more immediate, right?
For sure.
Much more
We
immediate.
we have near instant access to information
And
now.
constant bombardment if we want it.
Yeah. So that's why
And
I
here's
say
the
it's
thing, here's the
confirmation
thing.
bias.
It
If every
feels-
news source is telling you that things are so bad, if every news source is telling you that, oh God, things are just awful, like the reality is that we historically we live in the safest point in time in our history.
It's crazy.
The world has never been safer than it is right now.
think
But you wouldn't know that if all you did was listen to major
Partly
news
because of me.
networks.
That's partly because of me.
Yeah,
You
good
did
job,
that.
Dom.
Duh, it's all your fault, Dom.
Dom.
Partly, I said partly.
Dom Pox.
Partly.
The concept of echo
It's safest
chambers
because
is
of me,
nothing new,
right?
but
It's
Yeah.
the Dark Knight.
Yeah,
The Pox
I know.
Dominarca.
Pox Dominarca. I love it. Oh my
Oh my
God. That's
God,
great.
Can we make that our cult?
Pox Dominarca.
can you sell some merch with it?
Speaking of cults,
End up
so
on
I don't-
dude.gay.
I know that.
Yeah, it's just another stream.
You got gay.
But
I like
so
you got
real quick though,
If you want your official
echo chambers
cult
are nothing new.
merchandise, get a Doot shirt.
ham license. Oh, I wish I did have a ham license. That'd be awesome.
Algorithms and things that are created to whatever bombard you or just analyze all of your usage or traffic or whatever, analyze just the population, society's traffic populations. That's the new element. We've always had these silly things where we can dive
You're
into
talking
echo
about
chambers
the
of
algorithm.
terribleness.
The omnipresent algorithm
That
that follows us everywhere now.
So Manic.
Yeah,
let me,
that's our new Jesus.
Let me go back a minute. I think about religion and its origins, right? Like, how do people believe this crazy stuff? Like, I'm religious. I was religious too for a long time. But how do people believe crazy stuff? And there's lots of religions have a lot of crazy things.
So I think about this too. Matterall, I think you and I need to just sit down over a glass of scotch and some cigars. So what you talk about, like the genesis of religion. My theory is, and I'm sure this is nothing new. I'm sure somebody smarter than me has posed this idea before, but our internal voice, everybody has their own internal monologue. Like you can think of yourself saying something and you can hear it in your head, right? Even though it's completely quiet around you, you can hear your own voice in your head. What I think contributed to the genesis of religion is that very, very, very early on in our evolution, there was one primordial ape who suddenly heard their internal monologue and recognized it as a sound that was inside their head. They recognized it as a sound that wasn't coming from anything external, and they had no explanation for it. And it kind of evolved into the concept of a greater being that was speaking to them internally or speaking through them. I think that might
Is that
have
almost
been
like telephone? Like the whole like whisper the same message in a ear over ear. You know what I'm saying?
Just try to put yourself
eventually
mentally
evolved into a written
into the
book
mindset of an early human.
Can I take a take on that?
Please.
So I think that you are right in the fact that like, there are people. I mean, early apes, but I mean, like when you get to whatever amount of civilized, Neanderthals or whatever, later proto-humans that you want to go with, but there is a point where they have that, where they have a confusion about something that happens, and maybe they have a thing that causes them to think that there is some outside force doing something or talking to them. But the thing is, like,
they create an answer to what they're feeling.
I think it's more than just one, because like the fact of like how universalized across the globe that religion is and how diverse it is, and I don't think it stemmed from one specific individual and then somehow spread across.
Well,
the globe.
I mean, it had to have started somewhere, but it evolved and branched out over time.
Multiple places at different times. That's thing.
True. That's true.
Because if you think about language and writing, like writing and language has developed.
There's so many similarities
across the world
around
in
the
different
major
areas
religions.
without influence from each other.
You're right.
You're right.
So
no religion
that
can
was,
start in two places
that's
and
what
be
I
the
said.
same
Like,
religion.
that was my one tweak. I was like, your theory sound to me, except that it's not just a one individual thing. It is a multiple occurrence that happens.
And this is a question that we'll never have a definitive answer. We're so far past the point where we could
speculation.
It's total speculation at this point.
There's
I think the reason why you see it be religion spread up in so many every culture throughout history really is because it comes from our innate desire, or rather our inability to be we're uncomfortable not knowing and not having an explanation. Like that's just baked into humanity.
And so, but here's my
curious
thing.
Beasts.
Here's the thing that and I don't know when this transition happened, and it's not a full transition obviously because there's still religion today. And I'm not. Here's the disclaimer: I'm not saying religion's wrong. I'm not going down that road.
I don't think you're gonna offend anybody here.
So I'm not debating religion in general. I'm just saying, like, so you have this thing of like in the past, the scientific knowledge and technology and stuff in the past is so limited that religion just takes a hold where whether it's right or not, like that people they need explanations. Like, here's all these things that we don't understand why or how. And we don't like knowing. You're right. Like we don't like not knowing why or how, and so we want to have explanations for them. And so we come up with the best explanations we can possibly give, and we still do that today. It's no different. It's just today we have better technology and science.
I don't know if it's
that
the
we
best.
can be more accurate today. In the fact of like, okay, well, we don't know how it happens. We have these theories, and our math is better, our technology is better, and then we can test those theories, and we're like, oh, we were right. But there's still things today where we're like, we don't know. There's still a shitload of things today. Like I was saying, I was watching this Fermi episode. Like they talk about muons and tau, and there's certain interactions with those particles.
Before you go there,
I'm not going to exact. I'm just doing generalizations. Like with they have these particles that act a certain way, and they're like, we don't know why they act this way. We have no mathematical explanation. It does this, and we see this effect, and we have no knowledge of why it happens. We have no explanation of why it happens.
Right.
So,
here's the point though that I was trying to get to. Does it matter? And that's what I meant by mind control. You said it's not necessarily the best. Let's look at, say, some ancient civilizations. It's not the best answer they had. It was the answer that could convince people, either by force or by beguiling them.
There's a force of convincing. I mean,
but that's the thing. So we look around and
that's how religion spreads.
How have we changed?
Not just religion, but scientific method spreads. Like, if you can convince, because here's the thing, scientific knowledge today, it's like, have I done the experiments that all these scientists have done? Absolutely not. Do I have the mathematical knowledge they have? Absolutely not. They tell me we figured this out, and I'm like, I believe you. That's influence.
That's faith in itself.
That's just influence and faith, right?
Because no, it's not faith, because they can provide. They can provide
proof, but here's the thing.
They can show their work.
They show the mathematical proof, and it's like
in this situation though, his acceptance of it is.
But it's like the math. the fact that the math adds up, right? The
But
math
can
adds
you
up.
Well,
do
so
that
So,
math?
so like
Manic,
based on
question for
your
you.
understanding, the math adds up. Whereas on the other side, their quote unquote math is because the man in the sky said so.
So Manic,
Right, but
devil's
That's,
advocate.
that
but-
math
but-
doesn't add up.
But
What's the
It
difference?
doesn't compare to
can I
the
break
actual
this down?
math.
Can I break this down a little bit more though? Here's the thing. Man, can you do that math?
I can't do that math.
Like
So
I said,
you are
it's a
trusting
flavor
other
of-
people
no,
telling
It is
no.
a
Wait,
flavor of
wait.
So-
Whoa.
This is always sunny again.
No, here's the
Woo.
thing. I trust them. I trust the mathematicians.
You know what I'm talking about.
So disclaimer. I
do
trust
the
the
math.
mathematicians, but here's the thing. I can't do that math, and so I'm believing other people that say
Here,
they can do
wait,
that math.
wait.
That they
Drayden, if you
right,
put on your
but
glasses,
I got it.
believe
I got it, Drayden. Listen.
Yeah.
Based on your understanding of math, based on your understanding of how math and physics works, even though it may be limited compared to other people, based on your understanding of how it works, you can trust with a reasonable amount of certainty
I do.
that if you were to sit down and do their math, that it would all add up.
If I was to learn the math, yes, I'm sure. Yes, and
There
that's
you
why
go.
I believe
That-
them because
that's
I'm like,
that's not faith. That I don't consider that
I think
faith.
it's a faith in.
I think faith is belief
majority. The fact
without
that-
evidence. Or
Here's the
despite
distinction.
evidence.
I
Here's
don't
the
think
distinction
there's
that
any
I was trying to make.
mathematicians that will go to people that have proven this stuff in calculus. I don't think there's any mathematicians be like they're wrong because everyone else will be like, no, they're not wrong. They're right. This is so. I think it's like faith in mass majority of agreement, because it's not like there's 5 mathematicians that say this is how it goes. There is thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of very educated high-end mathematicians that are like, this is right. And it's like if there's that much of a consensus, I'm like, you know what? I believe that.
You know,
And then
here-
the one crackpot.
But see, that's
like,
the
they
thing,
don't know what the fuck
that
they're
is
talking about.
still
Like,
a
yeah,
level
no
of
one else
faith.
believes
here's
you.
the thing. Here's
I
the
hate
thing.
to buck
If I
Manic
got
here.
if I got a plumber over to my house and the plumber says, "Hey, your pipes are clogged,"
You're gonna be like, yeah, okay,
I'm gonna
then my
believe
pipes-
him
yeah,
because that
true.
guy has experience and knowledge that I don't have. So
That's-
I trust him if he gives me that
right,
assessment.
and so you're putting
And that's
faith in
there's nothing
someone
wrong with that.
knows
That's
what you
accurately,
don't.
allotted faith.
Yeah, you're
But
putting.
it's
That was
it's
a-
not
that was a great
faith.
choice.
It's not faith because if I said, "Wait a minute,"
Here's the thing.
you say my pipes are clogged, I want to take a look for myself. If I shoved a camera down there and I saw that my pipes were clogged, I'd be like, "All right, you
Right,
were fucking right."
But I mean, like,
So-
if-
Well, and
We're talking
here's
about
but
house
Manic,
pipes.
if we
Manic,
wanna
here's
go to
another-
a-
here's another
like,
school of
it's like-
thought.
because like
Here's another school of thought. Sometimes you have a plumber or a mechanic or someone who is not necessarily the master of their craft, and they will tell you something that is not what it actually is, whether for their own financial gain or because they're not diagnosing something correctly.
Have you guys ever
Do you-
run
do
into?
you- in that situation, I'm not suggesting that you're going to verify every little nugget you ever come across in life.
No,
But in
I
that
get
situation,
it.
you will put a faith in someone because
Well-
they are a fluent in a field that you
know
are
what
not.
they're doing more than you, and just to play devil's,
It's still a faith.
advocate,
Even
so-
if you can check the math, even though you're probably not qualified to, and most of us are not in most of these facets, it's still a faith. And I'm not against
Yeah.
it because of that, but I do think
Yeah.
that is very accurate.
I don't want to call it faith because faith is belief despite evidence.
No, faith,
That's what faith is.
Is
yeah.
That's okay. So that's true.
I don't know if that's true.
Okay, so faith is probably a bad. I agree. Faith is a bad.
I think
word.
faith is the wrong
Trust.
word.
Trust.
Trust would probably
is a
be
better word. So like I was saying, like I just want to play devil's advocate on the thing that you said, man.
I'm not
so
sure the
I
distinction,
think again,
for sure.
I agree. Faith is a bad word. Trust is much better. So let's say like I could just put a camera down my own pipe and see if it's clogged. What if? Okay, so
the camera down your pipe, Drayden.
yeah.
Do it.
So what if? But let's assume that the camera down the pipe is the math involved in this physics stuff that you.
Yes, that's
is
the
over here.
analogy.
So what if you didn't know how to put a camera down that pipe? You would have no way to see if the plumber was telling the truth or not. But you believe him because
wasn't there a Chris Farley
What's a plumber?
thing about
But
sticking your head up
if I really
Hold on.
wanted to know, then I would learn how to shove a camera down the pipe.
But what if that learning was so? What if shoving that camera down that pipe was so above and beyond your level of knowledge? There's some
If
people
I
just-
really wanted to know, I would put the effort in.
like I love science and I'm fine with math, but like Calculus 3.
You could run experiments.
I could probably take that class 5 years in a row.
Well,
and probably
and
fail
it's
it.
not just in the context of science. It's not just one person making one claim.
I know, and
It's
that's what I'm saying.
multiple
So
people.
the thing
It's
is, like,
multiple educated people making the same claim. If a bunch of educated people are telling me, yeah, we've done the math, and every time we do the math,
Right.
we get this result, then I'm like, I trust you.
And that's mainly what I was trying to point out. I'm not trying to like defute saying that the plumber's wrong. I'm saying like your trust in
I love
the
this
plumber,
plumbing analogy.
Yeah, so
It's fun.
your trust in the plumber is the fact that like you can't yourself maybe prove that the plumber is wrong or right, but you trust the plumber because he knows his field.
Wait,
and you're like,
what's
this
this
guy
plumber
knows
look like?
his stuff, and you're like,
How much
just
crack
wanna
is
trust
there? Because
the
I think
fact
that's
that
a
he knows
distinctive
what he's talking
qualifier.
about, because I don't know how pipes work. I don't know how to shove things in pipes.
I mean,
But
you know how
what? I
pipes
will just trust that
You-
your
you
pipe-
absolutely do.
I will just trust that your pipe
Stuff
stuffing
goes in
Cylindrical
one end and
structures.
comes out the
I
other.
will
That's
just
how
trust that
pipe
Cylindrical
your pipe
structures that allow
stuffing
travel
ability
between.
is like Ron Jeremy levels, and
Oh, you know
I-
how
I
Ron
trust
Jeremy's
you.
pipe works, Drayden. I know
Yeah.
you know
It's all
this.
pipes.
Don't
Yeah,
you
so
fucking
it's
lie to
like,
me.
so, you know,
You've taken it into a completely different direction.
Are you
now.
going to the strip club tonight, Drayden?
no, I'm not.
We're just talking about
I
house
just got a
plumbing.
text. Hold on,
Just,
maybe.
just talking about personal plumbing.
Jeez, sometimes a pipe's just a pipe.
Sometimes,
God.
sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
I was actually laughing. I actually just got a text.
Was it
Is
your
it the
mom saying,
strippers?
"Please
Are the
stop"?
strippers texting you again, Drayden?
It is a lady that I
It's
know.
is it a stripper?
I'm not
Is it
going
your
out there.
mom?
I'm not going out there.
Okay.
Is your mom
I like
outside?
it. Is it
Let
a
your
stripper?
mom in the house.
Is it your mom?
But yeah, so
Those
so
are the
I-
two you get,
like-
Drayden.
like,
Can't leave your mom
Is
outside.
it a stripper or is
So
it your mom?
I didn't mean to,
Drayden,
like,
go pick your mom up.
No, I didn't mean
Be
to.
good
like,
to your mother,
No,
Drayden.
no, it's too expensive.
Don't treat her that way.
It's
She's
too-
your mother.
It's too expensive.
She brought you into this world. She can take you out.
Like I can't afford that.
If the second clue was she wants to go to Denny's, it would still not solve the problem.
If Denny's was the
But
price,
we would know
not
that
be
your
too
lineage
expensive.
was correct and that your mother.
But
Also
no, so I like I said, I was just playing devil's advocate. I was just trying to like go on that side of the very in depth.
The tracks.
What do you call those? Holy shit!
What was that movie you guys liked?
I've been drinking
Was
enough.
it
I
The
forgot
Matrix?
The, I
Where
forgot the
people
name
were
of
like,
the thing.
considering
Wormholes.
their existence.
Matrix is such a shitty movie.
The latest one, I was going to ask you.
So embarrassing. No,
What?
I mean
Oh
all
my
of it.
God.
The whole
I've
whole
lost- I've
franchise
lost
is
the
name
fucking
of it in
fucking
terms
of,
stupid.
Medic told me earlier that it was an awful
Oh.
series.
It's a
I-
garbage. It's a garbage franchise, and I
Analogy,
hope
holy
it
shit,
burns to
I
the
forgot,
ground.
I forgot the word analogy.
No, you're a big
Is he-
fan.
He said makes no sense.
So
I am a big.
I was just running with the analogy.
I don't
I'm
like
saying,
the
like
fourth one though.
I was just running with the fact that like the people that can't prove it themselves have to just trust the people that have studied those fields know what they're talking about. And
It's called faith.
I think that actually is a big part of like like this whole. I feel like it's weird nowadays. Like you back 20 years, it wasn't like this. Nowadays, there's this massive distrust in proven knowledge and like testable knowledge too. And the fact
It's
that like
willful ignorance.
Well, that's what I mean. You don't.
Willful
It doesn't
ignorance.
really matter.
Well,
real quick though, Manic. So here's my distinction. In my assessment, it's probably ignorant and wrong. In my assessment, they're both faith. Like you said though, one is based upon things that are likely repeatable, likely researchable. You can look into either the journals or whatever, their studies. You can find out if it's bullshit by literally just trying to repeat it. You may have to repeat it a ton of times, and that's how science
You mean
works.
the scientific process?
It's a beautiful
muddy,
process.
Though. It's muddy
There's
by all these
there's
and
no
the other-
there's no scientific process for evidence
And the
of
other
God.
is very difficult
It's
to
not
try
even
to
that.
repeat or prove.
Everything is
And
so.
that's a struggle. And they're both faith, in my opinion, but one is vastly more repeatable or studyable than the other.
Okay, so real quick, all the quote unquote check it for yourself, it's all muddied now because you look at like flat Earth as
Because
a great
you can
example.
lobby scientific
There's
journals.
people that are like, take a level. I've seen the thing, take a level on an airplane, and like they're like, if you, I'm not even kidding. This is the thing. So they're like, an airplane flying around the Earth has this much of a curvature supposedly, And if you're flying an airplane, the airplane should have to constantly tilt this much to fly around the Earth, right? And therefore
Totally.
the level should show that. And
Listen,
they're not.
And I'm tracking it on my iPhone, so I would
they're
know.
not taking into account the center
It's got a
of gravity.
gyrometer
because,
in it.
yes, as you tilt, the center of gravity is tilting as well with it, and so therefore the level is gonna. But that
listen,
that,
yo,
they don't listen
listen.
to reason. And here's the thing: it's like, sorry, man. Just
Who's
give me
they?
Just give me 1 second.
What do you mean they?
Just give the flat earthers, the scourge of humanity. If there's one group of people I despise more than anything, it's fucking flat earthers. I'm sorry, any of you in the audience that are flat earthers.
And if
Dude,
you
you're not gonna offend anybody here. Don't even worry about it.
right now.
That's why the flat earthers exist, because you're saying sorry. You shouldn't be saying you're sorry. You should be saying no. Flat earthers
Yeah.
are fucking stupid.
Don't be
What was it-
sorry for
What
spitting
were they,
facts.
Tucker Carlson?
But anyway, so
Or
the things like
I like that you're not sure you have fans that are flat earthers. That's the best part.
The popularity.
Fuck them if they are.
I mean, like,
I
if
think
they're
that's
a
what
fan of
my
me,
Yeah,
I
they're free to leave.
if they're a fan of me, I'm not a fan of them. But so the fact is, like, you have all this stuff. Here's the thing: the mass availability of social media and internet. I'm not even saying knowledge. I'm saying not just knowledge. Internet
connectivity, just access.
Information, whether it's bogus or not, is out there, and therefore you have all this misinformation of things that are easily disprovable by standard science that even doesn't require like a PhD.
What are you talking about? I'm not a scientist. I couldn't prove this wrong.
But the thing is, like, there's all these things like that. Like I said, like the level on the plane. People are like, oh, yep, see, it took a level on the plane. It came out flat. That means the Earth's flat. And people just believe this stuff.
My
And
stepdad.
Some people hate travel, and that worries me.
And so
my stepdad, in his infinite wisdom, would put it this way: the internet has given everybody a voice, but not everyone has earned the microphone.
True.
Sure.
Like,
that's
the
Reddit
internet is a fascinating. It is. Oh my god, it's probably one of the best inventions aside from soap, like to change the course of human history. Soap.
How do you
and
feel
the
about sliced bread?
soap and the internet literally changed the course of human history. So, but like the internet is this amazing free exchange of ideas on a global scale that is unprecedented. But at the same time, we have to take it with all of the bullshit. Yeah, everybody can it's great that everybody can throw their ideas out there, but at the same time, it's shitty that everybody can just throw their ideas out there with no editor or no context.
And again, here's the thing, though. Not only can you do that, now it can be gamed. It could be algorithmed.
It can
and
be
not even
gamed,
now, but
and
you
it
know,
can
for
be
many years now.
manipulated.
You know what I'm saying?
And so it's on you. It's on you as the
Is there a
individual.
problem that anyone could speak their
to-
voice? Or is it a
it's
problem that it can be elevated?
It's on you to sift through all of that information and find the truth, because nobody's gonna fucking do it for you. Nobody.
But so
No,
You have
plenty of
to do it
people
for
will.
yourself.
The top 10 voices of the internet?
Nobody
I'll do it for
wants
you.
to serve the
Free
truth to
service,
you.
baby.
Akaroth, are you fucking
Free
kidding me?
service.
Nobody
I will
wants to
show you
give you
them.
the
I'm gonna
truth.
get that video. Give me like
They only want to serve you the information that will keep you coming back so that they keep getting the fucking ad revenue. Nobody wants to give you truth.
Well, if
That's
they
on
didn't
you,
shock
bro.
you
If
on
you
number
want the
7, you
truth,
wouldn't
you
have
have to go find it. Nobody's going to give it to you.
So I have kind of on that
pay
real
for
quick
it,
with the misinformation.
Sorry, I'm not mad. I'm
No,
just
so
drunk.
the misinformation. Here's the thing.
Just
And
concerned.
this is a point I saw on. I forget what.
I'm
video
not
it was,
high.
and it was a really good point. I think it actually might have been that cryptocurrency NFT thing that I was talking about, Manic, that you saw the other day.
Go on.
And here's the thing that actually he made a great point, and I think this procures.
I need to watch. I still need to watch the video.
Into
it was a good
the greater universe of knowledge that we have,
Nope.
and the reason why so many people are now thinking that just general proven science is a falsity, a lie, and all this stuff. You have all these people, like, going into these conspiracy theories that seem like crackpots, but the number is growing. Like it's staggering staggeringly shocking, like how many people actually think, like not just flat earthers, but all these other stuff, like with like the vaccines and all this stuff. The increasing number of people that think that they're being lied to. And here's the thing: is that nowadays the science and the technology is so sophisticated that your general average person is not going to be able to understand it and figure it out on their own. So essentially what they're doing is they're having to take what someone else is telling them and just believe that that's the truth. There's a lot of people that have a problem with that.
That's absolutely true.
There's a lot of people that have a problem with it. They're like, you say the earth is round, but why should I believe that? It's like, yeah, well, there's all this math, but I don't get that.
That's what it is. These people think that they're being smart by being skeptical. Being skeptical of actual proven science.
It's not just that they're being smart; they're being cautious, right? And so that's the thing.
It's not even cautious. They think they're being smart by being skeptical because they don't want to just believe when anybody tells them, "Oh, you say the Earth is round? How? Oh, come on,
that seems like
I
a
don't
very
know."
simple thing, but also you go into other stuff.
I have an opinion too.
Well,
it's like, I don't know. Have we looked at all the evidence? Yeah, fucker, we have looked at all the evidence. The Earth is fucking round. Get on board.
There's guys that dedicate their lives to looking at it.
You have these people that sent it.
Hold on.
Okay.
So there's an issue with the internet, and that is the fact that you can close yourself off from criticism. That's the issue.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you say something stupid, if you said it to somebody in real life, they'd be like, "You're a fucking idiot."
That's what I was saying earlier about toxic positivity.
There's a million different people, but if you're on the internet, you block that guy, you delete that guy, you don't have him on Facebook.
You can create your own little echo chamber where everybody agrees with you, and everything is according to your subjective outlook on the world.
You're just now getting this?
No, I've known this for a long fucking time, man.
Break it down, Don.
We're just talking about it.
You just now figured it out? You should have known this a long time.
No.
So I'm just saying, like, I think that is a growing thing where it's like people can't see it or test it with their own eyes, and so they're basically relying on these more sophisticated discoveries that people tell them this is how it is. They're like, yeah, okay, and then they hear. They're skeptical, maybe like, well, but how do I know that they're right? Because they're just a person telling me this.
Sure.
And then other people that are like, they're just a person telling me this,
and they don't want to.
They're like, oh, we don't believe them. They're wrong.
They don't want to do the work.
See, and so this is what we can test empirically with our own senses, our own.
It's not even that they want the truth.
Themselves with their own beliefs.
Here's the thing.
And then
Here's the thing.
Movement, and I hate that because
time out.
Okay.
Time out.
Check.
Here, I'm gonna lay some knowledge on you, okay? Uncle Manic Velocity here. This is what it all boils down to.
Oh, tequila's gross.
The vast majority of people out there, maybe not us six smart people on the panel here. Oh wait, Skyhawk. Seven smart people on the panel here. All those other people out there, they don't want the truth. They just want to be right. Us, all seven of us right here, we want the truth. We want the truth. We're real. We're real fucking human beings. Everybody else out there, they don't want the truth. They just want to be right. They want what makes them feel comfortable. They don't want to feel uncomfortable. They don't want the truth if it makes them feel uncomfortable. They want to feel good and they want to feel happy. So they will twist reality to fit their perspective because it makes them feel better.
And that's the problem with the
word up. Peace out. Manic Velocity dropping the mic.
Thanks, Uncle.
It is 10 o'clock.
I didn't hear one.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Yeah, so I didn't
you guys know what
I'm
I'm talking about.
I was just like, I just really just.
You're not wrong.
Prophecy is true.
I get that there's stuff that people understand, but it's like when it's just so unanimously and universally accepted as truth. As someone
that's what I'm saying.
Like,
these
idiots,
idiots think they're being intellectual by being skeptical.
Yeah, and so
and like, listen, I'm pro skepticism. You should be skeptical. You should be skeptical. But at there
That's the
you
weird
there has to come a
reinforcement
point
name.
where you're like, yeah, okay, the evidence speaks for
There's
itself.
too much evidence, and it's
Yeah,
Which evidence?
these people, they
I'm
don't
seeing it in
draw
my
that
feed.
line. They're unwilling to draw that line where the evidence speaks for themselves. They're constantly skeptical, and that's not healthy.
Yeah,
I'm
that's paranoid.
Well, I won't go with that. Well, I still won't go with that.
Shut up, Akaroth. You know what I'm talking about.
I do, and I think I do.
Paranoia is wrong. Unless
Paranoia's not wrong.
If they're actually after you, then sure.
You know, it's funny.
We're living in 2022 with the Patriot Act.
We can't
I don't
really
want to hear your bullshit.
We can't really walk through this place without like constantly talking over each other, except one moment where Manic says, "The internet has given everybody a voice, but not everyone has earned it."
That's a good point.
And it was
No,
silence.
Wait, no, wait.
They all stopped
I don't
talking.
want to take credit for that because that was my
No, no, no.
stepdad's thing.
Well,
my
yes, that
stepdad
story.
said that.
Your stepdad's story, and then the room went quiet. I thought that was
But
funny.
I mean, it's true. It's totally true.
I mean, did we all think, do I have permission? Do I
Did
have?
I earn the microphone? Did I earn my fucking Twitter account? No.
That's not what I was
So that's
implying.
one of
I
those.
didn't earn this microphone.
It's one of those funny situations that I mostly joke about, but I like to keep a feather in the cap of. In the silly freedoms as an American. Anytime somebody calls you out on something ridiculous, 9 out of 10 times you literally can claim that that's one of my freedoms.
I just want to
It's not
say,
outright right.
as a white middle class American male, I'm tired of being oppressed all the time.
That's right.
Yes,
I
it's your
feel for you.
time. Finally,
I
it's
think
your
I
time
think it's
after all
I
these
think
years.
it's my time to be in the spotlight, and I'm sick of people pushing me down as a white American male.
That's right. Finally, dating apps work in your
It's
favor.
not fair. It's not fair.
Finally, dating apps working.
I love it. I love it so much.
We're fucking joking. For anybody out in the chat who doesn't know any better, we're fucking
That
joking
was one of the
here.
funniest things I've ever heard.
Just download a dating app. You'll be fine.
I know you.
That's why I love Matterall.
I thought I heard Rain. I have a special thank you to Rain for talking about
I love
Arrow's
Rain.
blossoms.
Tiny Dick homies, hit me up.
2 years.
Okay, you thought we had SoundClouds of you Matterall. We got better
Oh,
ones.
sorry. I thought that was actually her.
No, no.
Loli?
Play the other one, Manic.
I know it's-
It's
something
intimidating,
to
dude. I have
say,
a tiny
though.
vagina, okay?
Okay, yeah. I was like, wait, I was about to talk about Arrow's blossoms.
Can we remind the class that Manic was advocating against silencing this
Oh,
for
what's wrong
As
with
Yeah,
a
but
that?
period of
Yeah,
time?
We already talked about it this show. He was talking
Yes.
about having a show with no talk about it.
I think next
Everyone
week,
respect that idea.
Next week we're
next
not
week,
doing it.
next week we are making a personal commitment
Yes.
to not talk about Rain's
Yeah,
vagina.
yeah. So
And here's my hope
but we already
is
did
that
this
Rain
week, so
comes
it's
on
already
and
like
gets
a free game.
fucking
So.
slaughtered and ruins your plans. That's my hope.
Oh,
That
Darwin!
is my hope.
Darwin is saying that the Minmatar trailer was not AI.
Oh, okay.
It's a real
He-
person.
He
Okay,
thinks he
I
was
like,
mistaken. I was
Well,
gonna,
well.
There's no
dude.
fucking. It's too well done.
There's no way that was AI.
Does Darwin literally communicate
demonstrate
with
for
the
you.
other devs and legal while he's on the show?
code.
I'm gonna set it up. I'm gonna set it up.
Let's set it.
And you know what? Oh yeah. Yeah, you have to electrically say, "This is my voice. I'm allowing you to duplicate it." In order to do it, you can't just do it for somebody else.
That's actually only
Oh,
Texas law.
Too late. I already
Is
duplicated
that only in
it.
Texas?
Yeah, is this Texas law?
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway,
We consulted Bird Law.
I'll do it. You'll write a script, and we'll read it with my voice. So write just a paragraph or something.
Ooh.
I would love to hear this.
Write it
I would
about-
love to hear AI generated Matterall.
Write it about.
This sounds
tiny
like one of those
vaginas.
God things, though. It's like, well, if this
Is
is
something
true,
real?
like, play
If you
me
can't,
shit.
if you
my
can't tell
voice.
the difference, then how do you know?
Yeah,
Right.
I haven't-
We should write a script. We should write a really good
Unless you
script.
play me
Something
as
about-
me,
you know,
then
Something about
why would I
Duke.
ever believe in you?
We should write
Don't
Duke
write a
script.
book, but
No, wait. I'll give him the Doctor Who meme script that I
Yeah,
did
with the,
for
with
the Doctor Who video.
With the,
For the
with the
Daleks?
ad-libs. Make
The
sure the
Daleks.
Save
ad-libs,
the Eve Online.
the ad-libs have to be in there too.
Yeah.
Or save the new Eve.
Save the
Wait.
Uh,
Oh,
the Daleks.
I opened this earlier. Apparently, Caldari Prime Pony Club discovered that the female models in Eve are textured appropriately.
Really? They actually put nipples
Yeah.
on them?
nipples and there's
That attention to detail.
Oh, even downstairs.
downstairs.
Wait, is there
yeah.
downstairs penis?
Is that what we're calling it?
No,
It's a
well, I
wax
mean,
wound down there.
he posted. I'll post the link
post
again
the
in chat.
pictures. I mean,
It is absolutely not safe for work, so do not pull this up in your place of business.
click.
But I
think
mean,
we're all in our place of business, aren't we?
there's
yeah,
I
there's-
get no
there's a-
Matterall, you're totally right.
Matterall,
I'm
you're-
totally in my office right now.
Wait, no, that
Fuck
can't
you,
be
West
right.
Coasters,
Is
and your
that
work
right?
from
That doesn't
home.
even look like
Some
an
of us
Eve
go to work
avatar.
for
Oh,
work.
dude,
I mean,
I'm sorry,
there's-
you're a truck driver.
There's nipples, there's vaginal
There's like
folds.
there's a faint.
There's
line.
a texture. There's a texture of vaginal folds.
There's a faint line. It's not even folds. It's just a line.
God.
It's like it's
Wait,
like
Medarku, are you referring to labia?
Somebody at CCP had to texture that. You realize this?
gonna-
There was somebody at
asking,
CCP
yeah.
who
Are you referring
textured
to
this
the
model.
I'm
labia?
gonna kind of be here.
The labia and the nipples.
It's not even. I wouldn't even call it labia. It's literally like just a most minuscule line that gives you like the faintest
Look at this.
hint.
Look at all
Drayden-
six
what would
men
you call
talking
that
about what
part of
is
the
and isn't
vulva?
labia.
Well, no, it is a vulva. I'm just saying it looks like a. Barely
How would you describe it?
visible landing strip that was.
It'll be
just
figured out
moved
within a
further
few
south.
hours. Maybe.
Axe wound.
Matterall, you need a few hours to
I was like,
examine this.
Between
Ac-
these guys, it'll take about 6 hours.
Akroth, I've seen some vulva.
Maybe.
That looks like a.
Have
very,
you though?
Listen,
that looks like a very.
I've seen a
That
couple
looks like a
labia
very-
in my day. Okay,
He goes, I've seen so many labia.
I
looks a
think I know
very
what a
shaded,
vagina looks like.
Very barely visible one.
Uh,
sure, but
barely
it's-
barely there.
Serious
It's-
question.
It's there. It's
Are you
there.
guys
Matterall's
calling
got a
it
serious
microlabia?
question.
You guys playing
Don't
any video
shame those
games?
labia.
It's there.
Wait, so shut up, everybody. Shut up.
I'm
Matterall, what's your question?
I was looking for like a little side adventure. What video games are you guys recommending these days?
I'm playing some Minecraft.
Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah.
I recently picked that up on Steam, and
League of
I am
Legends.
enjoying it a lot.
Solid.
Satisfactory is a fun game.
Satisfactory. I want to
Yeah,
pick that one up.
It's,
Yeah, that's
I,
on my
I
list.
haven't played that since back when it was in beta.
That's-
It might still be early release, but that is a fun. if
That's
you
a
just-
group game, isn't it?
There
No,
might,
it's like you're on like a barren
there
planet.
might be
It's
multiplayer.
like
Is that like a Factorio?
Yeah, you
it's
can
like
play like
Factorio.
It's like Factorio
Oh.
first person.
It's
You
like the
basically-
paperclip
You're
game.
setting up big automated factories to build.
My son played it when it came out,
Stuff,
and
yeah.
he played with friends.
They
built a.
Okay, so I didn't know it was multiplayer now.
They
but
built
yeah,
like
so
an
if it's
Amazon
multiplayer,
distribution center?
Yeah, I only played it single player because no one else I knew had it, but I had fun with it for a little while. Then I got bored. But it was earlier when there's probably a lot more in the game now than there was then. But also, I didn't play multiplayer because multiplayer stuff in that aspect is more fun because you can like team up and build
Set up your
group projects and stuff. So
friends.
yeah,
I
mean,
saw
that's why
a
I'm playing
clip.
Minecraft right now because Minecraft by myself is boring as fuck. But I'm playing Minecraft with a bunch of friends right now. So
I love Minecraft solo. Oh, it's so peaceful.
do you
It's
want
digital
a
Legos, and I appreciate that. It's not really. Legos should do it.
I can give you.
but-
my
Did you ever
server.
play Death Stranding,
Solo
Manic?
I love Death Stranding, dude.
You did? You played it?
Loved it. Yes. Why?
we do-
Were you gonna call me out on something?
No, I was gonna say you should play it. Like,
Oh no, I love Death Stranding. Yeah, it's so fucking bizarre. I
have
love
that
how
game, I
bizarre it
haven't
is.
played it yet.
I've never played it yet. I've
It's-
heard very good
it's
things.
So it's one of those games where you either love it or hate it. I've
Yeah.
never
I don't play a lot of
like
single player.
I've read a lot of reviews since I played it, and nobody is middle of the road on Death Stranding. You either love it or hate it.
I can't be friends with people that don't love it.
I love it.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
and
bold
so
statement.
weird.
Yeah.
And I haven't
it's just
even
my
played
dividing
like
line.
all of the endings.
Put
like
me on the
there's
pending list, Matter.
there's
I
multiple
own it. I haven't
multiple
played it yet.
endings.
So
Look,
I'm-
it's a game you play by yourself.
I've watched
but
Manic
not by
play it.
yourself.
It looked fun.
Yeah.
I just haven't played it myself.
It's just peaceful. It's
bizarre. The soundtrack, honestly,
I
the
watched him,
soundtrack.
I watched him like walk in circles for like half an hour and deliberate how he gets through.
Yeah.
and then get thrashed by some shadows anyway. So
Yeah, it's great. But the reasons I love it are the exact same reasons why everyone else hates it.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I recommended it to like Caleb, to Brisk, to Dunk, and they
I
all
saw.
were like,
I was gonna say I saw Dunk tried it. He was
he
like
hated it.
He hated. He absolutely
Yeah.
hated it. I was
Dunked
like, no,
it?
dude, it's so good.
Dunk hated it.
Doug
he hated it.
absolutely, yeah. It was
like,
like he was
This
legit
just in,
angry
Matt
about it.
Earl ends friendship with Dunk Dinkle.
Oh, it's
because,
it's
Hell
such
yeah,
a
totally.
well. I was gonna say it's a good game. I don't know if it's a good game. It's
I'm
like
pretty sure it's a
mechanic.
good game.
I don't know if it's a good
mechanically
game either,
and
but it's the best game
Here's
I
the
ever
thing,
played.
if it's-
conceptually,
Really?
like
You
I
will say
love,
it's the best
I
game
love
you
the
ever played?
idea of it. I
Yeah.
love that it
if it's
exists.
a fun game that you enjoy,
pretty
it's a
hip.
good game to you. And they're
Yeah,
It's not even a
but
game. It's more.
a
I
good-
think it's more of a spiritual journey.
Good
Like
game is
I
subjective to
I
every
put it
person.
I put it in the
Sounds like an
same realm
HBO series.
as like trucking simulator almost.
Yeah.
It's kind of a zen game where you just kind of tune
What
out
about
and you just kind
Farming
of take
Simulator?
out take in the atmosphere of the game. It's a
'cause-
very atmospheric game. So
That's what I
yeah,
was going to ask you. Do you think that game would ever have worked up until now? Because you really need the environment to be.
I think it
Perfect.
came at just the right time because it didn't it come out around the time of the pandemic?
It came out in 2019 in October, and then they resold it
Okay.
Close, yeah.
right before,
So-
right when the pandemic hit. That was my
so really
pandemic
close-
game. Yeah.
Yeah, same. Like
Yeah, yeah.
I remember reading reviews about it, and like I said, people were either on one side of the coin or the other. Like there was no middle road. So I was like, it's either going to be really bad or really good. So I'll just try it. And yeah, I played it during the pandemic. I was furloughed at the time, so I wasn't working, so I had plenty of time to play it.
Same.
And I fell absolutely in love with it. It was
Yeah.
I think Death Stranding hit at the absolute perfect time. I think if you tried to sell it pre 2019 or post 2019, it wouldn't have landed. I think it was just the
Yeah.
lightning in a bottle.
LA doesn't have much rain, but it was raining when I was playing it.
The
And it
rain
was
in
like-
that, yeah. Oh, it's totally an atmospheric game. It's great.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I'm gonna start a new
Me too.
save file.
Woohoo!
LB, what's the game you were playing during pandemic?
Yeah.
EVE Online.
Okay.
How embarrassing.
Darwin won't mind if you say something else, I'm sure.
Darwin
Oh, this is
Darwin
the-
doesn't
like I
care.
play. I used to play 2 games: EVE Online, World of Tanks. Now I have a proper computer. I have like several other games. I have Red Dead Redemption 2. I have a game called Ready or Not, which is a lot of fun.
That sounds familiar.
I've seen that one advertised a bit.
So
Yeah,
Ready
a
or
little
Not
bit.
is like an early access game right now, but it's like a 5-man SWAT team game. So you can either play it with bots and you can give like commands to the bots and they'll like go clear rooms and stuff. Or you can play it with 5 friends and like go through and it's like a
Do
tactical,
strategic movements
like
yourself.
it's like what Rainbow Six should have been, but better.
Okay. Yeah.
What else do I play? PUBG. There's shooter games here. One game that I'm really excited for is it's an early access game right now through itch.io. It's called Gunner Heat PC. It's on Steam too. But it's a tank simulator game. So you're in a tank, right? But it's set in like the Cold War. So they're like older tanks. Not super modern tanks, but middle of the road, like 80s, 1985, let's say. But the voice acting in it is really good. So like as you're driving your tank, the crew is talking to each other and giving each other commands. But if you're getting like in a really hairy situation, the crew gets like super jazzed up and like they're screaming and you can
Is
hear
it
their
AI?
voices cracking and stuff. Yeah, the voices are all
Oh,
AI.
wow.
And like the commander will tell you like
What?
traverse left, traverse right, and stuff like that. And like it's really good.
Do the
when it comes
British
out, it
tanks
should be
have
good.
like team makers in them?
So they don't have British tanks right now. Right now they have American tanks and Russian tanks.
Sure, as you do.
Right. So like, but that's a really neat game. But besides that, like that's pretty much it. And I just got
That's fair.
Warzone, but I'm too old to play Warzone. I'm not fast enough.
I have another suggestion for you, Maddox, since I think we're on the same wavelength. Now, I'm not a big fan of all these games, but Assassin's Creed Origins, that one hits pretty well too.
I haven't played any of the Assassin's Creed games.
Neither did I. I watched my son play one, and I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. I want an open world, big kind of thing. And that one, there's something about that one that's different. It's a lot more open world. It
I was gonna
feels-
say, I haven't seen that one, but up until recently, they all seemed kind of linear in their own right. So it was
yeah.
like I didn't get that assessment of them. but I haven't, like I said,
No,
I
it
haven't
is.
looked at one.
They're linear, some more than others. Like I watched the Greek one, and that one seems very much like a video game, right? You're doing missions, leveling up, doing missions, leveling up, but it's amazingly beautiful. But Origins has a story that is it's actually not unlike Death Stranding. So there must be a theme there. I won't spoil it, but I think there's a theme there that works on like me.
Cool.
And then it also has nature that is pristine, right?
All right.
That must be
I've-
it. I think
I've-
I'm sensing a theme here.
I'm
Does
adding it to my
Assassin's
wish
Creed
list.
have a pirate one? Black Flag?
Yeah, Black Flag. That was
Yeah.
supposed to be good.
Play just for the
That was supposed to be a
seasons.
really good
Oh,
one.
I played Black Flag up until I got to Havana, and then I kind of stopped. So I've heard it's really good, but I haven't played the majority of the game there.
Like we played Uncharted here, and that was just nice to see kind of a big movie. But you got to the point where there were so many, like the pirates had done all this intricate design work in a mountain, you know. And I was just thinking after a while, like, pirates didn't do that.
Yeah,
It's too. Look at the engineering involved in that.
I feel like Uncharted is like a good one to watch someone else do a playthrough of, unless
Yeah.
you really like Uncharted. If you want to play it, but I watched Uncharted 4. Who the fuck? I think it was like Jacksepticeye that I watched play it. It was a cool, really cool game. But once
Yeah.
I finished watching him play, I'm like, well, I've seen it all, so there's no reason for me to buy it and play it because, you know, it's kind of like one of those cinematic.
It sounds pretty
It's a
charted.
very cinematic game where it's like it's not like you play the game for your own take on it. It's like the game is very storyline based, and once you see the storyline, you've seen it, and so you playing it yourself is kind of like meh at that point.
Yeah, I thought of streaming one of these games like that, just kind of as a side thing on TAS, and it's weird. It kind of takes away from it.
Yeah.
I think you kind of need to have some games need to be your personal offline
Dude,
moment.
Well,
yeah, for sure.
Some do, and you get more enjoyment out of it. But like, there are some like I said, like I don't regret watching that Uncharted playthrough. I loved watching it, and I thought I feel like I got the experience of the game without having to buy it, which is nice. But then there was a thing that was like when I came to it, I was like, that was a really cool game. I
No,
would
but
never buy it and play it because
Matterall-
I've already
no.
seen it. So there's no reason.
But
for me to buy
Matterall's
it.
saying like as a player, there's some games that work best
Yeah.
when you play in isolation. Like you,
True.
it having an audience is kind of detrimental to the
ones-
experience.
Yes, I would say any game that requires a lot of reading, or you know, just kind of long process of like, you know, trial and error, tinkering, stuff like that. Like Skyrim. I guess Skyrim might be a bad example because some people love watching people play Skyrim or.
Well, that's what I was going to
games
say.
that.
I
But
like
at the same time,
watching
it's like-
people play these games.
But at the same time, like when I play Skyrim, there's times where I will like, I'm not even kidding. I like the lore in that game, and so I will literally sit down and be like, I just picked up these like 10 books in a row that are in this one's like the real story of Baron Zaya 1 through 7, and each of those books are like 50 pages, and I'm like, I'm gonna sit down and read this whole fucking thing, and it's like reading a fucking novel almost, like a short novel. And it's like
Novella.
no one watching the stream. You can't do that on the stream. You can't just sit down there for like an hour and a half reading.
So
Who's gonna watch that?
One of these games, it's one of my favorite games of all time, is a game called The Long Dark, and it's a post-apocalyptic survival game.
Oh wow, I've heard that thing.
I've streamed it before, and I feel like I can turn that game into a fun streaming game, but the experience of the game is infinitely better when I'm not streaming it.
Oh,
because
yeah.
because the game is all about isolation. It's
Yeah.
just you trying to survive, and you're scrounging for resources. It's you against the weather. Like the weather is the ultimate enemy. So streaming it can be done, and the game can be made fun that way, but the experience is so much better playing it alone.
But here's my question about that, and I asked you this, Drayden. Would somebody benefit from watching you play The Long Dark? Like you say nothing, you're just literally just playing it. Could somebody watch that?
there's always an audience for everything. So would there be an audience for that? Sure. Would it be a big
Sure.
one? I don't know. And also, would the people that like that be able to see that I was streaming it? And the people that like it might miss out, and the people that don't like that be the ones that tune in like, I don't like this.
Well, I'm trying to figure
So,
out what
Matter, are you
streaming.
talking about like a playthrough kind of thing, like
I mean,
people who
there-
watch
there are
streaming to
certain
see
games,
how
like,
games
I
are
think
played?
that are very entertaining to watch. Like you even said, like
What?
the Lara Croft. What's the Tomb Raider game?
Tomb Raider, yeah.
The remake. I had a blast playing that, and I think that it was fun streaming it because I think that the best games, at least when I play, the best games to stream are the storyline based ones because they might be games that people are like, that looks like an interesting game, but I don't want to buy it. I don't want to do it. But then they watch other people play, like, oh, it was fun to watch.
I think you have to like the person you're watching, though, right? Like
That too, because
That's the
there's
thing.
also
Yeah.
the things that you have to, because there. And here's the thing: like when I'm streaming, what I'm thinking in my head, I just vocalize. When I'm playing by myself, I don't. So when I'm playing by myself, I'm just like, you just hear key clicks, and it's boring, right?
You don't
But when
talk to yourself when you're gaming?
Sometimes I do, actually. Sometimes, but
No, I'm
not-
serious. Like I do that all the time. So it's weird if somebody
Sometimes,
doesn't.
But not
Fuck
all
me
the
for
time.
that.
But like when I'm playing and I know I'm streaming and I know that people are watching, basically what I'm thinking in my head, instead of just keeping it in my head, I just say it and do it, and I tend to do a bit of.
you say stuff like, "I got to pee right now, but I got to finish this level first."
Well, I mean,
And
but
so
I'll do some actual. I tend to role play too as well because like I like getting into the characters, and like when I play by myself, I do role play, but I do it silently and mentally, where it's like I'll just like take actions and do things and like thinking in my
when
head.
you're
But like
Lara Croft,
when I'm playing with people that I know are watching, now all of a sudden I'm like, I start actually giving dialogue as if I am the character in the game, and I normally don't do that, but like when I'm streaming, I will do that. I'll be like, oh, hey, bro, like I start. Well, I don't say bro because I don't do that, but
Because you're Lara Croft.
I'm not Lara Croft. Don't say bro, but I'm like I will like kind of interact with the characters and do things that are RP-ish, but also I don't know. It's kind of like a game to game, and then also there's the what was that one game? XCOM 2. XCOM
Oh yeah.
2 was fun as fuck. And I actually love the fact that you could like name and create your characters, and I took mods in that made you like added a whole bunch of like customizations of like, visual basically Barbie doll gear on the characters. And so I started taking people that were watching, like, viewers, and making them characters in my squad. And so then all of a sudden it's like now your lives are in my hands,
You have a
type of
vested
thing.
interest.
And so like it made the audience invested because like they're in the game now. Like they
Is
are a
that
character
like
in
the
game.
Oregon Trail where like Mary died of like cholera?
Yeah, and then there were
your members like fuck.
Yeah, XCOM.
Oh, everybody's
XCOM,
bought
yeah.
in.
I have
so-
a game for you. I have a game for you, Manic. It's called. It's a short game. You could do it in like 4 hours. Sorry to cut you off. It's called Watchtower. Did you play that?
See if
No.
You should. Would you play
It's like
that?
looking for fire.
No, in fact, you're at the right age to play it.
I'm at the right age.
Yeah, you'll see why. Well, I'll just tell you because it's at the very beginning.
On Steam?
It's a guy that. Well, actually, it's a guy in his 40s. I might be aging you. Just gone through.
How old do you think I am?
I don't know, but I don't want to guess.
52.
Less than 40s. But in other words, you play a character. The point of view of the whole thing is of an older man.
And it's just
Yeah.
called Watchtower. Is it this $1 game on Steam?
Just the view of an older man, Manic.
Let me see how much it cost. But yeah, it was a popular game when it came out. I think it won voice acting awards. It's great. You'll see.
Wait,
and then you could play it.
Is it? Hold on. Is it a strategy game? I just did a search for Watchtower on Steam, and I came up with this weird like tower defense game.
Hold on. Maybe it's not called Watchtower. Anybody know what I'm talking
meaning
about?
it's like wildfires in California?
Firewatch.
Firewatch.
That's it.
Firewatch.
Yeah,
No,
it-
oh, I totally love Firewatch. Yeah.
Firewatch is great. It's
Where you're on the walkie-talkie with
you're
the
like-
with
and
the
then
woman.
You have the lady
yeah.
on the other tower.
Oh,
is-
that's
and
so
then, like,
good.
It's like a love
It's-
story that never
Yeah.
culminates into anything.
Well, I mean, it's not. It is kind of a
Spoilers,
love
sorry.
story. No, you're right. No, but it's like it's
not a love story.
this
But
idea.
it's like you have this.
You
whole
make
thing, like,
you make a connection with
make
this
it-
person
and
that you have
want-
no interaction
You want
with.
him to meet. You want the meeting to finally happen, and it. Oh, spoilers.
Yeah, don't spoil
Wow.
it, bro.
Wow.
So, like, doesn't matter. Nobody's
And
No,
gonna.
baby
it's
is-
Just
okay.
rob
I
my
mean, the
dollar from
game is
Steam.
the game's got to be like 5 years old
Yeah,
at
yeah,
this
yeah.
point.
Right.
Like,
It's true. It's
No, this
yeah,
is pretty
so-
endearing,
So
though.
that's another one. Like
Like, I could see a Tom Hanks
yeah,
scene of
no,
a grand version.
Firewatch
I
was
never
very
played
good.
Firewatch. I watched a playthrough of Firewatch, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, something
Um,
about it felt fatalistic. Like the sun was
Yeah.
constantly setting on you.
It's definitely a bittersweet ending. Like
Yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah.
the protagonist
500 Days of
gets
Summer.
well the protagonist gets maybe they get what they need but not necessarily what they want. So it's kind of a bittersweet ending in that way. It's a
Yeah.
very good game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's excellent. It's really well done.
Is it actually $1 on Steam? Like, I'll fire it.
No, it's so it's called Firewatch, not Watchtower.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Sorry, yeah, I said it wrong. Firewatch is. Let's see how much it is.
It's only $20. It's and
That's
for
not
$20
bad.
it's worth it. It's
It
totally
sounds like
worth
a.
it. for
It
$20.
sounds like a pretty interesting
It's
story.
that's a worthy price. If it was 30, I'd say 20.
Yeah, no,
20
$20 is perfect.
What the hell's with you and $10?
$10
I mean,
more
that
for
$10
game might be-
sometimes, yeah, for
I mean,
for
like-
video games, that $10 can
sorry.
mean a
I
whole
feel-
lot.
That's what I'm saying. I
I'm
feel
just
Do you
like
know
kidding.
how much
if you
round
were
bacon you
really
can buy
into it,
for
like,
$10?
$10 might
Too many. Do you know how
These
many
days-
hockey pucks? you can
LB,
buy?
Yeah, $10.
you saying
might-
that without your glasses on makes me feel it hard.
$10 more
Yeah.
might be worth it for some people, but I feel like
Oh.
when you put it up to that price, there might be a lot of people that would normally like it and might be like, it was an okay game, but I wish it was less. So
So you think it's very worthy of 20, but not quite worthy of 30?
yes,
I should expect about
I-
$20 worth
I
of
agree with that.
enjoyment out of this.
yes, 20
Dude,
Okay.
for $20 you will get
for
your money's
20
worth.
bucks.
That's a fair review.
I don't think you'll be disappointed for $20. For 30, it would be a 50-50, I think.
It would be a stretch.
Now,
if
is
it were
that based
30.
on local cost of living?
It's just
No, that's
Okay. I'm winding down, so I'm gonna bow out.
Yeah, I
You guys have a good night.
Yeah, I think it's actually just a good time.
This
to-
was
Yeah,
this is a good
me too.
this is a good discussion. I like this shit. It's good stuff.
I like that this got kind of deep, but without
Yeah,
going
we
too
got a
deep.
little
It
deep,
didn't
but
go
not
too
too
deep.
with it.
Deep into those pipes.
We got deep into the pipes, but not too deep into the
Not
pipes.
too deep, right?
That's
That's
what
true.
she said.
I don't
Just
think
the
anybody
right amount of
questioned their
deep.
existence tonight.
Yeah,
anyway.
daddy.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Just enough plumber in this show.
Oh,
All right, so next week.
Tiny Dick homies, hit me up.
okay. So next week,
Next
Get out of your system.
next week we're cutting ourselves off. So if anybody wants to talk about Rain's vagina, you better do it now.
Yeah, no.
Here again.
Intimidating, dude. I have a tiny
She has a
vagina,
tiny
okay?
vagina.
I'm gonna
But-
double down. I hope Rain comes on next week, gets fucking sloshed.
No.
creates
Okay.
A whole new bounty
Yes,
of
Rain is
Of
not
women.
allowed on the
We
show
have-
next
we have
week.
To uphold her
to
the
not
same
allow
standards.
this to be a thing.
No,
She-
she's not allowed.
No,
she's
she,
not allowed on
she
the
can come
show.
on and get drunk, but she can't talk about her own vagina either.
Oh, she won't be able to do it. You know it.
No, we're
She
gonna do
will
it.
absolutely
We're gonna do it
be.
in,
She's
like,
not.
I
She's
believe
not
she can
allowed on the
rise to
show.
the
Not only
occasion.
that, you can't play any of the sound.
Don't you bar
I
her
won't-
from that.
I
She's
won't play
American.
any of the sound
no
effects.
Rain sound files. We're getting Rain on here, and neither us nor she can talk
She's
about.
gonna
her
create
vagina.
them on the fly.
Yeah, there's
She's
no-
gonna
there-
come on. She's
well,
gonna get nice and
I
soft,
don't know if we
as
say-
you do,
I don't say we.
Okay.
and
say-
she's gonna make a
I'm-
great bit
I'm-
of sound bits.
I was
I'm
saying,
signing off for the
we don't-
night.
we
Good
don't
night,
have to say
everybody.
go vagina
And Manic
talk
is
at all,
gonna
it's
just
not
have to
her.
eat it.
All right, so everyone, yeah, that whole thing being said,
I'll strategize with her. We'll talk about it.
we'll be back next week, next Friday. Peace out, everybody. Good night.
Yep.
My God, I still have a glass of tequila here. What do I do with this?
Yeah, you're killing it. Well, there's active drinks on the table.
I know. Well, we'll do a drink for the road, and then we'll go. Wait, do we want to do the final shots, final thoughts, or is it too late for that?
I think it's too late.
It's
I
too
don't have
late.
any
Okay. All
thoughts
right.
left.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't
Shots-
know if I can make
shots
an
in the
even
road.
related
Bye,
one.
everybody. We're gonna close out. Peace.
See you later.
That matter.